Wow. Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday. Welcome on in. Mike, can you give up a Mufasa? No Mufasa. No Mufasa. I'm Madge. I'm pissed. Royally pissed. So it's not Friday then? Oh, okay. Well, if that's true.
You know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Lives again, lives again, lives Let's go! Let's go! What? 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 Hey! 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 No, you did!
Oh, it's beautiful, chat. It is a beautiful, beautiful Friday. The Hasanabi Pog face is in. Welcome on in, our refugees. The Wall Street Journal has published a bombshell story, as I put it yesterday in a Tickety Talk. It is Donald Trump's letter to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday. And it's bad. It's really, really, really fucking bad.
So for my birthday, my mom got me this big jar of honey and this big jar of jelly. I'm gonna have the best sandwiches now, you guys.
Wow, that's really interesting to me. Zach, when's your birthday?
Guess.
I don't know, March.
Close.
Yeah.
Keep going, yeah, guess.
I don't know, just March 11th.
No.
Zach, just tell me when your birthday is.
No, just keep going. You're almost there. Go.
Oh,
guess.
look at me, I'm Zach. It's not enough that you're asking when my birthday is. I gotta make a game out of it, because I need attention.
Trevor, what the Come here.
What?
Trevor, you know I have an attention problem, man.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? I have an attention problem. I need it. I crave it all the time, okay? I'm working on it, but don't bring that up in front of people, man.
That is
Trevor, I have attention deficit disorder, okay?
It's not even what that means.
That is what that means.
You're just being a drama queen.
Shut the up. I have attention deficit disorder. I'm working on it. I'm trying to better myself. Don't bring it up in front of people, man. Let's go back, but shut it. Shut it.
Hey, we couldn't hear you guys because you guys were over there and we were over here.
Oh, hey, Zach, isn't your birthday on March 1st, right?
Timmy is correct. Timmy wins the prize. Way to go, Timmy.
Yeah, that's the same day as Candace's birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Candace, how is she? I haven't seen her in years.
She's good, she's good. That guy stopped stalking her.
Oh! What? Shh. Oh, guys, no, my toe. No, guys, help.
Zach.
My toe hurts. Timmy, hold it up.
Look, guys, he didn't really hurt his foot, all right? He just wants attention.
Trevor, you did it again.
Trevor, not cool. He's hurt and he's our friend.
No, he's not. And no, he's not. Look, he just wants attention. He told me over there. You guys started talking about Candace, so he needed to make it about him again. Tell him, Zach.
Is that true, Zach?
Yeah. You see, guys, I have attention deficit disorder.
That's so sad, Zach. I never knew.
I know, not many people do, Darren. But I wrote a song about it that helps explain my condition. If you guys would care to hear it, I'd sing it for you gladly.
Yeah.
Sure,
totally.
take a seat. I'll
Guys,
stand up on the stage.
He's doing
Trevor,
it again.
shut the up. Here we go. Zach, all alone, baby Zach. No attention is shown to baby Zach. Zach,
All right, you know
all
what? Turn
alone,
around,
he's
turn
baby
around,
Zach.
turn around. Ignore him. Look
No one
ahead.
is home for
Because he's
baby
addicted to attention,
Zach.
and we're playing into his
No
addiction. This is the
attention
only
is
way we can
shown
help
to
him. Just look
baby
straight ahead and ignore him.
Zach. Guys, I'm like bearing my heart here. Hello, it's rude to turn your back on me, guys. My foot still really, really hurts because I think I might have cracked or something sprained. Guys, I need to go to a doctor. We got to get this.
This is going to be Hassan Sunday at approximately 4 p.m. I'm calling it. I had to get online, guys, and I had to talk about the Epstein files. You know, it's a pretty big story. I didn't want to miss it. You know, guys, it's very important that we get on and we talk about it.
Checked out. Guys, look! Guys, look at me! I am fat! I am so fat! And I don't think I'm gonna eat anything for a while, or maybe I'll eat something, and then I'll just throw it up!
No, Zach, you look fine.
I do?
Be strong. Look forward.
The sketch has 1 minute missing footage because it was filmed from 11:59 p.m. to 12 a.m. and the video resets each night.
Do you need attention anymore? All right. See? Now that he's calmed down, we can go back and hang out with him. See? Oh.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that'll happen to people like that. I mean, he really was just doing it for attention, but sometimes those people will die. You ignore them. I don't really know what we learned here today.
No.
Let's just not hang out for a little while.
There's such a classic trope. They just decided, we all just decided to stop paying attention to the Jeffrey Epstein story, guys. Unlock me. We just decided to stop. And in that minute, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. It's not complicated. Sure, he had 5,000 wire transfers in his one bank account. He was a very important tax advisor. Yeah. He was giving people such valuable tax advice, they had to constantly be sending him money. You understand? $1 billion. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I frequently buy and spend $1 billion. All right, chat. Let's get started with the Donald Trump letter. We'll watch it through my TikTok, so I don't have to read it again because I already did.
Donald Trump sent a love letter to Jeffrey Epstein, and you need to see it right now. The letter was a giant doodle of a naked woman, and Donald Trump's signature was the bush, her pubic.
Now, Donald Trump's response to this, I'm pausing it right away because Donald Trump's response to this is, I've never drawn a picture in my life. I've never drawn any pictures in my entire life. And then a bunch of people came out and said, he does doodles all the time. I thought this article was going to not be paywalled. Come on, motherfuck. Jeffrey Epstein's friend sent him body letters. Here's one. Thank you. Doodles designed to draw a crowd. I know this doesn't matter, but a lady in Ohio solicited doodles from celebrities to auction for charity. In 2004, she said that Trump was always literally the first to send in his drawings. Donald Trump is such a fucking useless, rich piece of shit that he just stands around. He stands around doing nothing but doodling all the time.
It's all coming out today. The Wall Street Journal not only released an article. It's all coming out today. The Wall Street Journal not only released an article today, they're getting sued as well for this article about Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. It's explosive. It's about a letter Trump sent to Epstein with supposedly a drawing of a naked woman by Trump, along with a little poem which talks about a wonderful secret that Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, so okay, so we saw that Donald Trump does do drawings, right? Like, I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. Has Trump ever used the word enigma either in writing or speaking? There is no record of him using the word enigma in writing or speaking.
Enigma to me. I didn't say it. Carson's an enigma.
I love how Grok makes these fucking definitive statements. Like, not only does it hallucinate, it also makes definitive statements with high confidence. That's why people love it. They love these charlatan fucking politicians. They love these charlatan fucking influencers, and they love these charlatan fucking AIs. Like, god damn it, dude. Fuck me, man. All right, let's go back to what I said.
Bush, and then the letter was like this. Inside the outline of the naked...
What do I regret? I should have done a Trump voice. I should have done a Trump voice for this, but I was just trying to be fast.
Woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald.
I mean, like, Donald Trump is such a fucking theater kid drama queen that when he makes his letter, he makes it a play or a voice. You know, he makes it like theatrical. He's so fucking New York Chris.
Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey.
Like, what the fuck does that mean? We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Like, I don't know what else you could say. They like to fuck kids.
Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?
Enigmas never age. Enigmas never age. Enigmas never age.
Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
Come the fuck on, man. Come the fuck on, dude. Another wonderful secret after he says enigmas never age to a fucking pedophile. Oh, nice. We got a hype train. Thank you, guys.
And Trump share. We will go through all the evidence because there's a lot to this. You are very silly if you jump to conclusions on a story this big with this wide of implications. Let's set the stage because we're going to take our time going through this. The president's behavior during the run-up to this Epstein file leak has been absolutely strange.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff.
You know, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
Even his supporters are like, well, why is he acting this way? It's so weird. All of a sudden it goes.
Oh no, he's so fucking implicated. He's so fucking implicated. He's so caught. He's so unbelievably fucking caught. Enigma, anagram of gamine. A girl of impish appeal, a homeless girl who roams the street, an attractive and unusually thin and small woman or girl who often shows a playful desire to cause trouble. Okay, I mean, anagrams, you know, I don't think you need to go to anagrams, bro. He's saying he has secrets with Epstein, and they have a lot in common. I mean, like, we don't need to go to anagrams here, bro. We don't need to go to anagrams here. We could just say, hey, this looks like pedo shit.
From the files exist to they don't exist to they're a hoax, actually, and there's a bunch of phony stuff in there. This article, if true, explains a lot of the strange behavior. And we don't know if there's more that's going to come out, if this is all there is. But I'm going to go through the main allegation, and I will call it an allegation because Trump is definitely going to sue over this. He's already said as much. So here's basically the story. Supposedly, Ghislaine Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's associates for a 2003 birthday album. It was for his 50th birthday. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested, are among the documents examined by the Department of Justice officials. So there are birthday letters to Epstein that supposedly have been seen by the DOJ. They have them in their files. And the one from Trump supposedly has a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. And the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The Wall Street Journal goes on to say it's not clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein. Voiceover. There's more to life than having everything. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. And the final line is, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Obviously, that is an insane thing to write to what later would be found out to be one of the world's most prolific pals. But there's also two lines in there which are horrendous. One, enigmas never age. Just a strange line. It's a very incriminating sounding line. We don't know what it means exactly. And then also we see, may every day be another wonderful secret. Of course, this all written inside the outline of a naked woman kind of tells you what secret they may be talking about there. Now we're going to go over Trump's response, and then of course all the evidence, all the denials, what you may want to know before making up your mind. Like I said, this is not a story where you're going to want to snap to judgment. Even now, I think there's still a lot we need to see.
I think we need to make at least 15, 20 more videos on this topic. Now, I don't talk about Gaza, all right? I don't talk about Gaza. Sure, every single international rights organization has said that it's a genocide, and every single genocide scholar has called it a genocide, and we have live video content of it. But I am not going to even mention that. Okay, anyway, back to the... I love seeing centrists have a video they can make about politics. You know, it's good to see them come off the fence. You know, it's good to see them come off the fence.
But I want to go over Trump's response. He gave an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, and he denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. Quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published the article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else." What do we make of this? Before we jump into the evidence, before we jump into all the reactions, both public and of the people involved, let's just talk about what this could mean. The denial puts Trump in a very particular position, because if it later comes out and turns out to be true, it's worth saying the Wall Street Journal did not publish a photo of the letter, which everyone's been asking for. There are a lot of reasons not to publish.
I mean, guys, it's pretty obvious that the files heavily implicate Trump because he's now trying to disavow anybody who asks about it. The only reason he would go so fucking nuclear on everybody who's interested on this story is because he knows he's guilty as fuck. This is not the way an innocent man acts.
Lashing out at his own supporters amid the ongoing Republican outcry over his administration's decision not to release Justice Department files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
I lost a lot of faith in certain people, I lost, because they got duped by the Democrats.
The president dismissing the interest by some in the MAGA world in Epstein as a Democratic distraction and chastising those supporters as, quote, weaklings.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including in the Middle East.
But the demands for public disclosure of Epstein-related evidence originated with some of the president's most outspoken supporters, some now serving in his administration, like FBI Director Kash Patel 2 years ago.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
This from the president's son.
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light?
And this...
See, they thought that they could just ride this, even though he's guilty. Even though he was in the list, he's all over the list, he's Epstein's close friend. They were happy to run along with this because that's where QAnon was. They were riding the base. The base was saying Donald Trump is the white hat pedophile. He's about to get the deep state. But then it's like, oh fuck, the files look really bad. They came across all the shit relating to Donald Trump and they were like, oh fuck, we can't let this go to light. Oh shit, I didn't realize he was actually recorded. God knows how many things Donald Trump has done that he's forgotten about. Mike Johnson glazes that Trump has 90% approval ratings. Guys, this is not going to be fully reflected in the polls. Also, it's going to be people that don't identify as Republican anymore that are affected by this. So any poll that says Republicans like Trump even more, a lot of people who are pissed off about this are going to stop identifying as Republican and identify as independent. And so what you need to be looking at is, do the independent numbers drop? And do the overall numbers drop? That would signal that this is hurting Trump. It is not going to be our self-identified Republicans disapproving of Trump. No, because that's not how this shit works, and people are fucking stupid. Like, you don't become Republican and then stay Republican. That is a moving self-descriptor that changes over time. This is the same thing that happens with Democrats, right? As like people hate the Democrats more, their approval among Democrats might actually go up because people stop identifying as Democrat and start identifying as unaffiliated or independent. It shows a profound party split if Democrats are disapproving, meaning people that identify as Democrats have other Democrats that they like that are in opposition to the establishment Democrats. These are complicated things that require interpretation and just can't read headlines. And the dumbest motherfucks in history interpret this shit bad faith or stupid. And in reality, Donald Trump's approval numbers are dropping. Donald Trump's approval rating is now 42.6%, the lowest of his term. Disapproval is up to 53.5. So he's at a new low for his second term. We have this massive scandal going on. He's not winning, guys. He's not fucking winning. He's getting wrecked. And his disapproval for things like his deportations is worse than ever. 62% of Americans disapprove of his immigration policy. 62%. The only thing is, Democrats are pathetic fucking losers. And they don't believe and advocate. They're all trying to like yell at fucking Mamdani.
Was the president during the campaign.
Why do you guys want me to see? Why are you trying to give like attention to Nick Fuentes? He's a fucking grifter trying to get attention and algorithms. What the fuck are you doing? He doesn't give a fuck. He's just trying to get attention.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
But last week, the Justice Department and FBI released a memo saying they had found no incriminating client list of Epstein's and no credible evidence Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and that they would make no further disclosure. Tonight, multiple federal law enforcement officials tell NBC News that memo accurately describes the findings of law enforcement in the Epstein investigation. The president saying it's up to Attorney General Pam Bondi whether to release the material.
If she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems.
We pressed him late today.
Your Attorney General isn't here, your FBI leadership. Do you still have confidence in that team, sir?
Totally.
Now, some top Republicans are downplaying any GOP divide.
I have confidence in the president and his team.
But after an array of outspoken Trump allies demanded the files be made public, tonight there are more calls for the government information to be released.
The Epstein files need to be released.
I would say make it all public.
Garrett, President Trump also making another major headline tonight, saying it's unlikely he'll fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, despite his frequent criticism of him.
Tom, the president has made his anger with Powell well known, but said today it's still highly unlikely he'll fire him. Late today, a top advisor said the White House counsel hasn't even determined yet if the president has the legal authority to do so. The president blames Powell for the Fed's refusal to lower interest rates, which Trump says would help homebuyers. Tom?
All right, Garrett Haig first. Garrett, we thank you.
Why is Fuentes a grifter? His message is
Tonight,
pretty consistent.
new details
What's
and an
his
alarm.
message? His message is his message is get attention. That's his message. The reason why this article is being written is because he said liberals were right, and liberals are so desperate to get the attention and approval of right wingers that he instantly gets made into headlines because liberals are this fucking pathetic. They're so weak and so easy to manipulate that all he has to say is liberals were right. They're like, yay, a Nazi approves of me. And they start preening. Shut the fuck up. Have some self-respect.
Shit, maybe your source didn't allow it, but that's a huge part that could come out that changes the whole landscape of this, right? If it comes out, it's very devastating because you wouldn't lie about something like this if you thought it was no big deal. The denial actually implies a lot of bad things about what the letter could mean. If you weren't worried about a story like this, if you thought the letter was nothing, you wouldn't deny it. You would just give no comment. You certainly wouldn't give an interview. So now we're going to talk about the reactions of the people involved, because it's worth saying Trump is not the only letter mentioned in here. And I think that's really important because in a story like this, you want to look to what could be corroborating evidence. So Alan Dershowitz is cited in the piece having written a letter that included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine with mock headlines of who was Jack the Ripper, was it Jeffrey Epstein? Alan, a former lawyer for Epstein, does not deny this. He says, it's been a long time, and I don't recall the content of what I may have written. Lex Wexner also supposedly had a letter in there. He declined to comment. Supposedly his letter was, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. After the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breast. And then we have a former assistant who was not cited, who sent Jeffrey a letter. Oh, Jeffrey of Jeffrey, everyone loves you. Fun in the sun, fun just for fun. Pretty innocuous. And then, of course, we have Donald Trump, who denies, of course, the whole thing. So we have some non-denials, some people who just didn't respond, and then we have Trump. Trump's the only one who's firmly denying this letter so far, with him doubling down on Truth Social, saying, "It's not my words, it's not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam and he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did, and now I'm going to sue him and his third-rate newspaper." Now, a couple comments quick on that. One, the Wall Street Journal is not a third-rate newspaper. It's also not a super left-leaning newspaper. Not that that should matter.
This is why these centrist fucks shouldn't talk about politics. You know what I mean? Like, the Wall Street Journal is a conservative, right-wing newspaper. It has been forever, especially on its opinion page and editorial board. Now it has a solid it used to have a solid journalistic wing, a news wing, and that is relatively prestigious. Okay, it's probably the most prestigious right-wing newspaper in the world. Okay, and so it's not that it's not that left-leaning. No, it's right-wing. So what the fuck are you doing? Why are you pretending
journalism,
like,
but I know
what?
people's media literacy, that stuff kind of tip off their signals. It's unlikely they're going to publish something they know they're going to get sued for unless they
it's
have
not that left-leaning. It's a right-wing paper.
Something. And so here's where I want to talk about a little bit of the circumstantial stuff. So Trump obviously states, "I don't draw pictures," but turns out that's kind of not true. So in a book called Never Give Up, Trump wrote, "Each year I donate an autographed doodle to the Doodle for Hunger auction at Tavern on the Green. It's a great event." And sure enough, publicly you can find several doodles that Donald Trump has done. Most of these are of skylines.
I just love the fact that people think like, "Oh, I'm going to debunk Donald Trump. Here's Donald says, I don't draw pictures." I mean, that's just the most absurd, so fucking absurd lie right off the bat. I mean, I don't draw pictures often, but everybody draws pictures once in a while. Everybody has doodled. So the idea that he's like, "No, it's fake because I don't draw pictures," it's just one of those like very low IQ lies. It's like a lie a 5-year-old would say. Like if you came across the bedroom wall of your child and they had drawn on it, and you had gone to them and be like, "Did you draw on your wall?" And they went, "No, I don't even draw pictures." It's like that level of a lie. Like something a 5-year-old would belt out very quickly. He is so fucking stupid.
None of these are of women. Still, it's strange to say "I don't draw pictures" when you very clearly draw pictures and they appear to be in thick marker, which is what you were accused of drawing them in. Now, none of that means anything, but it just reminds me a little bit of the Prince Andrew denial. I don't know if you guys remember the sweat denial. A big part of the interview with Prince Andrew was the denial that he couldn't have done anything bad because he couldn't.
The Wall Street Journal would not publish this unless they were confident they could back it up. Yes, of course. He threatened to sue them, so they decided to publish it anyway. They said, "We're going to go and fight Donald Trump in court because this is so fucking locked down." And they were that confident. I'm sure they had like it completely dialed in.
Sweat. So this supposedly falsified Virginia Giuffre's whole story.
I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
So yeah, that was kind of this claim like, "Hey, this couldn't be true because I don't do X," but actually we see that Prince Andrew actually does sweat. And in the same way, it's not perfect proof, but you really shouldn't say you don't draw pictures when being accused of drawing thick black marker pictures when you definitely draw pictures sometimes. I mean, it's just, and it's public. I mean, that's just kind of just an obvious, devastating hole in your whole argument. Now, again, I've got to say, this is just the basics. We do not have the letter, okay? I'm relying on the Wall Street Journal's reporting on this, and we're corroborating with different pieces of public evidence. Ultimately, we need to see if this was actually in the Epstein files. But there are some other stuff, too, that we can look to corroborate this story. So we can look at the bookbinder. In the Wall Street Journal report, we see a very specific and interesting corroboration. It says the book was put together by the New York City bookbinder Herbert Weitz, according to people involved with the process. Weitz listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. So here we have a chance to corroborate externally. Of course, it's not a full corroboration, but we have a chance to look to see, was it actually on his website? So if we go to the archive, we see in 2003 at weitscoleman.com, we see a client list, and we see Jeffrey Epstein is listed on it with a different spelling of Jeffrey, I should note. And this says people for whom we have bound up books and albums. This is another piece of circumstantial evidence that makes it hard to believe it's just fully made up. Now, you can believe something in the middle. You can believe that the letter exists and the Wall Street Journal saw it and somebody invented it, right? Like, there are a lot of options here, but the idea that, okay, the Wall Street Journal is just fully inventing this story. They're releasing something with literally no evidence. They're just fabricating it all, but citing all these different people, citing third-party stuff that you can fact check publicly. That's a piece of evidence to think about. Now, we're going to talk about the public reactions to this. We have Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, saying the Wall Street Journal published a hatchet job with it.
So here's basically it. They're just saying it's, so they think that the evidence is so bad, they're just calling it fake. Trump is seen yapping to seated everyone around him. The Times of India is publishing this. So it's Trump and Epstein were like sitting right next to them, chatting and laughing. Is there a clip? Can I actually see the clip instead of this fucking Times of India bot fucking video? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Quality of the links these days.
Fake birthday letter that's supposedly from 2003. This is like the Steele dossier that kickstarted the Russia hoax all over again. The Wall Street Journal refused to show us the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession when we asked them to verify the alleged document they're basing their entire fake story on. Then you have Dan Walken saying the amount of people who think publications, the scope of the Wall Street Journal, just put explosive stuff out about a public figure without well-established authentication procedures and running it through a team of lawyers know literally nothing about journalism. Charlie Kirk says this is not how Trump talks at all. I don't believe it, referring to the actual letter's contents. Specifically, people picked up on the idea that Trump says enigma in the writing of it. In fact, Trump writing at all, some people find that hard to believe. J.D. Vance says, forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bull. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed of publishing it. Where's the letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Of course, then you have a response to that where somebody says, Carson's an enigma to me. This is clearly debunking the idea that the word enigma is not in Trump's vocabulary.
Now, Carson's an enigma to me.
So that clearly debunks the idea that he couldn't have written this because enigma wasn't in his vocabulary. It actually is. So from where I'm sitting, the letter is odd, but it also is in line with some of these other letters from people like Lex Wexner. It's also in line with some of the doodles that Trump has publicly made. And it is also in line with Trump's recent odd behavior with the Epstein files, where he keeps setting up the idea that there's this big hoax coming, that there's phony stuff in there. And that actually is the most persuasive piece of evidence, Trump's own behavior in this weird meltdown, more than anything which has convinced me. Because on the one hand, there are some things which would tilt in the favor of it not being Trump, right? The very fact that it's a letter, the prose of the letter is a bit strange. And then you also have the fact that, okay, if the DOJ had this during the Biden years, why didn't it come out, right? So that's all pretty compelling until you once again just look at the way Trump has been behaving. I think it strongly suggests that Trump saw something in the Epstein files, was debriefed on something that he was worried about. Whether it was this letter or something else, I don't know. But clearly there's something.
This is an interesting line to take. Ignore the totality of all the information you've seen on Trump and wait for an absolute concrete smoking gun. This is already a smoking gun. But the reason why he's taking this, chat, I'm gonna explain it to you. It's called not wanting to get any strikes on his account. It's called he wants to talk about all the topics and let the audience connect the dots while he remains in a position where he's doing CYA.
In those files that he was concerned about being involved with. I think we need a full declassification of these files except for the CSAM and victim. To the declassification.
Okay, here's my general feeling about how the files should be released. Obviously, we shouldn't see explicit sex acts between children and the perpetrators. However, there needs to be a confirmation. Like if are videos of people engaging in criminal sexual activity with underage people on these videos, every single one of them needs to be arrested. And every immunity deal needs to be expunged for corruption.
Fine comment. Donald Trump, based on this, has posted, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked AG Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject.
Okay, first of all, pertinent grand jury testimony, that literally means she could just release what he wants her to release. Pertinent just means what they decide is relevant. So that's not a release. That's them saying we're going to cherry pick evidence.
To court approval. This scam should,
based on this ridiculous amount of publicity given into Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam, perpetuated by the Democrats, should end right now.
End right now. And Pam Bondi has said, President Trump, we are ready to move on the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts.
I should have used my Trump voice.
Think that ultimately it needs to be everything or nothing. You can't give a little bit at this point. With the level of allegations being leveled against our president, that he would send pretty incriminating letters to the world's most notorious pedophile. Now, again, before he was arrested the first time, right? But given the letter's contents, given that they're doing so much, they're going to be suing the Wall Street Journal over this, to deny it, I think if it turns out to be true, is devastating. Totally devastating and horrific, and no one should defend it if it's true. And that's what we need to find out at this point. So I think the answer is clearly that yes, I would love the Wall Street Journal to release this photo if they have it in their possession, if they can release it from their source. And I would love for the DOJ to declassify the actual relevant pieces of this whole thing, because the absolutely central piece of evidence in this whole story are these letters, which are in a leather-bound album and supposedly in the DOJ's possession. That's clearly not going to be a grand jury transcript. That's going to be one of the pieces of evidence they collected from Epstein or Maxwell. And so that is a different category altogether. So I think given that, it's hard to see this as anything other than a distraction from what is actually relevant here, which is, does this album exist? Yes or no? Show us the evidence, right? Show us the physical evidence. Instead, this is just going to get people riled up because it's an Epstein release, but it's guaranteed by definition not to have the evidence one way or another. A transcript is not going to have a piece of physical evidence. And we need to demand answers on that, because either it exists or it doesn't. And if it does exist, that's a huge problem. If it doesn't, for the Wall Street Journal, that's a huge problem. And I really don't understand why you would even say something like that. I like, the centrist fence sitting is insane. You are centrist to the Wall Street Journal. Like, this is, if you're a person who follows any politics at all, this is like an embarrassing thing to hear. It's actually an embarrassing thing to hear. Like, I like CoffeeZilla, but come on, man, what the fuck are you talking about? The right-wing Wall Street Journal is publishing this, and you don't think they have their ducks in a row against Donald Trump, which the overwhelming majority of their subscribers are right-wingers who are going to be mad if there's any chance that this is fake. There's no way you could say there's like Donald Trump is a proven serial pathological liar. The Wall Street Journal is going to be taken to court over this. It is the most prestigious right-wing newspaper in the world. Okay? Like, yes, they suck shit, but they have journalists. They, people generally consider them to be more factual than other right-wing papers. I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying, as far as institutional heft, that's as good as it gets on the right. Okay? Do you think they're lying about Trump? Rupert Murdoch owned. What are you doing here? Like, you're actually making your audience less intelligent. It's like, what are you doing? You're pretending like there's centrism between, I don't know who's telling the truth, the Wall Street Journal or Donald Trump. In what way would the Wall Street Journal have an interest in lying? It doesn't even make sense. Not sure which we are going to get first. All I know is that if you are looking from the outside, I would highly recommend that you don't just dismiss things based on a quick, hot Twitter take. There's a lot to this story that is corroborating.
I need to know why they would publish this. Trump is the entire party. He would burn the world rather than get out of office. I could only see this ending with extreme reactions. The answer to that, Coop, is there is a lot of intelligent people. You seem like you are emotionally intelligent. A lot of people are not emotionally intelligent. A lot of people don't really understand reality. They're very institutionally oriented, and they believe all sorts of random shit that is absolutely insane to believe, but it's actually good they do. They're called norms. Rousseau would say they are invisible chains. Like Rousseau said, everywhere we are born free, but everywhere man is in chains. What does he mean by that? He's not talking about literal chains. He's talking about, why the fuck do you follow laws? Why do you believe in manners? Why do you believe in norms? That's what we're talking about here. These Wall Street Journal guys think journalistically that we need to publish this information. It's true, and we have the evidence, and it is. And what they're also thinking is this is going to get a lot of clicks. They don't realize just how unhinged Donald Trump is. You do. You understand that Donald Trump is a full-blown fascist, and he doesn't care about the truth even one iota. He only cares about his self-interest. They're dumb. I think if they fully understood just the risk they're taking, they would not have done this. But thankfully, they did not. And so they believed in the norms around journalism and truth that, if we're telling the truth, then we're going to be fine. In fascism, you very quickly learn the truth doesn't matter.
And also, we need more evidence on before we can really make up their mind. I see a lot of people have just already written it off as completely true or
Jeffries knew, right? Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Not
No,
one
he
time.
wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition of what the Biden Justice Department knew? Not once. So this guy's a top phony, okay? He's a political player. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about the people.
Hold on, Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he
I
does.
just gotta, hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Epstein committed suicide during the Trump administration.
Yeah, so?
How is he convicted? How do you convict a guy who's dead?
Epstein was convicted in I believe, okay, under Merrick Garland's Justice Department. That could be.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was convicted in Florida in 2008. Got a super sweetheart deal. Then, in 2019, he was arrested again. That's the Trump administration. It went from January 20th, 2021 to January 20th, January 20th, 2017 to January 20th, 2021. That's the Trump administration. And he was charged with federal sex trafficking charges in New York. And he killed himself during the Trump administration.
Am I wrong on that? I don't think so. And then he was incarcerated, and then he committed suicide. Okay. The suicide thing is bull. I know the New York coroner's office very, very well. There's no way those people in there put a phony report about a suicide. No way. Impossible. And it's not hard to ascertain whether you committed
Bill,
suicide or
I think this is
murdered
important. Bill, I think this is important. He was arrested in 2019, and he committed suicide in 2019. He died August 10th of 2019. So the Biden administration was not involved in a conviction or a trial of him. They were in the of his madam, of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay. And that's a good point of clarification. But he was arrested and indicted under Merrick Garland.
No.
Under Trump.
Who had all
under
of the
Trump.
information.
Epstein was arrested, indicted, and committed suicide under Trump. In 2019, Trump was president. Merrick Garland was not the attorney general.
Okay. I stand corrected. So 19, that came in the first Trump administration, correct?
How does this unfold if Trump is proven to have violated law? Well, the answer is, he has to be impeached. He would have to be removed from office. We already did this the first Trump term where they determined that a president can't be prosecuted. And then the Democrats didn't do anything for 4 fucking years because they thought they got rid of Trump. And so they slow rolled the stupid fucking prosecution, and they did their dumb January 6th commission for 2 fucking years. That was meaningless. And then Merrick Garland sat on it forever until they realized, oh shit, Donald Trump is going to win the primary again. So they tried to rush a prosecution way too late, and they got a conviction. But it was so late in the cycle that Donald Trump won the fucking presidency, so they dropped everything because they're feckless, dumb fuck pieces of shit. So now he's president of the United States. He's in charge of the DOJ. Well, I mean, his appointee, Pam Bondi, is in charge of the DOJ. So who's arresting him? You're going to fight the Secret Service? He's installed a bunch of fucking loyalists. This is exactly what I said to you. This was one of my famous Hutch bets. My famous Hutch bet was that Donald Trump would not go to... Here, I'll show you. I told you. I said the Democrats are not going to put Donald Trump in prison before the election. I bet you $1,000 fucking dollars. And Hutch was like, no, he's going to go. Pay up, Hutch. I love that I can search pay up Hutch. Hutch crashing out on Twitter. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. We just go to Twitter. I want to show you what this is actually important because one, we get to say pay up Hutch. Hutch, you still owe me $1,500 for the 2 bets you lost. One, Joe Biden would win the 2024 presidential election campaign against Donald Trump. And 2, Donald Trump would be put in prison for his crimes for longer than 30 days by January 21st, 2025. Pay up, Hutch. Here are the receipts. You'd be down to take me up on a $1,000 bet that Trump ends up incarcerated after all these trials? Basically, the bet was prison for Trump for 30 days or more before January 21st, 2025. You win. 1,000, if not, I win. There's our DM. Hutch, pay up. The second bet. So the bet is Biden wins the 2024 presidential election. If he does, you get 500. If not, I get 500. Assuming he runs against Trump. Yeah. Assuming he runs against Trump. Yeah. The reason why I knew he wouldn't go to prison is because it was already too late. It was already August of 2023. There's no fucking way that they're going to be charged, prosecute, convict, and imprison Trump. They're going to, what? They're going to get all the appeals? Biden was president until January 20th, 2025. Huh? My point was that Donald Trump, the only way we were going to defeat Donald Trump was in the election. That the courts were not going to save us from Trump. That he was too politically powerful. And one of the major political parties was behind him. They would never allow him to go to jail until he was defeated in the election. That was my point. Like, the idea that Donald Trump is going to go in prison because of Merrick Garland and the DOJ was a fucking laughable farce. It shows you don't understand politics at even a basic level. And I was proven completely right.
Completely false. I think they're not thinking through the implications of, if this is true, how really crazy it would be if we live in that world. And then also the people who are dismissing it as false right away, you're not really thinking through, like, you might be defending a right? That is one of the outcomes that could be true here. We don't know. And again, even if it is true, we don't know what is meant by things like, may every day be another wonderful secret. When calling Jeffrey Epstein a pal, we wouldn't know what that meant, but yeah, it's just stunning. So this report, you absolutely have to watch it. We're going to have a lot more in the coming days to try to validate it or falsify it, and we'll see which one happens first. And yeah, that's pretty much all I'm prepared to say at this moment.
Charlie Kirk got in trouble with his audience because it was reported.
This is what's really interesting, chat, is that the right wing is like, wait a minute, why is Donald Trump covering up the sex pedophiles? Because, again, that was the whole QAnon thing. The whole QAnon thing, what made conservatives so supportive of Trump was that he was going to go after the deep state. Now, what's the deep state? The deep state is the pedophilic cabal of the rich and powerful elites, mostly Democrats, but some establishment Republicans, that are making this country worse. They're selling it off to foreigners and shipping our jobs overseas. And then it kind of falls apart because they're not, I mean, right-wing populism doesn't even really, it's not really an idea. It's just kind of feelings that the elite are evil. It's not even really, like, if you ask them what they think, they don't really even have a story. It's a bunch of, like, emotions. Overall, just a hatred toward an undefined group. That's what makes right-wing populism so easy to manipulate, because there really isn't any idea there, except for one, that there's a pedophilic cabal of billionaires and rich people and Democrats that we need to expose. And now suddenly Donald Trump is saying it's all fake.
By CNN that Trump called Charlie Kirk personally over the weekend and told him to tone it down a bit This is the commentary that followed, I guess, on Monday after that phone call. Just a quick, this is what his tone sounded like on Monday. 15 seconds of Charlie here.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust the government. I've never heard someone say that, like, unironically. Like, that's something that, like,
Ben Shapiro almost just said it. He said, I trust Kash Patel, I trust Pam Bondi, I trust Trump or whatever. I mean, man, what happened to don't tread on me? He's tread all over me is what Charlie's saying.
Remember when Reagan's like, the worst thing is the government saying, I'm here to help? Well, if the government comes to you and says, there was no pedophile ring that we're all implicated in, you just believe them.
We just have to acknowledge, I think, that Trump is the Republican Party establishment now. And perhaps he has been for a very long time. And it's only in the minds of a handful of different, discrete but small populations is there some kind of distinct from the Republican Party, like, machine, Donald Trump. And so we just have a lot of these, like, more.
I watched Charlie for the first time the other week, and I can't believe people watch that shit. I am a long time Charlie not enjoyer. I don't think that. I think pretty much Gaza, the Palestine issue has pretty much exposed the people that are absolutely just shells, and they only care about they only care about the algorithm and their career, and they don't really care about what's right or wrong in any way. Like, if you're going to see one of the worst crimes in history and not ever say anything, like, that says that you really are fucking useless.
Establishment aligned Charlie Kirk's, Ben Shapiro's, and Daily Wire's, who they're
I think he means Charlie Kirk, not Moist. Oh, oops.
Establishment players in that Republican machine now, even if they are on YouTube. They pretend at being more like, independent, but they're more or less just like the YouTube arm of Fox News at this point.
Right.
And then you have people like Tucker Carlson who sees that this is a chance to become the counter messaging in the Republican Party.
That wasn't a stray. That was an aimed shot.
Now to be what Trump used to be.
All right. I was just going to say that this is a separate story altogether, but unfortunately that small group of people who haven't come to terms with Trump just being.
So wanting to see the files as Trump campaigned on releasing makes you quano? What a R-worded comparison. No, man. I actually think it's completely right. We should see the files, and every single person who's implicated in the files should be criminally charged to the maximum possible degree. And we should investigate every thread. But the reason why we're not doing it is because the CIA and Mossad are directly involved. And exploiting pedophiles has been a key element of U.S. foreign policy for a long time, especially the CIA. That's why it's not happening, because the United States of America is the evil empire that rules on the skulls of children. Most child pornography that's being spread is honeypots created by the CIA and FBI. They host the child porn. They host the onion sites. They are out there making deals and protecting pedophiles and destroying the careers of military officers, intelligence agents, law enforcement personnel. Anybody who tries to stop it, they destroy them so they can do their operations to protect capitalism and protect the rich. This is a fucking fact. Nothing is even an iota of a conspiracy. That's what's happening. And Jeffrey Epstein and his lover, confidant, ally, Ghislaine Maxwell, his madam, they've been doing it for the Mossad. They've been doing it for the CIA. It's not complicated, and it's true. That's why this information is being covered up. And Donald Trump is one of those people that has been compromised. Why do you think he suddenly wants to do a war with fucking Ukraine? All this time, Donald Trump was against the war in Ukraine. Now suddenly the Epstein files start popping up, and now he wants to do war in Ukraine even more. Now suddenly he doesn't want to do a peace deal. He's bombing Iran. He was against bombing Iran and wars in the Middle East. Now suddenly he's in favor of it. All of a sudden, he's just lining up with exactly everything the Hawks want. Did my cat scratch my nose? I don't know. I don't know what happened with my nose, honestly. I must have accidentally scratched it at night. Or Vio did it. Who fucking knows?
being the establishment Republican position, just happens to also be the establishment
Democrats. Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, this is Sam's old thing that gets him agitated, is when the MAGA extremists, as
Am I
opposed
going to
to
talk
Trump.
about the MTG bill related to Israel funding? Yes, probably. Why did Trump run on the Epstein files if he was in there? Hubris? I mean, the answer is because his audience was doing it automatically. He was just doing what Trump does, which is he reads the room and he just rides whatever his base is saying. And the base was talking about how the Clintons are the pedophiles and everything like that. And Clinton is probably even closer or as close as Trump is to Epstein. And so Trump was just riding the base. And he's kind of stupid. He probably didn't realize just how implicated he was.
Equals Republican Party equals Trump. Like, the Democratic establishment has enabled this myth that he is somehow a figure outside of the Republican Party or an anti-establishment figure in that way. And but hold on, but we'll get back to it in just a second, because I want to play Charlie now. I guess this was yesterday, so we got some feedback on that clip where he said, "Trust the government. I trust the government. I trust the official narrative. I'm done talking about Epstein." And it turns out he was roasted in his comments.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What is this, a Looney Tunes cartoon?
He is going through it. That Mike
a gulp
picked up that gulp. Oh boy! All right.
I'm assuming we're gonna hear like an awooga at some point in this clip. Continue.
His eyes are gonna pop out of his head like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this, especially young men. I mean, we're getting
Gen Z.
It's anyone under 40. The line of demarcation for people that don't think that there's a conspiracy about this Epstein stuff, it's if you own a home, you believe that the government lied. If you don't own a home, you understand that this is some shady crap.
It's not even like, it's not even like on education grounds, which is the huge split. Like, people, whether you're college educated or not, you pretty much think this is shady.
Yeah.
You know, it's about proximity to the status quo. You know, just like with the Israel thing, it's about and that happens to just correlate with age.
Yeah, and money.
And I can tell you right now, Gen Z is really fired up about this, especially young men. I mean, we're getting flooded with thousands, hundreds of thousands of comments that are very unhappy about this. Whoopsie. And I think they're unhappy about it because they want, and they voted for President Trump on a government. They want to have a mandate where they assail the deep state. And we all agree. We all agree.
Well, not all.
Gen Z is going off right now on this, and that's no breaking news.
Oh.
President Trump was elected primarily to go after the deep state. We want to go after the deep state. A lot of this is largely just a misunderstanding.
I don't think so.
What's the misunderstanding?
I can't believe his audience didn't like. Honestly. Yeah, no, I can't believe his audience didn't appreciate his trust the plan, trust the narrative talking points from straight from the White House.
Trust the
straight from the PR office.
He didn't say anything all that important or interesting in this. His whole demeanor, though, tells the story. Like, this is a man who is deflated and scared of his audience because he's trying to defend his guy, Donald Trump, and the administration. I don't know what Charlie Kirk knows. Maybe he knows something more than the rest of us. But he, at the very least, is trying to defend his guy. And his audience, his bread and butter, is...
Charlie Kirk is just a Republican Party fucking shill. He's Harry Sisson of the right. It's not that complicated, right? He does exactly what the RNC tells him to do. He has no independent. He's not a grassroots guy. He is a fucking machine guy. He was recruited when he was 17 by an 80-year-old billionaire. And they'd spent a lot of trips together hammering out the program that he was going to set up.
Not having it, and this is a man who's conflicted, who's scared, who's on the verge of tears. Honestly.
Oh my God! Well, let's read some of these comments here because it's not pretty. He's gaslighting us and it makes him look hella guilty. You too,
Wait,
Charlie.
hold on 1 second though. Well, how many comments does it say right there? 2,000. What is that?
2,696.
He said hundreds of thousands of comments.
Well, to be fair, this is a different video.
This is one video.
This is him. He's not wearing the blazer in this. So this is just a video titled "The Polls Are," and this is the most recent one. How do people feel about Trump after the latest Epstein chapter? So he's gaslighting us, and it makes him look hella guilty. You too, Charlie.
Well, Donald Trump was just diagnosed with venous insufficiency. So that's like a clot throwing machine.
Next person, he called his base stupid people. And I would just say, if you're on YouTube, go into these comment sections and just stoke the flames a little bit.
Press up. We in real time, Matt. Like the comments.
Yep. He called his base stupid people today that seek Epstein answers. That's the latest poll, Charlie.
I like this one.
Guitar with Brett says Trump thinks we are stupid and to just move on, something stinks.
Good point, Guitar with Brett.
Caleb Washington says, Charlie, you are looking more and more cowardly. Call it like it is. It's fishy.
This is great. I should just go there. I should just go directly to this. I think I could just react directly to it. I don't need to react through them because, yeah. I always see if there's Epstein comments on non-Epstein videos.
Burn a less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock-hard kinetic and tear gas.
Wait, do they have AI inside their videos? Oh my God, this is such dog shit. What files? Epstein who? Charlie Trader Kirk. Charlie Kirk is covering for PDF files. This isn't going away, Charlie. We will not stop. It's quite literally PDF files versus the rest of us. We know what side Charlie is on. Charlie was gifted a white van and a lifetime supply of candy to ignore the Epstein list.
Let your patriotic values guide how you invest your money and save for your future. With Monorail's Patriot Portfolio, your investment dollars get out of globalist corporations and into companies that support Christian and American values. Monorail is perfect for anyone who wants to learn how to invest their money like a pro or a conscious-minded investor that wants to put their money where their values are. Open an account today at monorail.com/Kirk. That's monorail.com/Kirk. I am not minimizing this. I am just the messenger here. I am simply the interlocutor. The young men and the Gen Z audience that I represent, they are flaming mad right now about this stuff. I've said that. It's been a week and a half, and they're watching.
What is wrong with his head shape? Like, I don't want to become a phrenologist here, but his head shape is all fucked up. Am I wrong? It's like his brain case is small, but his like his head is like big below the eyebrows. So he's got like a two head. So not a lot of space for the brain. You know what I mean? But then his head is big below the brain case, but his face is like too small. Like, what the fuck? It's like his head is a balloon or something, but it's not expanding up here.
This thing unfold, and they want to go after the deep state of government. I could tell you that amongst the younger voters that we represent, that we know better than anybody else, they want action on this. Action, action, action. We say all of this because we want President Trump to be the most popular president in history. We are his greatest, most stalwart defender. Joining us now is Rich Barris. Rich, welcome here. You're on the phone, so we're going to overlay some B-roll. Rich, we want to have you on the program. We're highlighting all of this data that you have because we love Trump, because we care about him. This is not an op from people who hate him. This is his most loyal, fervent, young voters in particular, but of all ages, that they want to bring the intel agencies to heel. And they look at Epstein as a representative of that very same deep state government. Rich Barris, we say that as a prerequisite. What is happening with the polling and the data around the Epstein situation?
I think it's in. Thanks, as always, Charlie, for having me on. Yeah, I'm kind of en route from point A to point B, but I think it's important to repeat what you just said. It's not so much Epstein, the issue itself. It is a proxy issue, and I think that a lot of people have failed to understand it in that space where people see it as a way to hold a ruling class that has been getting away with everything, for years, accountable when they don't. So people have to first come to grips with that. It's not just, an issue that's been a partisan issue, Charlie. It's more like a ruling class versus we, the little guy, kind of an issue. So that's how people see it. Some of the president's most strongest supporters, and supporters, by the way, that he has been able to count on in the past, particularly in 24, that the Republican Party is not. So in the polling that we did just release, I think one of the biggest warning signs is the decline among 18 to 29-year-olds, that young voting group that we highlighted so much on your show going into 24, that Trump was running so far ahead with this group compared to, even to Republicans who marginally improved, right? They did improve. They just didn't get all of that. They didn't squeeze as much blood out of that stone as Donald Trump did. And that was the biggest decline this month. Honestly, the reason why he didn't decline further, because in our poll, he only went slightly negative. It is the first negative that we've gathered from him this presidency. But he only did because that was partially offset, and I think people need to hear this, partially offset by a bump in voters who have a 4-year degree or higher. Those voters still tell us that they will vote Democrat in the 26 midterm election. This is a temporary bump among people who do like to see things, like interventions. They do like to see, him take the posture that he has been taking. So he's being rewarded by that, but it's not going to earn any votes. Honestly, the concern is from his more loyal base, and this is not being communicated correctly. And again, what I'm trying to say is some of that support in this poll is fleeting. One is not. I think that it's wiser to prioritize the concerns of those who are not fleeting. They're not fair weather friends.
So what does this mean? Because I could tell you just anecdote.
So they're trying to, this is like watching MSNBC. They're trying to manufacture consent with polling. This is what it looks like to watch MSNBC. I mean, this is what I mean. This is the Republicans' Harry Sisson.
Totally. Blake sent a message this morning. He said, Blake said something that a friend of his said, that, the Charlie Kirk show is one of the best connected yet least insulated programs out there, meaning that we're very, well connected into the U.S. government with, the administration and stuff with the president, but also we're in total touch with the grassroots. And I can tell you, the grassroots, the younger people especially, Gen Z, they are flaming mad this morning. Why are they flaming mad, Rich? And how does that manifest into the data?
Well, let me also say that I think that there is a lot of good stuff that the president has to talk about. There's just a lot of frustration among these people that some of the mishaps or miscommunications, mishandling of these issues is overshadowing that stuff, Charlie. So, think about if you're running in your social circles and you're a younger person, you supported Donald Trump. You want to go out there and tout his successes, but you, and the president obviously feels the same frustration. You constantly have to answer the criticisms of how certain things were done, right? So
they are fucked. They are fucked. They are completely fucked. Please stop saying it's younger voters. It's people of all ages. I'm flaming mad. I'm 47. This is not okay. 27-year-old man here. He's losing my support. He's on the list. He is gaslighting us. It makes him look hella guilty. You too, Charlie.
Young voters, his
deficit.
Few stories that actually Donald
of government. They're dealing from a deficit of trust of government. Let's go to cut 302, please.
Why don't we take a look at Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein? Take a look at this. Today versus a week ago, up like a rocket, up 1,900%. My goodness gracious. And get this, it is currently the top term topic being searched alongside Donald Trump today. If Donald Trump, who is begging, asking his supporters to drop it, he is not getting his wish whatsoever. His supporters are not dropping it. Interest in this story is at basically an all-time high. And of course, this is such an interesting story because it is one that unites different parts of the far right. It's one of the few stories that actually brings together folks like Steve Bannon and Elon Musk. They all are wondering what the heck is going on here. And at this particular point, Donald Trump has not figured out a way to solve this problem and quell the problem on the right side of his base.
Rich Barris.
He had to throw in far right in there, which I just need to point out is not true. Donald Trump got more popular than he has ever been. He won an electoral victory that was larger than any of the ones prior in electorates that are getting more self-identified as moderate, because the word, the idea of being conservative can mean different things. The young voters have a different definition in their minds of what it means to be a traditional conservative. So that he has to throw that in there, and that's just not even true. But again, what he's talking about is really undeniable. I mean, the some of the polling that we did, Charlie, the interest in this story is so high. You're starting to get to the levels of voter ID, right? This kind of, do you think that, Jeffrey Epstein and people like that get away with things, or right, that there's secrecy surrounding these issues, and that, the people in power bend over backwards to keep that stuff from coming to light. There's agreement there. That's one part that Harry is right about. There's agreement there at levels that you normally don't see. And it was even a little bit surprising to me. But again, that's because of how this issue is viewed. Young voters particularly, they have very little prospects for the future, right? They have, we were just talking about housing. You said we'd rather be talking about housing prices, right? And the
Huge.
cost of shelter and the CPI. All of this, is coming on the backdrop of, you have this class of rich people who, they made this system, they presided over it, they managed its decline, and they get away with everything, right? So again, a lot of this, for me personally, it's how it was handled. I think that just talking to voters as much as we have over the last couple of weeks about it, if it was just handled a little bit differently, I think that these voters do have a lot of trust in President Trump, but it wasn't. And that's something that has to be acknowledged. They still give him a lot of latitude, on the trust they have for him. So I would really say the better direction moving forward here is to acknowledge that things are mishandled, say that they're coming, but
look at these people. Look at these people. Their attempts. First of all, I just want to draw your attention to how much better funded the right wing is, right? They have a pollster with like a very slick and professional like polling map of all their responses that they got. And like you could click and see what the responses are, and they could get a demographics, and you could look at all that, and you could see exactly who they're talking to and where in the country it is. That's really cool. The other element is these people are just complete and utter shills for the Republican Party. And that's because that's what the billionaires want. The billionaires want that. And no one's buying it. No one's buying this shit. Donald Trump, wrong track, strongly disapprove.
Do need to move on so we can get your life in a better position, so we can address these things that are not only going to impact your future, but the future of your kids. It's not the browbeat, right? So we can't do that. That's not going to work. And, Harry's over there. He's reveling in it. Listen to how he truly, and of course he opposes Donald Trump. Listen to how he's reveling in it. None of these people are reveling in this, Charlie. And that's something that, is being communicated, and it's just not correct.
Okay, Chad, I want to, as a quick side issue, as a quick side topic, let's talk about this, Mamdani video.
At least one of those meetings, you said that you would discourage the use of the slogan, globalize the intifada. And I know you've been asked about this a million times. Let me just throw in my 2 cents. I was actually in Israel for the first time during the second intifada. It was a traumatic, horrible, violent time. You could see where storefronts had been blown out. You had to open your bags everywhere. There was a lot of tension. The streets were deserted, streets that were normally lively. We know, and it lasted for years, that thousands of people, both Palestinians and Israelis, died before they got some kind of a treaty to sort of dial back some of the violence. It was just a horrible, horrible time. And as you know, as you've heard, a lot of people are traumatized by that word. It brings back a lot of really, really bad memories. I was just a visitor, but there are people who have lived with much worse. Obviously, as part of your job as mayor, you would need to sort of dial back the temperature, bring people together. Where are we now in that conversation, and what else might you want to say about that particular phrase?
Errol, I've thought about this quite a lot, and for some New Yorkers, this phrase is one that refers to civil disobedience and protest, a call to end the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land. But I know that for many Jewish New Yorkers, it brings to mind images of the like that you were speaking. I was sitting with a rabbi not too long ago who told me how the same phrase is heard very differently by her. And it's heard as a reference to bus bombings in Haifa, restaurant attacks in Jerusalem, and it engenders a fear in her and in others of the possibility of those very attacks coming home here in New York City. And that distance between what some intend and what others hear is a bridge that is too far. And it is why I have not used the phrase, and it is why I discourage its use. And my focus is on building a movement for justice and equality. And as it pertains to Israel and Palestine, I think often of the words of Noy Katzman, who lost their brother in the horrific war crime of October 7th. And Noy said, we must believe in all life, Israeli and Palestinian, Jewish and Arab, that it is equally precious. And that is the vision that I hope to fulfill.
And if at least one of those...
My reaction to this is quite simple. Bro, you're never, ever, ever gonna get any kind of good faith from Zionists. You could say, listen, I don't believe in violence. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. You're never gonna get any... They're gonna go after you. They went after a Jewish guy, Andy Levin, because he was a J Streeter. AIPAC went all in on Andy Levin as a progressive. You're never, ever, ever, they're never gonna let you be. This is an error. It's an error because you are wrong. Israel is unpopular. And anybody who's pro-Israel is voting for Cuomo, man. Brad Lander and Bernie Sanders don't exist anymore. They are not real. And why is he getting Corbyn? Because he's against Israel's genocide. Everybody who thinks Arabs are human beings are going to be treated this way. This is a bad move. It's the first bad move I've seen him make. And you are allowing them to continue to... Now every day they're going to be like, well, I heard you said that you don't use the phrase. Many Jewish New Yorkers worry that you don't think Israel should be able to exist. It's going to be a never-ending cycle. You need to say this. Listen, Palestine should be free. Genocide is happening. That's what's important. And as a New York City mayor, I will make sure that our city is not involved in that genocide so that we can get a ceasefire now. That's what you say. If they want to be like, well, what about this? Be like, that is irrelevant. 2 million people are starving right now. 100,000 have been like, start talking about the shit. If they want to talk about Israel, talk the fuck about Israel and say, fundamentally, I care about taking care of New York. Why are you talking about Israel so much? You don't believe in justice? You got to be more contentious. The problem is he's very comfortable being a happy warrior. And this has kind of been the problem with the left in America for a long time. And this is something that I've said many, many times. If you do Mr. Rogers shit, you will get owned. And I'll watch the full interview. Like, this is my take. This is my take. This is the wrong move. Even if the substance of his position has not changed at all, he doesn't police speech. This kind of hair splitting will never mollify the Zionists. They will be emboldened by this and use it as a wedge to hammer the issue more. Literally just reality. It is literally just reality. Let's watch this whole thing real quick. Then we'll get back to the Epstein shit.
Almost 1 month ago, Zohran Mamdani shocked the political world. Almost 1 month ago, Zohran Mamdani shocked the political world when he easily cruised to a double-digit victory in the Democratic primary for mayor. Since then, he has been crisscrossing the city and even traveled to the nation's capital to meet with both friendly faces and some critics as he seeks to broaden his support ahead of the general election, where he could be facing at least 4 opponents come November. This week, Mamdani held closed-door meetings with some of the city's Jewish leaders, the city's business community, and House Democrats. And he has picked up a number of endorsements along the way. Joining me now to talk about where things stand in the campaign is the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Welcome back to the program. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me here. Always a pleasure.
When I spoke to Andrew Cuomo earlier this week, your opponent, he said he is, quote, repulsed by your policy proposals because he thinks they're not realistic. And I know you've heard that before. I wanted you to hear part of that conversation and then get your reaction.
So these 3-word slogans sound good, excellent on social media, but it's not reality, you know. And a little bit, I was too wed in responsibility and reality. You know, I would not say something I couldn't get done.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, he said time and time again that he was going to win, and he couldn't get that done. So what we see from the governor in this moment is the fact that he's repulsed by an agenda to actually deliver for working people. In that same interview, which I saw, he compared tenants to hotel guests, and in doing so created a hierarchy within our own city when what we need is a mayor who understands the affordability crisis is impacting those tenants, those homeowners, everyone across the city, and will actually deliver on affordability for them. Mm-hmm. And when he was asked in an interview after he relaunched his campaign as to how he would deliver that affordability, he said he didn't know. And we know exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to do it by freezing the rent, by making buses fast and free, delivering universal childcare, and putting working people first in the nation's most expensive city.
And by the way, if you're not able to deliver, what is the consequence you're prepared to accept?
That I have not lived up to my word. I am making promises that I intend to keep. And I make them because I believe in our ability to deliver on them. Freezing the rent is something we've seen previous administrations do. Making buses fast and free is something we've seen a pilot of that I helped to win in New York City. And delivering universal child care is something that could be done with the partnership, especially of a governor like the one we have today, who's been laser focused on the question of affordable child care.
Okay, so now you've said a lot of negative things about Cuomo, and we heard he said some things about you. What are some positive things you think he achieved as governor?
You know, I think one of the positive things I would say.
If somebody asks a question like that, I would say this isn't a corporate retreat. This is an election. I think the guy is a sex criminal. I'm not going to say something nice about him. What the fuck are you talking? Like, can you grow up? This isn't kindergarten.
Was when he called me on election night.
To concede.
He spoke sincerely about what we had accomplished as a campaign, that we had spoken to young people, that we had brought more people into our political process, and that we had won the night. And he asked, would it be all right if he told everyone that we had this conversation, that he shared that with. And I said, absolutely. And I said that I intended to unify our party in the weeks and months to come. That's what I've spent my time doing. And I appreciated the grace that he had in that conversation, because I think it's something that has been missing in a lot of his political career. And I hope that one day he can return to that. Instead, what we're seeing in the resuscitation of a campaign that we defeated by more than 12 points is the same tired policies and proposals that New Yorkers decisively rejected about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, let me ask you about some of what went on during your conversation with some of the business leaders you met with. You had a couple of different business meetings, but it was reported that in at least one of those meetings, you said that you would discourage the use of the slogan, globalize the intifada. And I know you've been asked about this a million times. Let me just throw in my 2 cents. I was actually in Israel for the first time during the second intifada. It was a traumatic, horrible, violent time. You could see where storefronts had been blown out. You had to open your bags everywhere. There was a lot of tension. The streets were deserted, streets that were normally lively. We know, and it lasted for years, that thousands of people, both Palestinians and Israelis, died before they got some kind of a treaty to sort of dial back some of the violence. It was just a horrible, horrible time. And as you know, as you've heard, a lot of people are traumatized by that word. It brings back a lot of really, really bad memories. I was just a visitor, but there are people who have lived with much worse. Obviously, as part of your job as mayor, you would need to sort of dial back the temperature, bring people together. Where are we now in that conversation? And what else might you want to say about that particular phrase?
You know, Errol, I've thought about this quite a lot. And for some New Yorkers, this phrase is one that refers to civil disobedience and protest, a call to end the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land. But I know that for many Jewish New Yorkers, it brings to mind images of the like that you were speaking. I was sitting with a rabbi not too long ago.
Okay,
who
we
told
already
me how
watched
the
this shit.
distance between discouraged and Palestine, the crime of October 7th.
A particular phrase that might not be central to the conversation becomes a stumbling block. How would you, as the mayor of all New Yorkers, how would you sort of bridge or navigate that?
I think by refocusing on what has caused so many New Yorkers anguish, especially in this moment. You know, it was just a few months ago that I met a New Yorker in Brooklyn who told me of how more than 80 members of her family had been killed by the Israeli military. This is a devastation that many New Yorkers are feeling personally.
That's what I like. This is so much better. This is so much better. Just say, like, I care about the members of our society that are being killed. An American was just murdered in the West Bank, and this government is doing nothing about it. And the fantasy fears, like it's not real. Like, come on, what the fuck? This is how they got Corbyn. They got Corbyn spinning his fucking in his seat over phantom anti-Semitism that wasn't real, because guess what? The people that were attacking him were fucking Zionists who want Israel to be able to be impugned, or have impunity. Like, what the like? It's just a stupid strategy. It will not work.
One that for others they are witnessing on a day-to-day basis, and it continues until today. You know, just last week, NBC News reported that the Israeli military bombed a health clinic in Gaza, killing 10 children, including a 1-year-old who had just uttered his first words hours before. We are speaking of a place that is now home to the greatest number of child amputees in modern history. And what offends so many in our city, this horror, is one that is subsidized by our country. And it is something that I know has been of concern for New Yorkers, even during the presidential election when I went to Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I heard not just about a desire for cheaper groceries and a cost of living that was easier to navigate, but also for an end to our tax dollars paying for the killing of children. And Donald Trump exploited that despair only to heighten it with policies that have intensified this horror, be it in Gaza or elsewhere. And what it behooves us as Democrats to do is not just speak up in opposition to these policies and these decisions, but also for a vision of the world where international law is not simply an aspiration, but a reality, and where we understand there is no hierarchy for all of God's children.
Let me shift our conversation to Washington, D.C. You were in the Capitol yesterday meeting with congressional Democrats. Today, the White House press secretary, you probably heard about this, name checked you a little bit. She was asked about your candidacy, and she had a little trouble with your name, took a shot at you at the same time. Let's listen to that.
He absolutely does not want to see Zemdami elected, who is a known...
Zemdami? What the fuck?
...communist who supports the...
So, by the way, chat, like, Zoran was pretty good, but again, he fucked up because he allowed himself to be clip-chipped. He should not have said, I discourage its use. He should have just been like, I don't use the phrase. People have different interpretations of it. And the people that use it are using it because they believe in helping save people from genocide. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Abolishment of private property, the defunding of police. He has made very well-known anti-Semitic statements. It would be a disaster for New York and for this country. And I think it's quite telling that this individual, a known communist, has been spending time in Washington this week meeting with leaders on Capitol Hill.
You got a lot to pick from there. They said known communist. She said it twice. Any piece of that you want to respond to?
Well, she's speaking about Zamdani, and my name is Zoran Zamdani.
Okay, right, wrong guy.
It may be another guy that comes to her mind. You know, I've been very clear about the fact that I'm not a communist. I'm a democratic socialist, and what that means is living up to the words of Dr. King from decades ago. Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children. And what offends the press secretary and the White House administration...
Oppression of communists never ended. Oppression of communists never ended. If you join the CPA USA, they still put you on lists. Like it never ended. You can't call yourself a communist in America. You're just, I mean, you can as long as you have no power and you don't actually do anything. But the moment you're a communist who actually starts organizing shit, they will fucking they will hassle you every single time you interact with the federal government. You can lose student loans. You can lose like all sorts of shit, man. You're right. He should be saying Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yes, he should. Yes, he should. He says Dr. King. But that's very much for like people that are educated. He should say Martin Luther King Jr. He should say that.
Is not who I am, but who I'm.
Immigrant membership in a totalitarian party. The Internal Security Act of 1950 created criminal penalties for conspiring to create a totalitarian dictatorship in the United States and to unlawfully communicate or receive classified information. It required communist organizations to register, submit annual reports, and prohibited members of communist organizations from applying for, renewing, or using a U.S. passport. The act also created new restrictions on naturalization by making aliens who were members or affiliates of a communist organization or who advocated communist or totalitarian positions or were members or affiliates of organizations who advocated such positions ineligible for naturalization. So when they ask him, hey, are you a communist? If he says yes, they will strip his citizenship and deport him. Naturalized citizens who engaged in such activities within 5 years following their naturalization would be subject to revocation of their naturalization orders. Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 authorized the exclusion of all aliens, immigrants, or non-immigrants on the basis of membership in or affiliation with the communist or any other totalitarian party. They were also excludable based on a wide variety of other activities linked to the Communist Party or other totalitarian parties, even if the aliens were not members or affiliates. So when somebody asks him if he's a communist, they intend to, that's a lethal intent. So he has to say no. He literally has to say no.
I'm fighting for, because it is the very working class Americans that administration claimed to fight for that they have now since betrayed with the passage of legislation just last week that continues in their history of wealth transfers of trillions of dollars from the working class of this country to the 1%, all while taking millions of Americans off of their
What's
health care.
that
and stealing
article
food.
link? This is chapter 3 of the policy manual of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Policy manual, chapter 3, immigrant membership in a totalitarian party. It's not an article. It's a guidebook for being an immigrant to this country. Communist or any other totalitarian party. An immigrant who is or has been a member of and affiliated with the Communist Party or any other totalitarian party is inadmissible under INA 212 subsection A 3D. The Communist Party, the regulations define the Communist Party as the Communist Party of the United States, the Communist Political Association, the Communist Party of any state of the United States, of any foreign state, or of any political or geographic subdivision of any foreign state. Any section, subsidiary, branch, affiliate, or subdivision of any such association or party. The direct predecessors or successors of any such association or party, regardless of what name such group or organization may have used, may now bear, or may hereafter adopt, or any communist action or communist front organization that was required to register under former section 386 of Title 50. So, like, yeah, he has to say no.
From the hungry.
Is the mispronunciation of your name a calculated act of disrespect?
I think there is an element of that, especially when it's repeated.
Okay. Let me follow up on something my colleague Bernadette Hogan had tried to ask you about. New York has had mayoral control of the school system for more than 20 years. Overall, do you think it's been a success? And if you become the mayor, do you want to have sole control over who becomes the...
I think there are elements of it that have been advancements from what we've had in the past. My vision of it is not to return to something prior than mayoral control. Rather, it is to address the critiques that I've heard over many years about a lack of involvement of educators, of parents, of students, and an inability for the mayor to build a coalition, not simply for those same New Yorkers to see themselves in these policies, but also in executing these policies. And so I would look to build upon it by finding ways for greater involvement of those same New Yorkers who are such a critical part of our education system.
Now, you don't want to assume that involvement means everyone will support your policies, right? I mean, this is a quarter of the city budget, and this is, 1 million kids, meaning you're going to get at least 2 million opinions from their parents, right? So what do you do with that? I mean, in the end, who gets the final say? Because, yes, there's hearings on everything. There's rent guidelines board. There's all kinds of hearings about lots of things. So a lot of voices are heard. But in the end, who makes the decision?
In the end, no matter what happens in New York City, it is the mayor that bears the ultimate responsibility for that. I'll give you one example. When you think about PEP, the panel, in that panel, the mayor has a majority of appointee authority. And oftentimes the mayor looks at that as if there is no need for them to engage with any of the other appointments, assuming that they are all uniformly in opposition, when in reality, those appointments come from a variety of individuals, from a variety of elected officials. Those are people who could also be part of a coalition. What does it look like to ensure that you are required to work together with more than just those that you've appointed? When it comes to education, where we've seen the failure of that, that could create more buy-in and more delivery of that same vision.
That sounds like a suggestion that some of their decisions out of the PEP panels would be binding. Is that what you're getting?
I think some of it would also include going beyond the automatic majority of mayoral appointees. And I've seen this as something that the union has also advocated for in the past, is a changing of the composition of the board. And I haven't made any commitments as to the exact nature of what this policy will look like, but these are the things I'm interested in to go beyond that which we have had.
And just to be clear, you would appoint the chancellor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody asked me, do you think it'll be Corbyn? They're going to try the Corbyn playbook. It's not a question of whether or not he will be Corbyn. The question is, how do we respond as a society to the Corbyn playbook being played? And my general feeling is this. Number one, if you are pro-Palestine, you need to be 100% pro-Zoran. If you're not, you're fucking stupid. Because he is literally being used as a test case to whether people in the Democratic Party or on the left can be openly pro-Palestine. If you say, I don't like Zoran, he's caving too much to the Zionists because he said, I don't use this phrase. What will end up happening, the lesson that is being learned, is that being pro-Palestine doesn't even win you in a blue city. And so you are going to marginalize the pro-Palestine movement even further. So the only position that you should be taking is critical support. This is a very important point. Critical support, which is when he does stuff I disagree with, I will criticize it in good faith. But but I will continue to support him 100% because he's carrying the banner of the pro-Palestine movement in electoral politics. And if you want America to stop supporting fucking Israel, then pro-Palestine politicians need to be seen as winnable. If you're somebody who doesn't care, I mean, obviously your individual support or opinion doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like one individual left-winger who doesn't do anything at all in politics but post, doing nothing in politics and posting. Yes, obviously you're irrelevant. But if you want to help, this is the organized place where your efforts can achieve an outcome, where you might be savoring or you might be, swaying the outcome. And so, like, I'm going to continue to criticize him and tell him, no, do not concede an inch to the Zionists. They're against you 100,000%. Whether you say this or that, they're never going to be like, actually, Zoran is decent. They have Andrew Cuomo, Netanyahu's motherfucking defense attorney, versus pro-Palestine candidate. If you can't understand that this is a place where we need to be fighting, then what the fuck do you even follow politics for? Why do you care about politics at all if you don't realize defeating Netanyahu's lawyer is important?
Let's talk about the police. Your critics, including Andrew Cuomo, say that you want to defund the police. We've heard the sitting mayor, Eric Adams, say a lot about that as well. Do you want to see the patrol size shrink, grow, stay the same? What's your assessment of where things are now and of the performance of the current?
This is one of the few things that Andrew Cuomo clearly has in common with the press secretary of the Trump administration, where they continue to repeat lies about my policies because it's harder to actually contend with what I've put forward in this mayoral campaign. I will not defund the police. I have not been running. I've said time and again, I will sustain the headcount of the police department, and that I see the police as a critical partner in creating public safety. And what I have heard from rank and file police officers, as well as from police officers higher up, is a frustration with how we have asked the police department to respond to nearly every failure of the social safety. We have tasked officers who signed up to take on serious crime to instead respond to 200,000 mental health calls. And I believe that we need to allow police officers to take on those serious crimes, and we can do that by ensuring that we hire mental health professionals to do the work of mental health. And with regards to the current commissioner, Commissioner Tisch, I've said that I'm considering retaining Commissioner Tisch. I've said this for many months, and in part because of an appreciation of the swift and decisive action that she took to uproot corruption in the upper echelons of the NYPD. Now, we know that there is more corruption to be uprooted in that same department. We know that that is a result of Eric Adams' leadership. And we've also seen that crime has been dropping and that we continue to need to do more work to ensure that we increase the clearance rates within the department, which in the first quarter of this year were at 35%. And I believe that we can increase them by creating the Department of Community Safety, where we ask police to do less so that they can deliver more.
Okay, let's talk politics for a minute. A lot of national political analysts are trying to see your primary victory in a sort of a larger sense, suggesting that you and your issues and the way and the reasons that you won could be a roadmap for the future of the Democratic Party. There was even a special election for Congress in Arizona this week, where some people were trying to say that it was a referendum on you somehow. I'm not sure I bought that one, but that's what the discussion is. How much of your win is simply about you and the situation here in New York politics?
Yeah, I want you to understand, chat, that I can't say, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 10 tier ones. I can't, on my own, save Zoran, right? If he makes mistakes, he'll just be damaging himself. I know the context, and this is the reality. So I think this is a bad move. I think overall, the interview was not that great. And it's because, let's be honest, you have people like Brad Lander and Bernie Sanders, unlock me, that are doing this, that are trying to push him to say shit like this. And this is the problem with liberal Zionists. And it's why I was so anti-Lander earlier, because I saw that he was going to try to do this kind of shit. That being said, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think he hasn't changed his official position whatsoever. He's not going to be a person who goes, October 7th is based. You're not going to get any politician to advocate for violence, because that is actually you could get yourself in criminal trouble. These are groups that are declared to be terrorist groups by the United States government. It's the same thing as calling yourself a communist. If you do that, you will put yourself in legal trouble. Now, you may say, don't we have the First Amendment? The answer is free speech is an illusion. So he's operating within what is legal.
So do you agree that there's something out there that the larger party should see as maybe either a roadmap or an indication of where the national...
You know, I was equally perplexed by some of the attempts
Never been to Arizona, right?
to impose the narrative of this race all across the country. I will say that there are a number of things that our campaign achieved that have answered some of the questions we have been getting posed about our party. And some of them have to do with the engagement. What we saw in this election was a number of young people coming out to vote, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. And according to the New York Times, the 3 age groups voted at the highest rates were all under the age of 35. We managed to register more than 30,000 new voters in the last 10 days. In 2021, that was at 3,000. So much of the work of protecting our democracy is not just fighting back against authoritarianism, it's increasing our faith in its ability to deliver on the needs of working people. And we can only see that if those people see themselves in those policies and they vote. And that's what's excited me, is a roadmap to bring more young people into our politics, a roadmap also to bring more new immigrants into our politics. Because as you've written about, and I've so appreciated the coverage of something which often goes ignored, we also saw an increase in turnout among so many South Asian and Muslim New Yorkers who for so long have been treated by consultants as New Yorkers who simply will not come to vote, when in fact, we haven't given them a vision of what to vote.
Is that theory, is that strategy going to play through to November, or should we expect you to go out and register a lot more voters and go back to some of these same groups?
We are going to build on what we've achieved. You know, on election day, I had a young man on a motorbike come up to me with about 2 hours left. He took off his helmet and he said, "I was told I can only vote in presidential elections." I said, "That's not true. You're registered, you can vote in any." And so we looked up his registration. He was a Republican. He couldn't vote for me in the primary. Now, I hope you'll vote for me in the general, and I know that there are many others who are the same. They are attracted to a vision of a city that they can actually afford, no matter what party they belong to. So we're going to speak to the same voters, but go beyond that. Speak to voters who voted for Andrew Cuomo, those who didn't vote at all, and register new voters as well.
Will it be as nimble and use this sort of same door knocking and other kind of street campaigns? Because I'm watching you pick up all of these endorsements from all of these unions who are on the other side and lost in the primary, and I'm thinking, you might get bogged down if you've got all of these different groups, the Brooklyn Party Organization and the Manhattan Party Organization and all of these big unions.
You know what unites all of them is that everybody can knock doors. And I'm excited to do it because we knocked on 1.6 million doors with 52,000 volunteers. We've already seen that number skyrocket since the primary. And we're going to see a door knocking operation that doesn't just rival what we did, but surpass it.
Okay. We will see you out on the campaign trail. Thanks so much for coming by. Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
And whether or not he condemns the phrase or doesn't condemn the phrase, these motherfuckers are going to be complaining and whining about Israel forever. And the squirrel is completely right. The squirrel is completely right. Norman Finkelstein, who canvassed for Zohran Mamdani, gives advice on how to deal with Zionist smears, drawing on the experience with Corbyn, and explains how Zionists are deploying a strategy to destroy him from the outside and co-opt him from within. Do not give him an inch. This is very, very
Not
important.
any of your viewers should know or would know would be Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican nominee, Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York, and possibly Andrew Cuomo. It's still unclear. So they were going to buy out all except one. And they're all crooks, you know, Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, they're crooks from the day go. So it's easy to buy them off, a bribe here, you know, a bribe there. So they'll narrow it down to 1 versus 1. And now step number 2, it's perfectly obvious what's going to happen. It's what they did with Jeremy Corbyn. With Jeremy Corbyn, it began in the UK with the Labour Party. It began with the Jewish Board of Deputies attacking him on anti-Semitism. And there, the issue was for them, I mean, the Jewish Board of Deputies are basically a fifth column. They are foreign agents of the state of Israel. They should register as foreign agents, but of course they're not going to be asked to, because then it's a trope. Jewish, you're claiming that Jews have dual loyalty, you know.
The overly critical approach of hyper-focusing on every syllable this man said contributed to Bernie losing twice. This is as close as we're going to get for the next 5 years to have a truly progressive leader. We cannot shoot ourselves in the foot. We live at a critical time. We can't have change without leaders like Zohran. I agree with you, but I'm not criticizing him to hurt him. I'm criticizing him for the purpose of helping him win. He will not win by entertaining this shit. He will not win by pretending like there is anti-Semitism in the pro-Palestine movement on the left. No, I'm actually giving good advice to help him win. He will win by standing strong and being like, this is ridiculous, and not conceding. Now, I don't think he didn't really give anything up, except rhetorically, he seemed to give something up, which is what they're going to use to continue the issue. I don't think this strategy works. That's what I'm saying. I think the strategy, I believe Zoran is pro-Palestine. I believe in him. I support him. I don't think he's capitulated on anything. I think he's trying to triangulate and figure out how to navigate this issue while standing true to his pro-Palestine views, while also being electable and legal. He made a mistake. I think he took a step wrong. And I'm criticizing it in good faith. I don't think he suddenly has changed on all his positions. And I don't think fundamentally it matters whether or not he says globalized intifada or not. It's a fucking slogan. It doesn't mean anything. There isn't any group that he's condemning. There isn't even any individual he's condemning. He's just saying, I don't use that phrase. And the reason why I don't use it is because a lot of Jewish people think it means you support terrorism on civilians. And I don't support terrorism on civilians. If you say you support terrorism on civilians, then you are putting yourself dangerously close to an illegal act. This is reality. Now, there's a lot of people that are not prominent who just post online who say all sorts of edgy shit. You're not running for mayor of America's most important and largest and economically prosperous city. You are not leading the democratic socialist movement in this country. So you could be a little bit more loose with your fucking terms. You cannot care what the average person thinks. And quite frankly, I encourage people to say what they believe. And like, honestly, chat, Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you're getting outflanked by her, you're fucking losing.
In Gaza, Israel bombed a Catholic church in Gaza, and that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. Even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment will ensure an America First Department of Defense, and that is exactly what we need and we haven't had for a very long time. Israel bombed.
I mean, listen, everything she just said was right. I mean, I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a fucking dipshit. But everything she just said there was completely correct. Israel does have subsidized college. Israel does have universal health care. And the United States does give Israel more than any other country in foreign aid. And they're using it to wipe out a population. She's right. And they did bomb the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church that Pope Francis would talk to every night. They injured this priest. Gaza's Church of the Holy Family was struck, killing 3 and injuring the priest. The impunity continues. Israel strikes Gaza Church, killing 3 and wounding priest who was close to late Pope. This is fucking disgusting. Pope Leo the 14th on Thursday, renewed his call for an immediate ceasefire in response to the attack. In a telegram of condolences for the victims, Leo expressed his profound hope for dialogue, reconciliation, and enduring peace in the region, and deeply saddened alert of the loss of life and injury caused by the military attack, and expressed his closeness to the wounded priest, Reverend Gabriele Romanelli, and the entire parish. President Donald Trump called Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to express his frustration over the strike on the church. And Israel deeply regrets that a stray ammunition hit Gaza's Holy Family. Oh, yeah. Catholic charity Caritas Jerusalem said that the parish's 60-year-old janitor and an 84-year-old woman receiving psychosocial support inside Caritas tent in the church compound were killed in the attack. Parish priest Romanelli was lightly wounded. Like, this is fucking depraved. And the fact that the MAGA scum are even they're offended. Where is Chuck fucking Schumer? I guess he supports it. Israel has repeatedly struck schools, shelters, hospitals, and other civilian buildings, accusing Hamas militants of sheltering inside and blaming them for civilian deaths. Palestinians say nowhere has felt safe since Israel launched its offensive in response to Hamas's October 7th, 2023 attack. Did I say Hamas militants? Hassan militants? Sorry, Hamas militants. I'm tired, chat. Italian Premier Giorgia Meloni blamed Israel for the strike on the church. The attacks on the civilian population in Israel have been demonstrated for months are unacceptable, she said. In the last 18 months of his life, Francis would call the lone Catholic church in the Gaza Strip to see how the people inside were coping with a devastating war. Francis has repeatedly criticized Israel's wartime conduct and last year suggested that allegations of genocide in Gaza, which Israel rejected as blood libel. Why the fuck is that there? Why the fuck is that there? Are you implying the Pope is an anti-Semite? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Only 1,000 Christians live in Gaza, an overwhelmingly Muslim territory, according to the U.S. State Department. Most are Greek Orthodox. Local Christian leaders have recently denounced attacks by Israel's settlers and Jewish extremists. I mean, this is just fucking disgusting.
A trope, they call it. I hate that word. It's just a stupid word. So they are.
He's tired 2 hours into the stream. Where's your streams? Where the fuck are your streams?
The Catholic Church in Gaza.
Oh, sorry, we already watched that.
They're foreign agents, they're agents of the Israeli government. In any event, so they started with the anti-Semitism. And then what happened? The whole British ruling elite, they latched onto it. From BBC to Sky News, from the Guardian newspaper to the tabloids in the UK, they all latched on to the anti-Semitism. Not that they cared about anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared. True, not anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared that Corbyn was not aligned with Israel. So they wanted to stop Corbyn for only one reason, Israel, the Jewish Board of Deputies, because they're Israeli agents. But then the whole ruling class, because they didn't want Corbyn, he represented the real insurgency. He was another class struggle, was the class struggle. So they all exploited the anti-Semitism to stop Corbyn. And so now in New York, they'll find one candidate and they're going to go after Mamdani on the anti-Semitism.
Do you think it'll be as effective?
And it all depends on him. My counsel, which hasn't been solicited, but I'll just tell you, don't appease, because he'll never win. If you remember the Corbyn campaign, he made one concession after another concession after another concession. He finally, the party adopted the...
Did Zoran win? He's by far and away the favorite. The only way he loses is if, for some reason, his grassroots support falls off, which it's not. Grassroots support is not going to fall off. There are people that are eager to not want to support Zoran, right? And they're trying to... Basically, there is a certain type of person who has stated a position that you cannot win as a socialist, and so, or that it's not worth it. So their entire project requires them to sabotage or talk down to or tack down on every single socialist candidate, because if they win and they achieve gains, well, then they're discredited. So those types of people are always looking for excuses for why Zoran or AOC or Summerlee or anybody who is bad, right? So that type of person is largely fucking useless, okay? And then there are people like me. I am somebody who thinks if we could seize state power, we should seize state power. If we could win an election and put somebody who's sympathetic to us in power, bully for us. If we could get a concession that makes the working class's lives better, bully for us, right? It's about making the left stronger. And the thing that I've learned over the last 12 years in politics is that when left-wing electoral victories happen, more people become left-wing, not less. More people are attracted by victory. So if I'm trying to recruit people to the left, I think victories are good. So I'm going to give good faith criticism of these people, but I'm not going to abandon them unless they abandon their position. And everything I've seen from Zoran has not been an abandonment of a position. It's been a criticism over a specific phrase, and he's been asked about it nonstop. But I don't want him to make the mistake that Corbyn did, which is exactly what we're watching here.
HRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is basically any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. They gave in on that. Did it help them? Did the juggernaut suddenly stop? You can't appease them because the issue is not anti-Semitism. The issue is Israel and the class war. They are not going to let Zohran Mamdani, even if he gets circumcised, gets a bar mitzvah.
I mean, he's Muslim, so I assume that he is circumcised.
Yeah, I recognize that, but you get the point.
Yeah.
So they will never.
By the way, and Finkelstein, who I like, doesn't like From the River to the Sea. Finkelstein criticizes From the River to the Sea. Finkelstein, does that mean that he conceded to Zionists because he doesn't like the phrase From the River to the Sea? He thinks from the river to the sea, everyone has equal rights. That's what he thinks it should be. Does that mean that he's a Zionist and we should hate Finkelstein because he thinks of one phrase, he doesn't like one phrase? No, this is called being normal and not a schizophrenic. All right? Everybody has a slightly different opinion on the on slogans or speech. It doesn't mean they've changed their position. Okay? And Zohran still has not condemned this phrase. He just says, I don't think that's a really effective phrase for the movement, and I don't use it. He didn't condemn it. He didn't say everybody who uses it is an anti-Semite. He didn't say anti-Semitism is a huge problem in the pro-Palestine movement. He didn't do any of that. So let's calm the fuck down, but also say, hey, Zohran, I don't think this is going to work. And you're falling into their trap. It's called it's called a good faith critique. That's what's important.
He will never placate them. He should, in my opinion, he should stand firm in his convictions. He should surround himself with an iron wall of Jews who support him and let them do the hard work of fighting off these Jewish supremacist billionaires. And there are a sufficient number of young Jews who support Zohrani, and
many that have been canvassing for him quite actively as well.
Excuse me?
And many of them have been canvassing quite actively for him.
Absolutely. And he should make the point over and over and over again. I am not the extremist. I am in the mainstream. I go with what Amnesty International has to say. I go with what Human Rights Watch has to say. I go with what the International Court of Justice has to say. I go with what international law has to say. I go with what a large number of Holocaust scholars or genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars. I go with what they have to say. You are the extremists. You are the fringe. I am not the fringe. You are the fringe. Israel is the fringe. Israel's defenders are the fringe. I am not. That should be his.
This is why he should avoid falling into the conceding trap and hurt his own momentum as the genuine, authentic politician. This is valid or even important thing to raise to help him against people in his corner giving him bad advice. Exactly. And there are liberal Zionists in his corner. Do you guys remember when I went nuclear on Brad Lander and Hassan was like, I like Brad Lander? Do you remember how I was like, Brad Lander is a liberal Zionist and he was trying to rat fuck him by going like, I hear that's Brad Lander's effect. You're seeing the Brad Lander effect. This is the Brad Lander effect, which is you let a liberal Zionist into your circle and they start doing this. I want you to win, but you really need to help the feelings of Zionists. And it's like garbage. That being said, this is what it looks like when you like Brad Lander. This is Brad Lander's advice. This is Bernie Sanders advice. They're bad on this. They're bad on this issue. But it doesn't mean I dislike. I'm not stupid enough to let Netanyahu's attorney win. I'm not stupid enough. Like, you have to really hate Americans to not want Zohran to win New York City mayor's race. Like, you actually have to wish that Americans die to think that it would be a good idea, and Gazans. Because if Zohran wins in New York City and crushes Netanyahu's lawyer, Netanyahu's going to be scared to go to the UN. He's going to be scared to come to the United States. He talks tough right now, but he'll be scared. He might end up doing it anyway to force a confrontation. But he'll be fucking scared. Every Zionist politician in America will be fucking scared. AIPAC will be overwhelmed. If you actually want the Gaza genocide to end, Zoran's election is a key element of changing American politics, because Israel is America's puppet. And if American politicians and American people are rejecting Israel, the puppet is going to be contained. That's the same thing that happened to South Africa. That's exactly why I disagree with Bad and Panada on this. That's why I don't think you should spread lies about AOC. I don't think you should spread lies about Zoran. I think that you should criticize them. I criticized the fuck out of AOC. For example, when she said, oh, Biden should stay in, I said she was wrong and stupid for that. When she endorsed Kamala Harris at the DNC, I said it was stupid and wrong. I know why she did it. She was trying to appeal to DNC radlibs. She was trying to get protect herself from accusations that she wasn't a strong Democrat, because that's one of the main ways that Bernie Sanders was undermined. But fundamentally, she hurt her authenticity with the base, with the progressive movement. And I criticized her at the time, and I said it was fucking wrong. And you know what? But that doesn't mean I go, well, I guess I'm going to support, who the fuck am I going to support who's better than her? The point is, the left needs to be strong enough that people want our support. And Zoran is part of that. And like, there's, you know, this is my main disagreement with Bad and Panada. And I would love to debate Bad and Panada on this point. I will happily debate Bad and Panada on this point, which is, if you actually want the genocide to end, you need to have pro-Palestinian candidates in America winning. That is the reality, because America is powerful enough to genocide the Gazan people. They are, and we are. Nazi Germany genocided the Jews because they were powerful enough to do so. The United States of America is an existential threat to Palestinians, and there is no international force of sufficient strength to stop it. The only way it's going to be stopped is if Americans stop it. So we have that responsibility to stop it. And I don't think electoralism is enough. I wish we could do more protests. I wish there was more stuff happening on the streets. But if we want to stop this, Zoran is a key element of stopping this shit and putting pressure on it. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that, you know, they're bombing Christians. I may not like her, but it's part of a national movement to get Americans to be disapproving of Israel. I mean, that's the reality. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. You're the best. I really do appreciate you. The world didn't step in because of the genocide either. They stepped in because the Nazis were invading everyone around them and growing. What stopped the Holocaust was the Soviet Union. And like, I understand criticizing AOC and Zoran as insufficient. They are insufficient. Americans are not radicalized. Americans are not left-wing. They have generically progressive positions, but they're not organized. They have a potential to be organized. They have the potential to support left-wing politicians, but they are not there yet. And if I see what's happening in Gaza as a fucking emergency, and like, you know, for example, Argentina is one of Israel's strongest allies. Javier Milei is one of Israel's strongest allies and defenders in the United Nations.
Strategy. No appeasement, no attempt to placate. Surround yourself with an iron wall of Jews who support you, and let them make the case and make the point over and over again. I am not the extremist. You are. You are the ones defending what the International Court of Justice decided was a plausible genocide. I'm opposing that plausible genocide. You are the extremists.
If Finkelstein canvassed for Zoran, if you are attacking Zoran, you're fucking up. You're fucking up. And it's honestly an evil act. It's wrong. It's fucking wrong. Like, Zoran in office, do you think pro-Palestinians protests are going to have an easier time or a harder time? Like, this is the fucking reality. I'm not saying he's going to overturn the fascist Zionist movement in one office. Just like AOC can't change American politics from one fucking congressional seat. It's about building a fucking movement. And yeah, we had a chance to build the movement, but we were defeated. We lost. But does that mean we always are going to lose? No. It's how history works. Abolitionists lost and lost and lost and lost and lost until they won. The civil rights movement lost and lost and lost and lost until it won. The pro-Palestine movement is going to lose and lose and lose until we win. That's just how history works. And the contradictions are pointing in that direction. And I legitimately think, I may agree with Pat Empanada on 99% of shit, but I am not going to try to sabotage tiny little left we're trying to grow. I will not do that.
Not me. That strategy it's not going to win Jews. Or I should say, it won't win the older generation of Jews. It'll probably win about 30% of the younger generation. I would estimate it about 30% of the younger generation. So that's what I would recommend to him. If he starts appeasing them, number one, it'll never work. And you know what's going to happen? Number two, it'll disillusion his base.
Exactly. And that's why I'm criticizing it, but also I'm staying sane. I'm not going to like criticize Zoran and then do it in a way that disillusions everybody unless he really does betray us. And I will be honest if he does.
They'll say he's already betraying his convictions and he hasn't yet even been elected. And it'll dissipate the enthusiasm. So it'll be a disaster we already know it. We know it from the Corbyn campaign. It'll be a disaster if he goes down that path. I don't know what he'll do. I'm sure, right now, the Jewish mafia like Gerald Nadler in New York, he's saying he's supporting Mamdani. No. Gerald Nadler has a very long history of being a grotesque apologist for Israel. But his aim is to try to persuade from within. And there'll be a lot of sweet talking, a lot of talk about being reasonable, about Jewish fears, and, using all of that language. And I don't know how he'll stand up. It's too soon to tell. So far, he's done well, I would say.
And I completely agree. I think he's doing really well.
But the comparisons are completely wrong. First of all, Obama had no problem. He did not present the threat only to Israel and Israel's supporters. He posed a threat to the whole British elite. Across the board, from The Guardian to the Daily Mail, they all joined in the new anti-Semitism campaign. Now that's unprecedented. The entire British elite, during this whole completely contrived, fabricated, absurd and obscene assault on this alleged labor anti-Semitism, of which there's exactly zero evidence. It's all being designed and manipulated. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, as you know, but this is a conspiracy.
But there are Jewish people, and you have to recognize them in the UK, who are terribly worried about this. Because ultimately, if this anti-Semitism, which is what you're saying is used for political gain, doesn't work, when real anti-Semitism takes hold, then it's going to be back to the boy that cried wolf, and actually there's no protection for.
Well, there's a bigger problem than that. There's the boy who cried wolf, but I think there's a bigger problem than that. If Corbyn loses, a lot of people in the Labour Party are going to blame it on those Jews who fabricated this whole anti-Semitism witch hunt hysteria. And that will be a problem, but you know what the bigger problem there is? It's true. Jews were the spearhead of this campaign to stop Corbyn. And so there's going to be a lot of anger within the Labour Party. That's not anti-Semitism. But that's factually based.
But it wasn't just these Jews that you're talking about.
But they played the most visible role, and they played the most aggressive role. The British elites could not have gotten away with calling Corbyn an anti-Semite unless they had the support, the visible support, of all the leading Jewish organizations.
I mean, and this is actually a big crisis that we have, is that Zionism extremism is the position of a lot of leading organizations. And while there are a lot of Jewish, rank and file Jewish groups out there supporting the cause of Palestine, groups like AIPAC, the highly organized and well-funded groups, they're not. They are out there advocating for Zionist extremism.
You have to remember.
It's been frustrating seeing leftists freak out about conceding. The type of people that are freaking out are the type of people that didn't support Zoran in the first place. That's actually factually true. That being said, we should also fairly evaluate what is happening and saying, hey, this is what I just posted.
Program at all. He said it himself.
Here's what I just posted. I was thinking. Blakely here said, Zionist freaks are hyper-focusing on globalize the intifada, contrive bullshit to see if they can break Zoran. When they have, they know the anti-Semitism baiting tactic works and will double down. The Corbyn lesson is to never give them an inch. I think that he made a mistake. It's not going to work. And as long as he's not stupid, he'll be fine. If he keeps falling down the rabbit hole, if he's like, listen, I never said this phrase. This is made up bullshit. These guys are extremists. They just bombed the Catholic Church. Like, if he responds like that and puts the defenders of Israel on the defensive, like he did with, I believe in a state with equal rights. That's how you do it. That's how you respond. That is the way. By strategizing a response that is seems to be closer to the center, which we are. It's bad to take their frame. And so he made a mistake because he accepted their frame. It's one interview. It's a local news interview where he made a slight misstep. It's not that big a fucking deal. And the people that are attacking him on it, they don't believe in the project of trying to elect socialists in America anyway. Okay? They don't believe in it anyway. Like, I mean, let's be honest. And what I said is, I think it was a misstep, but ultimately a minor one. He should get constructive feedback so he can remain the authentic politician that we all support. That is the way we should talk about it. That's the way we should talk about it. We should not put our heads on fire and claim that he's now Zionist or some insane fucking position. That's how we lose to Netanyahu's lawyer.
That during the summer, all three major British publications, for the first time in British Jewish history, they all took out a common editorial denouncing Corbyn as an anti-Semite and saying that we're now standing on the verge of another Holocaust. They are the enablers of this concerted conspiracy by the whole of British elite society to destroy Jeremy Corbyn.
That's true. That's dead fucking right. And so I hope Mamdani is smarter than that. I hope Mamdani doesn't fall into that trap.
So
I think I've pretty much had my piece there. Let's go back to how the right wing is starting to fall. Like, the vibes are shifting, chat. I called it. I am so proud of myself.
So it looks like Joe Rogan.
I called the exact peak of the Trump vibe. When Asmongold was going like, yeah, we should kill all the Palestinians. I knew we were near the top. I called the top and it said the vibes are about to shift back. Everybody was all doomer. The vibes are completely shifting. All the podcast bros are folding. Did you see 3 dead at a LA Sheriff's Department training facility explosion? You want to link me it?
Did an interview here with the Ultimate Human. I guess this is a Daily Caller affiliated podcast, and he basically gets asked here about his support for Trump, about why he decided to interview Trump, knowing it would help him and all that stuff, and he sort of tells all about what led him to effectively be a little Trump sycophant. So let's watch this and we'll break it down as we go.
There was a bunch of things that happened. First of all, there was the lawfare. There was these lawsuits that they were trying to pin on him. They were trying to convict him and turn him into a felon, and they were doing it so blatantly and obviously. The case with the bookkeeping error, or the bookkeeping whatever it was, a misdemeanor that they had charged him with 34 felonies for, which isn't even a felony. It's a misdemeanor, and it's also contribution. Exactly. It's also past the statute of limitations. None of it made any sense.
I love this because here he's saying the fact that Trump is a criminal and was under 91 different criminal investigations, 91 crimes is what he committed, right? Rogan viewed that as an indictment of the justice system, as an indictment of the legal community, as an indictment of, the DAs who are prosecuting him and going after him. And all I have to say in response to that is, you and I both know Rogan didn't do any fucking reading on those cases at all. He has no idea the first fucking thing about it. I went deep. I read the entire fucking indictment, the Jack Smith indictment. When that came out, we literally read through the whole thing. We debated Michael Tracy about that. I read the entire indictment, the Letitia James one, talking about the various cases of fraud in regards to his business in New York. He lied about everything, lied about the size of his fucking apartment, lied about how much he sold that shit for, did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and bank fraud. I mean, this is a guy his university was fake, his charity was fake, like all that shit. And Rogan, who's clearly done no reading on fucking any of it and doesn't know the first thing about any of it. Here he is, and he goes, the fact that this guy was charged with 91 crimes leads me to like him more. This is what we like to call online brainworms, online anti-establishment brainworms. In other words, the fact that CNN is talking about all these crimes that Trump committed means, fuck CNN, I hate CNN, therefore I'm on the side of the guy who committed the crimes, right? The idea that this was all lawfare is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. We watched him with our own 2 eyes do January 6th. We watched him try to do the fake electors slate, which was an attempt to just steal the election from Joe Biden after he knew he lost, and he said behind the scenes he knew he lost, but he tried to steal that election. He had his
Exio, thank you for the 5 tier 1s.
own crowd violently stormed the Capitol. He was still calling U.S. congresspeople and senators after that saying, throw out the results of the election. Don't accept Biden as the president. This is what this guy did, and you have the nerve to sit there and pretend like it's all fucking lawfare? His brain is cooked, bro. His brain is cooked. When you're surrounded by right-wing idiots all day long, and all you know is the anti-establishment fucking narrative, which isn't even based in reality, you don't read the first thing about the actual cases, this is what that looks like. So now just the fact that he was charged with 91 crimes, he goes, well, that makes me support him more. Could you imagine if it's a Democrat who's charged with 91 crimes? Would Joe Rogan immediately be like, I'm with that Democrat? Are you kidding? No, he'd be like, look at how corrupt that person is. Look at how insane that person is. Look at how beyond the pale that person is. But when it's Trump charged with 91 crimes, suddenly it's, oh, that's just evidence of how pure he is and how much of a fighter against the system he is. And clearly it's lawfare and it's not legitimate. Well, I actually read the cases, unlike you, and so I happen to know that this shit is real as a motherfucking heart attack, bro. He was charged with 91 crimes.
Thank you.
Because I'll be damned, that motherfucker committed 91 crimes. In fact, he probably committed way more than that and got away with most of them.
He's a convicted felon. Like, hey, they can do that to you. Do you understand that?
I haven't committed 91 crimes. I haven't done that. He did. That's the difference. This is the dumbest,
What the fuck is Joe talking about? What the fuck is he even talking about? Is he in the fucking Epstein files?
First they came for it. Are you kidding me? This is not what that poem is for. The poem is for what the ICE Gestapo thugs are doing to immigrants in this country. It's not for first they came for the billionaire pedophile elites and I said nothing. What are you doing, Joe? God, what an embarrassment.
If they can do that to a former president, a former fucking president who's rich as shit, they can do that to him. They can do that to you too. You can't cheer this on. This is insane. And then when they try to kill him, all those things.
Who's they? They tried to kill him. Oh, they, you mean
a Republican?
The fucking Republican Groyper guy? That guy? They say they, like it's this big conspiracy and it's the deep state and it's... No. This was a right-wing incel loner asshole. A Groyper right-wing freak. We know that. Why you... They tried to kill him. You're making it seem like it's the deep state or some fucking conspiracy. No, it was a right-winger. It was a Republican. A registered fucking Republican.
This is insane. And then when they try to kill him, all those things. Twice. It was like, yeah, but the big one, the Pennsylvania one, was like, holy shit. And then the fact that they cremated that kid 10 days later, and then you find out he used to be in a BlackRock commercial, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
And then his apartment's professionally scrubbed. There's no silverware in it, and you don't hear a peep out of it. There's no press conference. There's no like, this is what we know about the case. This is what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, that is fishy, but it's fishy not in the way that Joe Rogan thinks. Trump nearly got assassinated by some weird incel loser freak, and Trump never mentions that guy. Never heard him say his name. Never heard, he said, oh, I'm satisfied with the results of the investigation, and he moves on. This motherfucker still bitches about Rosie O'Donnell, but he's got nothing to say about the dude that nearly killed him? Something is fishy there, Joe Rogan. Something is fishy there, but perhaps it's not in the way that you think it's fishy. It's not. It's got nothing to do with the Democrats. It's got to do with, are we not getting the full story here either?
It seemed to just sort of go away.
Yeah.
Like all the media pointed at the Secret Service for a while, and they were like, first of all, how did he get onto a roof? How did he get in the line of sight? He was 130 yards away, with a high-powered rifle. The place is crawling with police and Secret Service. And, I don't even know if that sniper that got him, did he act independently? Did he just do his job, or was he told to actually fire? Because I heard that the
guy who killed the
sniper
shooter?
that killed the shooter.
The counter sniper shot him within seconds. The counter sniper did exactly what he was supposed to do and dome the guy under pressure. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, there's nothing that could be done better than that. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like these guys, they live in this fantasy world where owning a gun means that you're safe, or cops means that if somebody's determined to use a gun to kill people, I don't care how much security you have, they're gonna be able to do it.
Oh, I don't know.
Because I knew there was some controversy.
Well, they think there might have been a second shooter as well.
That's wild.
Yeah, the whole thing's insane because they've met.
Hello, Mr. Committee. Is your logo a reference to the French Socialist Party? I have a similar symbol as a tattoo. The answer is it's a international socialist symbol. It's a symbol for all socialists everywhere.
Managed to cover it up. I mean, it would have been Lee Harvey Oswald 2.0 if Trump had died that day.
Have you noticed we're 2 minutes and 8 seconds into like, why'd you interview Trump? Why do you support Trump? Not a single policy has been mentioned. Not a single one. So now, homie's awfully quiet now that Trump just kicked 17 million people off their Medicaid, ripped healthcare away from poor people, disabled people. He's awfully quiet now that 3 million people lost their SNAP, their food stamps. Awfully quiet given that the class war was just waged on the bottom 90%, where the wealthy get another tax cut, the wealthy get another subsidy, and the bottom 90% get screwed over yet again. So all this talk about Trump, why you supported Trump, and nothing about policy. And this guy's fucking ruining the country, opening up alligator Auschwitz, sending people to a concentration camp in El Salvador. And you got nothing to say but, oh, bro, the Democrats and the lawfare, bro.
Trump's team has got, you know, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security. You got to think that they're...
You would hope.
I hope.
But, I mean, hey, we're only in April, right? Yeah. So he's only been in office for a few months.
There's a lot
He's
of stuff.
Closing in on the first 100 days.
So that was kind of the shift. You're sitting back watching this.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't let this just...
Well, it's also... There's no real conversations with him where you're just treating him like a human being. Like everything, he's being grilled and then everything's taken out of context. And I'm seeing them being taken out of context on the campaign trail. And like, it was just gross.
So what Rogan is saying here is, I didn't like how the media was mean to Trump. I feel like they took him out of context. It was gross. No, Joe, the thing that's gross is that the motherfucker told over 30,000 lies in his first term alone. That's the gross thing. What's actually gross is the interview you did with him, where you let him lie to your fucking audience over and over. He literally said to Joe Rogan's face, I never said lock her up about Hillary Clinton. I never said it. The audience would say it, and I'd go, whoa, whoa, whoa. He lied right to Joe Rogan's face, and Joe Rogan sat there like, right, bro. Like, are you kidding me? He said, Rogan says to him, go ahead and make the case as to why you think you won the 2020 election, and I'll step back and let you talk because nobody else let you do that. Are you out of your fucking mind? So what you're doing is, you are saying, I will now proceed to not fact check your lies, and that makes me more virtuous than the mainstream media. No.
It's funny because they were doing locker up chants during the 2024 election. That's what's so fucking funny about this.
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. You know, they used to say that with Hillary, and I'd always go, relax, take it easy. We're going to win. I could have locked her up. But I didn't want to lock her up. She's the wife of the President of the United States previously, and she was Secretary of State. I said, that would be so terrible for our country. And then they try and do it to me. Isn't it terrible?
She, of course, is the co-chair of
Hillary Clinton, I didn't say lock her up.
I will say this, Hillary Clinton has to go to jail, okay? She has to go to jail.
For what she's done, they should lock her up. She's disgraceful.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail. Crooked Hillary, wait. Crooked, you should lock her up, I'll tell you.
That's right, lock them up. You should lock them up. Lock up the Bidens. Lock up Hillary.
Trump himself will not be sentenced until July 11th, and although jail is unlikely, it is a possible punishment for his crime.
That makes you less virtuous. I'll take any mainstream media asshole over Rogan any fucking day of the week when he let Trump lie to his audience face over and over, which is the same thing he did. Elon Musk lied to his audience over and over. Mark Andreessen lied to his audience over and over. Peter Thiel did the same thing. Mark Zuckerberg did. He has on a billionaire and coddles his nuts seemingly every fucking month and lets them lie about, oh, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is debanking conservatives, bro. That's a lie. They protect people from being debanked, and they're the anti-scam police. But you let billionaires do class war propaganda and lie to your audience and dupe your audience. You're the fucking problem here, Joe. Oh, my God.
So anti-American. Like, if you're an American and you believe in our justice system, and if you believe in our system of electing representatives, it should be the best people should have this opportunity to express what their plan is. This is what I want to do. This is where I stand on the issues. This is how I think I could pull it off. Mm-hmm. And then the American people are supposed to look at this person saying it and that person saying it. And
here's how you know Joe Rogan is a total piece of shit. because they used to complain nonstop about inflation. I don't know if you guys just saw the most recent inflation report. It just dropped 6 hours ago. It was on meat. Joe Rogan, the average price of a pound of ground beef rose to $6.12 in June. $6.12? What? I haven't gone to the grocery store to buy meat. I do Costco runs, chat. So I haven't gone and bought meat for like a few weeks. What the fuck? The average price of all uncooked beefsteaks rose 8% to $11.49 per pound. And everybody was screaming about inflation, including me. But now Joe Rogan is quiet. And you can more easily blame Trump because he's throwing out all sorts of tariff threats.
Side. But that's not what we were getting. We were getting one side that was radically being supported by almost all of mainstream media except Fox News.
Are you fucking kidding me? CNN and MSNBC are both sides factories all day long, and Fox News and One American News and Newsmax are cheerleading with their fucking pom-poms for Donald Trump. Spare me this bullshit about how, oh my God, they're all so in the tank for Democrats.
and then the other side that is just, you know, it was just un-American to me. The whole, it's just like, this is you're subverting democracy. You're killing the whole thing, and you're doing it with deep state money.
The guy who supported Donald Trump says, you guys are subverting democracy. No, the guy you supported tried to overturn the last election. It's amazing to me. I don't know what happened to this man's brain. This man's brain is fucking oatmeal now, bro. It is rotten oatmeal. Like, that is incredible. That's incredible. So this was clearly I don't know if this was just released or just made its way to social media, but this came out in April, and this is it's a little peek into the mindset of this guy and what he thinks. And it literally is like contrarian brainworms, right? Online contrarian brainworms. Like, I'm against the mainstream. And so they charged Trump 91 crimes, so now I like Trump. It's like, it literally is that dumb. And here we are now, and he's still doing the shit. Now he's trying to tiptoe out of the room of being pure MAGA. Now he's...
By the way, chat, this is millions of people. I'm sorry. This is something that I need to say to Kyle. Millions of people are like this. Millions of people literally are like this. They voted for Trump. They supported Trump. And now they're trying to tiptoe out of it. What are we going to do? Not let them? I guess we have to. If we want to win, we have to let these people do whatever rationalizations they need to do to change their mind. That's fine. That's fucking fine. It is what it is. That being said, we shouldn't let them get away with lying. But Joe, like, you have some work to do, buddy. You have some work to do. You got fooled by Donald Trump, man. Like, that's fucking embarrassing, man. That's fucking embarrassing.
Trying to tiptoe back to just being an enlightened centrist. So every now and then he'll do some tepid criticism of Trump's policies, but he'll never flat out come out there and rip Trump a new asshole. Never. Even on this Epstein file shit, he's like, oh yeah, basically like saying they're lying about it or implying that they're lying about it. But who, Joe? Care to go deeper on that? Care to explain why they are lying about it? They, by the way, is Trump, and he's lying about it because he's in the fucking Epstein files and he probably had Epstein killed, right? But no, they would never go that far. So anyway, in other words, the reasons Rogan supported Trump are as stupid as you fucking thought they were. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
Kyle is glossing over the fact that Joe Rogan has hundreds of millions of dollars and wants a tax cut. I don't even know why he wants a tax cut. When you have hundreds of millions of dollars, why do you even want a tax cut? Why? What the fuck are you going to use the money for that you don't already have? He wants to be a billionaire, guys. He wants to be a billionaire. Joe is lying. If he was being honest, why did he blacklist Sam Cedar and Hassan Piker from ever coming on the show? Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird he's never brought on Sam Cedar or Hassan. Like, even when he was like supporting Bernie and he never brought that's fucking weird. He's brought on all sorts of like dumbass fucking tiny MAGA guys. It's dragon sickness. Yes, dragon sickness is fucking real. And it's mental illness. Avarice is mental illness. And we need to fucking do something about it. All right, chat. We need our weekly dose of Zoomerism. It's Friday Fun Day. New Gatsu video.
Israel and Iran recently started bombing each other, and you know where I was when they were bombing each other? In the Middle East. I was looking up at the skies like, hey, yo, chill the out, damn. I want to go back to Georgia, man. Had a layover in Qatar, and like 4 hours before I got to Qatar, Israel and Iran started bombing each other. I was seeing Tel Aviv in smokes. I immediately called the expert, my dad, and he said, nah, don't worry about it. They aren't gonna bomb Qatar. They're rich. What did Qatar even do?
Breaking news, the loud explosions that have been heard over the Qatari capital, Doha, in the past 30 minutes.
On top of this, my flight to Tbilisi flies over Iran, man. Oh my god, bro. Just let me get back to Georgia, man. Please. Come on, man. Just make up, bro. There's really nothing you guys need to be fighting over. It really is not that serious. This video sponsor is Supremacy World War III. It's a free online PvP strategy game, and as you guys can tell by the name, it's about the next chapter in a worldwide show.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. China's hitting the West Coast and North Korea's hitting the East Coast?
Down. This time, you get to participate, where you can lead a real country of your choice against others in global warfare and compete against real players. Why is UAE playing as Israel, bro? What? You can build your army up with tanks, jets, and submarines, where you can choose your friends and your foes by declaring war on them. And if you want to be more lore accurate, you can get your friends to play this with you and see which one succeeds more. Let's get Chile. Yep, unprovoked war against Chile.
Everybody goes against Chile.
You guys thought it was bad? Wait until you see me. Also, the best thing is you can play this game literally everywhere on your browser, Steam,
okay,
Android.
This is too long.
Israeli missile died. Innocent casualty. Bombing 65 USD, and the offer is
I was trying to be ethical, but goddamn, it's too valid
for the next 30 days. Thank you so much for sponsoring the video. Bombing cities is always bad because there are a lot of innocent casualties. Of course, Israel didn't care, so if I died getting hit by a fucking Israeli missile, I would be extremely angry. Or Iranian. Persians have killed enough Georgians throughout history. I don't want to add to that number. But I also really did not like seeing people pretend that Iran is some sort of morally correct or good country. Let's not pretend that Iran is innocent when they send 5 billion Shahid drones to Ukraine, which are aimed directly at buildings where people live, where their families are raised, and where they live their lives. But to Iran, sending Shahid drones to Russia so they could use it in Ukraine was not enough. They're like, man, you know what? You can build your own Shahid drones. Here are the blueprints, man, so you can send more drones to Ukrainian buildings. And these drones are extremely dangerous, and Russia sends around 500 drones a day, once a week. Literally like 2 days ago, they sent 730 or some crazy shit like that in one night, just to terrorize their people. Iran has directly killed so many families in Ukraine, and seeing people pretend that Iran is amazing and morally good was just fucking insane to me. They bomb kids, bro. And speaking of bombing kids, there's also Israel, which is committing a genocide on a massive scale. Also, I have personal beef with Israel because in the 2008 Georgian-Russian war, our Israeli drones suddenly stopped working. Man, are the Russians that good that they knew how to shut down Israeli drones? It had us surprised. Turns out, Israel sold the codes for the drones they gave us to Russia so Russia could use it against us and made the drones useless. And they tried suing us for not paying for the drones. Oh, I'm sorry for not paying for the drones you used against me? The fuck? Who do they think they are? Iran being like this can be explained very well by their past in a way that makes sense. It does not excuse their current government from killing their own people for protesting, but I can explain how they came to power. In 1951, Mohammad Mossadegh came to power democratically as Iran's prime minister, who nationalized the oil and generally wanted good for the people. He respected democracy, civil.
Well, see, he was what we call a democratic socialist. He didn't believe in violence. He wanted to do it democratically in the right way for the service of the people. I'm sure it worked really well.
liberties and the rule of law. Every Persian agrees that he was a good leader and wishes he had time to lead the country. But the thing that messed him up was that he nationalized Iran's oil from Britain. So then the British weren't making any money from Iran's oil. And as I mentioned in my last video, oil is very important. So the CIA and MI6 overthrew Mossadegh 2 years after he came to power. The oil company was the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, or better known today as BP. And what came after that was so much worse. After that came the Shah Reza Pahlavi, who was horrible. He basically sold Iran out to the Western companies and the people were extremely poor. On top of this, he was extremely authoritarian to the point where he banned all other political parties, resulting in the 1975 election in Iran being him winning with 100% of the vote. People look at these like, oh, this was Iran before the revolution videos, but like, bro, these people are living in a dictatorship. Also, his secret police Savak was extremely brutal, spying over every journalist, students, and brutally torturing them, to the point where there is a wax figure museum in a prison they used to torture people in Tehran, where wax figures show the conditions of the prisoners who suffered under Savak. He was a king, and when everyone in your country is poor but they see these Westerners and the elite getting rich, you're gonna have some opinions about that. The people weren't getting anything. Iran's literacy rate was 37% in 1976, and that's why he was over.
But that's when America liked him. He was great because we were stealing all their oil. We loved that. That was the good old days.
Iran is a massive country with massive influence. It is a beacon of culture. 90 million people live there, and it's the oldest country in the world, and also it just looks so fucking cool, man. I would love to go to Iran so much, and the thing is, I don't need a visa, but if my Georgian ass ever stepped foot in Iran, I will get every single visa application in any democracy denied for the rest of my life. Also, I am scared about messing up and going to jail, so the Tehran trip will have to be delayed for me a bit. Also, I'm not sure when Israel might start bombing them again, and personally, I've had enough of Israeli and Iranian missiles for my lifetime. No matter what people might tell you, Iran's government is horrible, and supporting them is not understandable to me, honestly. I get supporting Iran over Israel, but supporting Iran's government just straight up, doing it for the love of the game, honestly does not make sense.
I don't think that people support Iran's government. I think what they do is they support the Palestinian people from being genocided. And there are very few states that are offering even a voice of support. So when the choice is between a repressive theocracy with a lot of problems, isolated from the international community, versus a Western-backed genocide, that's why people have been more supportive of those that are resisting it.
To me, I would not want to live under that government, and I don't understand it. I think some people just like to be edgy and support these tyrannical governments that their own people for protesting. What happens when they do something that you don't like, personally, and then you protest? Stupid. You guys gotta think about this shit, bro. Fucking idiots. Iran murdered 1,500 people during the 2019-2020 protests alone, and around 500 in the 2022 protests. Last year alone, their government executed at least 975 people. Not to mention how many Ukrainians they have directly killed by not only giving Russia thousands and thousands of the extremely dangerous Iranian Shahid drones, but they were like, man, here are the blueprints. You can make more this way. You can make more this way, Russia. Please, more Ukrainian buildings. Bomb them. I gotta give it to them though. Khamenei is the first person ever to have old tweets resurfaced and not get cancelled. He even included Black Lives Matter on so many occasions. Just like I do with every country, you gotta compare the auras, man. And Iran's aura is impeccable. Not even comparing it to Israel, because Israel doesn't have aura. You don't get aura for bombing innocent. You have to earn aura with a big foe, because they're the oldest country in the world. Iran has a very distinct and amazing culture, and I think their alphabet looks very cool. And again, Iran is so cool. Also, every Persian I've met has been such a nice and cool person. This is again the definition of you should not judge the Persian people for who their government is. Who them, you know. In the Middle East aura of, I would have to rank Afghanistan first, Iran second, Syria, new Syria third, Turkey fourth. Also, Erdogan is Georgian, so they get some more points for that. Yemen, Qatar, and then the rest. The thing I want people to realize is to separate Israel and the religion of Judaism and Jewish people, because in no way, shape, or form is anti-Semitism acceptable. Good thing Israel is a whole separate entity that commits crimes in the Jewish name. And for Israel, like, what do I even say here, man? If the leader of your country has an arrest warrant out by the International Criminal Court, what do you even say to that? I'm just saying, you can never find me on a list next to the Ugandan warlord Joseph Kony and Putin. You will never see me or like every other country's leader on this list. You have to do some insanely horrible shit to even imagine getting on this list. And the reasoning for bombing all these civilian buildings is that the buildings were Hamas, or the things under those buildings were Hamas. And this is how it sounds to me. This is exactly how it looks like to me. Like, what are you even talking about, bro? And the thing is, TikTok exists now, and the Israeli soldiers and civilians are for some reason obsessed with documenting what they are doing and what they think about
it's called genocidal mania. It's genocidal mania. They have bloodlust. They're encouraging it and they enjoy it. They're not confused about what's happening. I'm sure if there was TikTok in Nazi Germany, then Germans would have been making the same fucking TikToks.
If you don't kill those supposedly innocent kids, what would happen later? This one will kill 50 kids. They will become conflicts one way or the other. So that's what the Torah says. Someone is on the way to kill you now or in a year from now. You can kill him even now, a year before. You don't have to wait a minute before. But the point is right here that Hashem said, do not have mercy on the children.
תינוק שם הוא אויב. עוד בתים, עוד מגדלים, שלא יהיה להם לאן לחזור. אגב, בתקופת התנ"ך גם היו שוררים את האדמה במלח. המדען זה הזמן הכי טוב להרוג אותם.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Also, it's so comically evil. Like, what do you mean you're having a right to protest going in your country, man? Right to Are we dead ass, man? Are we serious? Grown ass people, right to This is an Indian pro-Israel blue check comparing Netanyahu to Hitler because he likes them both. Don't know why Arabic countries underestimate him. Also, a lot of the same methods are used here, such as concentration camps, starvation, and if aid comes through, they just shoot the people trying to get the aid. Collective punishment, that is also the same. Or how in the West Bank in Hebron, there are Jewish-only streets, where in Palestine, Palestinians can't walk. And Israel is very responsible for fueling anti-Semitism, which just pains me because this country branded itself as we represent all Jews, to the point where they make it Israel equals Judaism thing. It's like when your friend says, we're not scared of you. Don't put me into this shit, bro. Fuck you mean? There's so many Jewish people that don't support Israel. And when people see what the country of Israel is doing to innocent people,
every single house and building was all Hamas, guys.
It's anti-Semitism. And the fact that if you come out against Israel, it means you are anti-Semitic and you hate Jews.
That car, there are material that appears to be anti-Semitic.
What's the anti-Semitic material?
Well, there's a small border on.
You are telling me this person is anti-Semitic, or this person, or this person? All of these crimes are happening in the name of Jewish people, and it does not matter what you say and how anti-Semitic you actually are, as long as you support Israel. For example, Elon Musk. Yeah, Jews are ruining America by bringing brown people here, and they hate...
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiny shit about how the Western Jewish population is coming into the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth said to your face? There it is. That is pure anti-Semitism. Pure anti-Semitism. 100% pure anti-Semitism.
White people. Classic, the most anti-Semitic thing you can say. And Elon Musk said, you have said the actual truth. This is like World War II levels of lying and propaganda. But then he went to Auschwitz and it's like, oh, he's a friend of the Jewish people. I don't know, man. He turned Twitter into a place where his AI comes out saying he's Mecha Hitler. Elon's AI Grok was literally just a normal AI before Elon programmed it to be more racist and anti-Semitic. And now it just pushes World War II levels of anti-Jewish propaganda. propaganda. At Grok, which 20th century historical figure would be best suited to deal with this problem? The recent Texas floods killed over 100 people, including dozens of children from a Christian camp, only for radicals like Cindy Steinberg to celebrate them as future fascists. Now, Steinberg, because it is a Jewish last name, what does Grok do after Elon tweaked it? To deal with such vile anti-white hate, Adolf Hitler, no question, he would spot the pattern and handle it decisively every damn time. Also, here's another one. But because Elon supports Israel, everything is fine now and he's not anti-Semitic despite pushing hate against the Jewish population around the world. What are we doing here, man? Can we as humanity just like lock in? Like, everyone became stupid. So for this reason, we are not going to pay for the drones we bought from Israel, where they sold the drone codes to Russia when we were already at war with the biggest country in the fucking world. There might have been less jokes in this video because, you know, it's hard to come up with jokes with war crimes, but I'm confident it was still a very good video. And since we are in a YouTube drought right now, you can't find shit to eat food to, I suggest you subscribe to me. This subscription is a wise investment. You can say I've been subscribed to him since insert number here, after the channel grows even more. So thank you so much for watching and supporting my videos. Like and subscribe, and goodbye. Don't forget to check out
I gotta say, this wasn't my favorite Gatsu video. Not, you know, it wasn't my favorite Gatsu video, guys. I'm sorry. I feel like now is the time for us to focus on Israel and the crimes Israel is committing. Like, they're far and away the worst crimes in the entire world, and it's not even close. I am a leftist from Texas who went to the boys' camp in Hunt, Texas. We had dances with Camp Mystic. My sister went to a different girls' camp whose founder was killed in the floods. No one I know that went to those camps is a conservative. Yeah, that was a fake account. That was a fucking fake account. All right. Oh, boy. Zoran went to DC, chat.
We were just learning skills from him, communication skills. It was not about whether we're supporting him or not.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man.
People are such fucking scumbags, dude. Such fucking scumbags.
And I hope we're not going to have a lot of circular firing squads.
House Democrats there after meeting with the newly minted Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, the self-declared Democratic socialist who topped Andrew Cuomo last month. For a Democratic Party that's struggling to find its footing after losing power completely in November, Mamdani, one of the most high-profile and polarizing figures to appear on the national stage. Our next guest knows a thing or two.
Whenever you're joining a new group, just get involved with stuff that seems interesting to you, that you feel like you could commit to actually doing.
Electing Democrats, and he writes this about Mamdani recently, quote, "America doesn't necessarily go the way of the Big Apple. The New Jersey gubernatorial primary and the lack of one in Virginia will prove more informative for Democrats' fortunes in 2026 and 2028. And Rahm Emanuel joins us now. He's the former mayor of Chicago. He served as President Obama's chief of staff. He was recently...
What the fuck? What the fuck? You're bringing Rahm Emanuel? Like, look at this fucking propaganda. They're trying to, oh my God, give me a fucking break. Get the fuck out of here.
The ambassador to Japan in the Biden administration. He also is a CNN senior political and global affairs analyst, and like I said, worked on electing Democrats to the House way back in the day. Sir, I'm very happy to have you on the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I want to start with where kind of Democrats are, big picture, because some of these new poll numbers are really tough for Democrats. The approval ratings are really low, and it's someone like Zoran Mamdani that is front and center. Do you think the party embracing someone like him in this national way is a recipe for success?
Well, first of all, you cited a poll that CNN put out today. It shows a very energized Democratic Party, way over energized than the Republican Party. And it also shows that independents are breaking almost 2-to-1 for the Democrats. So I think that's a very telling sign. I do think the New Jersey and Virginia governor's races are more indicative both about the candidate we recruited, their message, and what it will mean to 2026 and 2028. Both women are moderates who come out of the national security kind of pool of candidates that we have in the past.
So this is the strategy to contain the Democratic Party, is literally just put former intelligence agents as the candidates. If you support a CIA agent for any office, you're a fucking dumb fuck. That's the plan.
And I think that's where you're going to see, I think, something that gives you a floodlight into the future. And second, as it relates to the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City, as I think I said, as it relates to national elections, I'm more interested in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan than I am the Upper West Side of Manhattan. But you'd be foolish not to see or pay attention to his focus on the cost of living issues. As somebody who has said the American dream is unaffordable and that is unacceptable to us, that is where our focus should be. It used to be when you and I were growing up. If you worked hard, you could get ahead. Today, if you work hard, you run in place and you go nowhere fast and just break a sweat. He focused on something. Now, I don't agree with his free grocery stores, city-run grocery stores. You know, city government has a tough time running trains on time, let alone a grocery store or free buses.
Wow, I can't believe the Democratic Party is losing. They're saying the government can't do anything right. You vote for people like Rahm Emanuel and your government sucks. That proves the government can't work.
But his critique of the problem is not wrong. His solution to that analysis is where I have a disagreement. But as it relates,
your solution is let the profiteers make as much profit as they can. That's your literal solution. New Cuomo sex assault. Oh, wait, what? New Cuomo sexual harassment allegations just dropped. Wait, what? The 72-year-old mother welcomed Cuomo into her house. The two of them chatted. Cuomo said, I'm sure this has been a stressful time for you, worrying about Tom. Yes, very stressful, but thank you for helping, she said. Cuomo responded, a foot massage would help too. I'm good at foot massages. Skeptical, she demurred. No, not necessarily at all. Please, let me make these things easier for you, at least for a few minutes. He dropped down to his knees, removed her shoes, and started massaging her feet. She felt uncomfortable. Cuomo, she later said, was helping Tom, and she didn't want to offend him, except Cuomo's hands rose up higher from her feet onto her calves, then her knees, nearing her thighs, under her dress. Stop it, Andrew. I don't know what you're thinking, but stop. You should leave now, she said. He apologized. His massage, he said, didn't mean what she thought it meant.
To politics, New Jersey and Virginia are far more significant and far more revealing about what the future beholds if we run the right type of candidate with the right type of message.
So let's dig into those poll numbers because, as you mentioned, Democratic enthusiasm among Democratic voters to get to the polls is, in fact, off the charts in our poll. I think we can put up that screen with those numbers. However, the party itself, right, and so there it is, 72% of Democrats strongly motivated to vote in the midterms, 50% of the Republicans are strongly motivated to vote. But even Democrats are saying they're really unhappy with the Democratic Party. And that is different than what we saw in 2018, right? The same period after Trump was elected the first time, where Democrats were extremely motivated, but they were also fine with the party. What does that tell you?
Well, look, let me say one thing. When you have one party control both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue, which you have here, you have lessons of history from 1994, where the Democrats lost the House and the Senate. You have lessons from 2006. You have lessons from 2010 for President Obama. You have 2018 for President Trump. So there's a physics to this. Energized opposition, independents break 2-1 for the opposition, and dejected incumbent party voters. That, your poll shows exactly that paradigm is playing out at this moment. Now, the brand of the party, not good. Energized voters, that's more important. Every election, special and primary, since 2024 has shown an incredible energy by the Democratic base voters. Independents dissatisfied with Republicans, and Republican voters actually also dissatisfied with their Republicans. Two other points I would make that I think are relevant in this case. One of the things that your poll also showed is that nobody wants an untethered, unhinged Donald Trump, which is why the message should be about a rubber stamp Republican Congress, because they want a checkmate to what they're not comfortable with. If you look at the numbers in your poll about independents.
So basically, his strategy is what I've always said. See, this is what centrists always do, right? Republicans win, and then we'll win power by saying, oh, there's be a thermostatic effect where people are like, oh, I don't know if we're comfortable with the Republicans doing this. And they'll just vote blindly for the opposition. But then the centrists don't have any plans. It's just vote for us to block stuff. Do you think that's going to lead to Democratic success in the long term? We're not going to get anything done. Policies will have been ratcheted to the right, and that's just the cycle, an endless spiral to the right. Does anyone think this is smart? Please, does anyone think this is fucking smart? This is so dumb. How does anybody look at this and think it makes sense? It's just mind-boggling.
Zeroing in swing districts with those voters on that message about Donald Trump, with a Congress that has given him the keys to the car, as they did just yesterday again. That's where there's going to be a lot of gold in that mine.
Yeah, I saw that,
The
Professor.
second thing,
Thank you.
and this is why, you didn't ask me about it, but a side note, the president attacking his own voters around the Epstein files, just on a political basis, forget the legal, etc. I find that a strange strategy, since your entire goal right now is to energize your voters, by the president of the United States calling them stupid, that they're being fooled and played with, and they're weak. That's a very unique way to energize your base in a midterm election where the other side is already more energized. You decided to call your own voters weak and stupid. So if the president ever listens to me, keep going. You got the exact right ticket for the future.
It's funny, we were having this exact conversation on the set yesterday when he said that, because yes, as a political reporter, I was, told by people like you and others that the last thing you want to do is anger your own voters. You don't want to.
That's all the Democrats do. That's all this motherfucker does. He angers his own fucking voters with his Zionism and his centrism. Wait, so why would Rahm Emanuel, I mean, this motherfucking delusional dipshit thinks he's going to be president of the United States. There's never been someone who's more fucking delusional than this moron. This is the biggest moron I've ever seen in my life. Like, legitimately dumb. I will bet unlimited amounts of money that this motherfucker doesn't become president of the United States. This dumb fuck thinks he's gonna run.
Dismiss your own voters. I mean, what does it say to you that he's willing to do that? I mean, he is, term limited, I guess, right? Is it that he's more focused on himself than the party?
Well, think about it this way. They have been more transparent, which are not really a behavioral pattern that would define the Trump.
It's fucking insane that you have a video about Zoran and the entire runtime is Rahm Emanuel. Typical CNN to go an establishment hack to give an opinion about Mamdani and give an out-of-touch take. Nobody cares what Emanuel thinks. DNC leadership should resign. Debs have to get AIPAC out of our politics. Dude, get Rahm Emanuel out of here. AIPAC buddy could not defeat Mamdani. Rahm Emanuel is not who he was, speaking for the people. The name is Mamdani. All these outside Dems supporting him except New York City Dems. How crazy is that? Tells you a lot about New York Dems. Rahm is a disaster. Dear Democrats, this Mamdani kid is only 33 and he's going to be with you for a while, and I love it. The vibes have shifted, man. The vibes have shifted. YouTube comments are shifting. Fuck, it feels good. Fuck, it feels good. All right, chat. There is a new GDF video about AIPAC. How long till this becomes with a tabletop war game AK-47 Republic calls the end of days? Read, actually collapsing regime. The United States of America is incredibly rich and powerful. It is a continent-spanning empire that has almost every climate within its borders. It has a significant portion of the world's fresh water. It has a significant portion of the world's arable land. It has deep water ports, every single resource you can imagine. The United States of America has an educated population and fine research universities. It's going to take a very, very, very prolonged period of failure to destroy this country, or some sort of political crack up. That's the truth. And like, a lot of people are like, oh no, I mean, Americans are stupid. Yeah, of course they are. But the rest of the world is extremely undeveloped as well. There are a few places in the world that could challenge the United States. As pathetic as the United States is, that's an embarrassing truth. So if we want to defeat this fucking this imperialist policy, we need to seize power any way we can, as soon as we can. He convinced me that GDF is starting to angle toward his actual anti-Semitic base. There are legit anti-Semitic comments on his videos. Okay, that's him not moderating his chat. That's not the same thing as him. There is BE's just wrong on GDF as well. He's wrong on GDF. He doesn't understand American politics that well. He's got good analysis and good historical knowledge, but he doesn't understand American politics that well. I mean, it's just the reality. The AIPAC lobbyists are making America even more genocidal than it otherwise might be. It's making this country less responsive to democratic opinion, because the average American does not want to support the genocide in Gaza. But AIPAC is highly organized and they're bribing our politicians. So it's not to say Israel isn't our puppet. Israel is our puppet, but there is a feedback loop. There's a feedback loop that he doesn't really understand. So let's watch this video. New GDF, why you should care about AIPAC. We're going to be long anyway, right? Right, chat? This is not a theory of global domination or control of the U.S. government. The pro-Israel lobby is completely irrelevant to most American domestic and foreign policy. Evangelical Christians compromise the bulk of American Zionists. Some of the most vocal and influential pro-Palestinian voices in the U.S. are Jewish. This is 100%. I agree with this completely.
In March of 2010, Army General David Petraeus, then Chief of Central Command, testified to the Senate Armed Services Committee. It sparked controversy for his statements on, in his words, the insufficient progress toward a comprehensive Middle East peace. The enduring hostilities between Israel and some of its neighbors present distinct challenges to our ability to advance our interests in the area of responsibility. Israeli-Palestinian tensions often flare into violence and large-scale armed confrontations. The conflict foments anti-American sentiment due to a perception of U.S. favoritism to Israel. Arab anger over the Palestinian question limits the strength and depth of U.S. partnerships with governments and peoples in the area of responsibility and weakens the legitimacy of moderate regimes in the Arab world. Meanwhile, Al-Qaeda and other militant groups exploit that anger to mobilize support. The conflict also gives Iran influence in the Arab world through its clients, Lebanese Hezbollah and Hamas. In addition, Petraeus testified, U.S. policy and actions in the Levant affect the strength of our relationships with partners in the area of responsibility. As such, progress toward resolving the political disputes in the Levant, particularly the Arab-Israeli conflict, is a major concern for CENTCOM. The statesman and former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote similarly in 2004 that American and Israeli interests in the region are not entirely congruent. America has major strategic and economic interests in the Middle East that are dictated by the region's vast energy supplies. Not only does America benefit economically from the relatively low costs of Middle Eastern oil, but America's security role in the region gives it indirect but politically critical leverage on the European and Asian economies that are also dependent on energy exports from the region. Hence, good.
I mean, like, this is the reality. This is why our Israeli policy supports American imperialism, because we have leverage over the world economy by controlling the Middle East. And that's why we consider China's development of renewable energy technology to be a threat to the empire. Why do you think the United States has tried to put a brake on China's green energy development? They're trying to put a brake on it because if green energy becomes cheaper than fossil fuels, then many countries in the world will be buying, they'll increase the importance of the Chinese economy, but it will also give every single country energy independence. And it means that the Middle East oil reserves become extremely less important. There'll be a mass oversupply of petroleum in the world rather than what we are now, which is an extremely tight and expensive commodity. The United States of America, because we are a fossil fuel producer, the United States of America is the #1 oil producer in the world. How many of you knew that? How many of you knew that America is #1 in producing of oil? Many people think of America as like dependent on foreign oil, but in reality, we are a producer of fossil fuels. So if the fossil fuel industry is destroyed, it will actually undermine our economy. And because we can't manufacture shit, because we are a pathetic fucking country of oligarchs, China is the only country that invested in the supply chains and in the advanced manufacturing technology and to actually develop a green economy.
Relations with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and their continued security reliance on America is in the U.S. national interest. From Israel's standpoint, however, the resulting American-Arab ties are disadvantageous. They not only limit the degree to which the United States is prepared to back Israel's territorial aspirations, they also stimulate American sensitivity to Arab grievances against Israel. I received a very kind, well-argued email from a viewer who made some salient points about my past focus on the pro-Israel lobby in America. From the text of the email, "Hey everyone, GDF here. Just want to thank everyone who has subscribed, become a patron," which is to say US Info, because it's server, become a patron now. From the text of the email, yes, the Israel lobby is powerful, but it is only powerful because it is allowed to be powerful, and it is allowed to be powerful because it serves the profit interests of the entire American ruling, read capital-owning, class by serving global U.S. hegemony.
I mean, this is so right. If it was, this letter is completely right. There's a reason why there isn't a China lobby, right? Like if you were just, if every country was allowed to just lobby an American Congress and buy it off, China would send $50 billion over here and start lobbying every congressperson to have an alliance with China. But that doesn't happen because the American hegemony, the American capitalist class, doesn't want a communist country to have control over our society. It's not in our interest to be. We'll lose global superpower status if we actually engage with China as an ally and equal. They have 5 times as many people. They will eventually become more important. Human beings are the most important element of the strength of a society when it comes down to it. Once you start developing, if China was half as developed as the US or half as economically strong per person, it would be a much, much more important country. So the United States has to keep China poor if we want to keep being dominant.
Which is to say U.S. imperialism, which is to say the extraction of surplus value from forcefully cheapened foreign labor and resources. This framework is certainly relevant to U.S. invasions and wars, such as Vietnam and Korea, but it doesn't really apply to U.S. support for Israel. In my view, bear with me, Israel is more comparable to World War II Germany than to the U.S. in Vietnam, which was a war of extermination in its own right. My opinion that the Vietnam War was a genocide is based on, inter alia, the creation of free fire and free strike zones, encompassing up to half of the land area of South Vietnam. These zones were, in effect, kill zones in which anyone present could be killed. Lieutenant General Julian Ewell, commander of the 9th Infantry Division during Operation Speedy Express in the Mekong Delta, stated that at night, anybody that was out there was fair game. Of course, indiscriminate killings were not limited to free fire zones. There was massive destruction throughout Vietnam, not to mention Laos and Cambodia. As revealed in the Pentagon Papers, near the end of 1966, a State Department paper prepared in Undersecretary Nicholas Katzenbach's office revealed that there is probably no province where saturation bombing had not been widely employed. Further, the widespread use of orders to kill anything that moves, including from Nixon and Kissinger during the bombing of Cambodia, reflects a systematic disregard for the distinction between civilians and combatants. During World War II, Germany sought a racially pure ethno-state based on romantic German ideals of ethno-nationalism and blood and soil. Hitler sought to conquer new territory in order to replace the natives with ethnic Germans. The Holocaust and the Nazi drive for Lebensraum weren't motivated.
I mean, today, Netanyahu just announced he wanted to occupy part of Syria.
By profit. In fact, pursuing these aims was quite costly to the Reich and undermined Germany's war effort. No, their actions were the logical outcome of Nazism. Romantic ideas of ethno-nationalism and blood and soil had an impact on the German-speaking world, including the German and Austro-Hungarian empires. Bernard Susser observed in Political Theory in 1977 that Martin Buber, an early supporter of Theodor Herzl and the Zionist movement, echoed in his writings the romantic, Volkish, elitist, and irrationalist currents that later fed the flood tide of National Socialism. Buber was even cited by Hans Friedrich Gunther, a prominent racial theorist in Nazi Germany. In 1933, Arthur Rupin, director of the Palestine office of the Zionist executive, traveled to Germany to meet with Gunther. When the Nazis published a pamphlet justifying the Nuremberg laws, it approvingly quoted Rupin. Rupin has been called the father of Israeli sociology. The center of Zionist activism migrated from Central Europe to the East, where the Russian Ze'ev Jabotinsky became politically active. He would lead the revisionist Zionist movement, and the revisionist Likud party leads Israel's government today. In his letter on autonomy from 1904, he argued that preserving national identity is possible only under conditions where racial purity is preserved, and for that we need a territory of our own in which our people will be the decisive majority.
And there you have it, folks. This is Nazi shit. This is literally Nazi shit.
Often called a socialist, David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, appealed to labor Zionists, who led Israel from 1948 to 1977, to remove the class concept that obscures the national character of our movement. The late Ze'ev Sternhell led the political science department at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He identifies Chaim Arlazorov as one of the major leaders of the labor movement. Arlazorov strongly promoted the idea that Jewish socialism cannot be anything but national.
So it must be National Socialism, aka Hitler.
Indeed, Arlazorov was deeply rooted.
Any chance you would reconsider using refugee in the title? It really undermines the struggles actual refugees go through. My response to that is, it does not undermine the struggle that regular refugees go through. We're currently talking about AIPAC and the fascist background of Israel, because there's a current, so I'm not going to get diverted on that. I hear what you're trying to say, and I see you. I see you as an empathetic and compassionate person, but no one thinks that. But I hear you.
In the cultural environment that produced German nationalist socialism. Nachman Sirkin as well had a decisive influence on the labor movement. Sirkin's view that Zionism transcends class warfare, Sternhell wrote, is a classic nationalist socialist formulation. Further, Ben-Gurion's view that the Jewish workers' concept of class is identical with the concept of political sovereignty held by political Zionism was also classic of nationalist socialism. In 2018, Sternhell observed the growing fascism in Israel was akin to early Nazism. Israeli historian Benny Morris wrote early this year about Israelis that like to cite Amalek in reference to the Palestinians and speak about uprooting the Palestinians from their land, bearing eerie similarity to how the Nazis in the beginning of World War II talked about exiling the Jews of Europe to Madagascar or somewhere else before they started in on the mass extermination. In conclusion, Morris wrote, the dehumanization that has to take root before mass murder is already here. U.S. support for Israel is critical, especially since the U.S. foot the bill for an estimated...
From Germany to South Africa to Israel, we need to make sure that after the greater Israeli project is defeated, that a new fascist Nazi project doesn't spring up again in a new region friendly to political Zionist refugees escaping from Israel. I mean, the reality is that I consider Israel to be the final Western colonial project. And that's why all the Western countries support it. Because in essence, it is the final one. It was the one that was launched just as the rest of the world was dismantling colonialism. Israel was created. So its destruction is necessary for humanity to move beyond this kind of fascistic ideology.
70% of Israel's war-related military spending since October 7th. I'll repeat that. 70% of Israel's war-related military spending since October 7th. The U.S. financed the genocide and provided the bombs and all of Israel's manned aircraft. But why does it get all this money and support? The emailer expounds on a common characterization of Israel's role in the Middle East, that it is a beachhead of American military power in a vital strategic location. If there were to be another Arab Spring, and Egypt, Jordan, or God forbid, Saudi Arabia were to have a socialist or anti-imperialist revolution, Israel would be at the ready to bomb it to smithereens and restore U.S. hegemony. All of this without the U.S. having to put any of its own boots on the ground. Admittedly, this didn't work in Yemen, but it was mainly neighboring Saudi Arabia's job to deal with that one. And they failed despite the Americans arming them to the teeth.
I think this is one of the things that a lot of Americans don't appreciate, is that every single Middle Eastern country is either a direct U.S. enemy or a U.S. puppet. No exceptions.
This excerpt touches on an interesting point: the role of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf Arab states generally in the Middle East. It's somewhat ironic that leftists that view Israel as a strategic asset of the United States rely on pro-Israel talking points. Former Israeli ambassador to the United States Michael Oren reviews many of them in a 2011 article for Foreign Policy. Of course, there are several pro-Israel talking points that many skeptics of pro-Israel lobby criticism do not parrot. Oren, for example, quickly cites U.S. popular support for the U.S.-Israeli alliance. I hope you can all see why undermining U.S. popular support for Israel is a particular concern of mine, as it is a principal justification for U.S. government support for Israel. No, the convergence of leftist skeptics of pro-Israel lobby criticism and pro-Israel propagandists can be seen in the following paragraph. Israel is not, of course, situated in some geographical backwater, but at the junction of paramount American interests. Its prominence on the eastern Mediterranean littoral, at the nexus of North Africa and Southwest Asia, has enabled the United States to minimize its military deployments in the area, as similarly concluded by the viewer who emailed me. Oren continues, in the Persian Gulf, by contrast, the absence of a dependable and sturdy ally like Israel has impelled the United States to commit hundreds of thousands of troops and trillions of dollars. Secretary of State Alexander M. Haig's observation 30 years ago still resonates today. Israel is the largest American aircraft carrier in the world that cannot be sunk, does not carry even one American soldier, and is located in a critical region for American national security. Interestingly enough, the phrase was previously used back in 19...
Honestly, I think the better clip is this.
Interestingly enough, the phrase was previously used back in 19...
Honestly, I think the better clip is this. The better clip is this. Hold on.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment, and this is, I'll say this 5,000 times in my career, the ironclad commitment the United States has to Israel based on our principles, our ideas, our values. They're the same values.
I mean, I agree. Israel and the United States have the same exact values, and that should fucking piss you off.
I've often said, Mr. President, if there were not in Israel, we'd have to invent one.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not in Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
We're also going to discuss the ironclad commitment, and this is, I'll say this 5,000 times in my...
Like, it's, I mean, like, what could he even say? What could he even say? So I don't want anybody to think that I'm saying that Israel isn't a creation of the U.S. empire. It is, which is why it's important to have anti-Israeli politicians seize control of the state and go, you know what? This is actually more harm than good. They're pissing off 1 billion Muslims. They're destabilizing the Middle East. They're committing war crimes. They're making America a pariah. It's destroying our efforts in other areas of the world, especially Latin America and Africa and Asia. People are disgusted by Israel and America's alliance with Israel. That is the calculation that we need to have made, that Israel is not worth the effort.
1948 by the U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia to describe the kingdom. Writes Peter L. Hahn in Crisis and Crossfire, Minister to Jeddah J. Reeves Childs likened Saudi Arabia to an immense aircraft carrier lying athwart a number of the principal air traffic lanes of the world, as well as the sea lanes of the Indian Ocean, Persian Gulf, and Suez Canal. In 1950, the State Department offered an assurance that the United States, quote, will take most immediate action at any time that the integrity and independence of Saudi Arabia is threatened. In 1951, King Ibn Saud signed a 5-year renewable base agreement granting the United States access to the Dhahran Air Base in exchange for military aid. U.S. officials also relished Ibn Saud's political orientation. If you could find a communist in Saudi Arabia, the king mentioned to a U.S. Air Force general, I will hand you his head.
I think you guys and gals and non-binary pals need to understand how important somebody like Zoran calls himself a socialist is to changing American politics. We are the first generation that is free from the Red Scare bullshit. And if we are not careful, we're going to end up in the same pit that we were in the 50s. You and I have an absolute opportunity to change the course of this country and the world. It's that big. Or else you're going to have your head taken off. What were the leftists of the 1950s mistake? The mistake that was made was not controlling the Democratic Party so that we couldn't have Wallace taken off the ballot in 1944. That is the moment where this country went to shit. It's when Truman replaced Wallace in the 1944 primary.
In Oren's foreign policy article, he lauds the presence of an American aircraft carrier, being Israel, which reduces the need for American troops in that particular area. He distinguishes the Eastern Mediterranean littoral from the Persian Gulf, identifying them as distinct areas. This raises a quite profound problem with the supposed role of Israel in the Middle East, or their supposed role in securing U.S. hegemony in the Middle East or Middle Eastern oil. Indeed, it was the oil resources of Saudi Arabia that in 1945, State Department Near Eastern Affairs Chief Gordon P. Merriam called a stupendous source of strategic power and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. The U.S. military is well aware of the distinct and disparate roles of the Persian Gulf and the Eastern Mediterranean. The Fifth Fleet patrols the Gulf, while the Sixth Fleet is stationed in the Mediterranean Sea. Indeed, the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet and Central Command's forward operating base are in Bahrain and Qatar. The oldest and largest military bases lie in the Gulf, where the U.S. enjoys strong alliances with the Gulf monarchies who are staunchly anti-communist and have access to immense wealth and sit on one of the world's most strategic locations. Of course, even in the Levant, far from the U.S. not having to deploy troops, they've done so on a number of occasions, including in Lebanon in 1958 and 1982. It's also worth noting that the U.S. has no issue deploying hundreds of thousands of troops to the Middle East or anywhere else when it suits its interests. I'm reminded of when Sacha Baron Cohen interviewed Dick Cheney on Who is America. The former vice president looked back fondly on his favorite war, citing the number of troops he was able to deploy.
You started so many wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, 1 and 2. Which was your favorite war and why?
Oh, I think it was what we did in Desert Storm. I loved being Secretary of Defense, especially in wartime, especially during Desert Storm.
It's
when
fun.
We had the capacity. I deployed 500,000 men and women to
fantastic.
And
fantastic.
Indeed, American military and civilian leaders have often shown a callous indifference to the lives of soldiers, deploying them freely and with little regard for the human cost. Meanwhile, large-scale deployments bring considerable benefits to private industry, particularly to construction firms, defense contractors, and private security companies. It's been argued, namely by Noam Chomsky, that Israel's wars of conquest in 1967 and 1982 served U.S. interests because they undermined Nasser and the PLO, respectively. Though Eisenhower, who had no issue toppling Mossadegh in Iran and Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, famously sided with Nasser after Israel invaded Egypt in 1956. Even in 1967, Lyndon Johnson made clear to the Israelis that he did not want Israel to attack, and further, there was no risk of an Egyptian attack. In late May 1967, the American president told the Israeli prime minister Israel must not take any preemptive military action and thereby make itself responsible for the initiation of hostilities. Unilateral action on the part of Israel would be irresponsible and catastrophic. Indeed, when the Israelis attacked Egypt, the Israelis lied to the Americans about it. Walt Rostow, then National Security Advisor, gave his recollection of the morning of the first day of the war the following year. I might just say parenthetically that President Johnson has never believed that this war was ever anything else than a mistake by the Israelis. A brilliant quick victory he never regarded as an occasion for elation or satisfaction. He so told the Israeli representatives on a number of occasions. However, at the time, I should say that, war having been initiated against our advice, there was a certain relief that things were going well for the Israelis. The relief in Washington was due in large part to the fact that the U.S. would not have to deploy its own troops. But this also underlines a key contradiction in the U.S.-Israel relationship. Far from being a proxy, Israel's decision-making was independent and potentially destabilizing. Under President Johnson, the United States made a decisive sale of F-4 Phantom fighter jets to Israel, marking a turning point in their bilateral relationship. The Phantoms were among the most advanced aircraft in the U.S. arsenal, and this was the first time such cutting-edge weaponry was sold to Israel. The sale signaled a shift, from cautious support to full-fledged military backing, cementing America's role as Israel's chief arms supplier. The story of how the sale went through is told in an enlightening article from Israel Hayom, the right-wing Israeli daily owned by the Adelson family. The article's co-authors are Gadi Vorsha and Israel Prize Laureate Abraham Ben-Zvi, Professor Emeritus of the University of Haifa's School of Political Science. Two men, the article states, transformed the Israel-U.S. relationship in the shadows. Those men were Abraham Feinberg and Meyer Mike Feldman. Feldman was appointed in order to deliver the Jewish vote for Kennedy, and Feinberg was an unofficial envoy to the Jewish state. During the meeting between Eshkol and Johnson in the latter's ranch in Texas, Israel made a request to get Phantom jets, which was at the time the crown jewel of the U.S. weapons industry. Talks between then Ambassador to the U.S. Yitzhak Rabin and the State Department Representative Paul Warnke became heated. Since it appeared that the U.S. bureaucracy was trying to pull a fast one without the president, Feinberg got into the mix and intervened on behalf of Israel by contacting Johnson, circumventing the State Department and the Pentagon. And indeed, eventually, this resulted in the White House issuing a presidential order to supply Israel with the aircraft without forcing it to change its nuclear ambiguity formula. This is all the more impressive, the authors write, because it took place behind the scenes without seeking public glory or having their names appear in the media headlines. Thanks to their work, Israel could whisper directly into two presidents' ears during a period that is critical to its national security. The covert nature—
This is the very important element that I think a lot of people miss, is that Israel is our cat's paw. When we need to support forces and organizations that are such bad looks, we do it through Israel. We do it through Mossad. And the so-called Five Eyes intelligence sharing allows Israel to also spy on Americans and pass that to American policymakers in the blob. The National Security Unity Party enforces their policies on the United States by using Israeli spies to spy on Americans. And they do that with groups like the ADL. So if we are going to give freedom to Americans, we must destroy this cooperation
of the back channels they provided, alongside the desire
Israel
to
is like
truly serve.
He's like an associate member of Five Eyes.
Both parties earned them the trust of both leaderships. This is what made them such powerful figures. Why would Johnson listen to Feldman and Feinberg over the State Department and the Pentagon? In a conversation with Feinberg in 1965, Johnson made a remarkable statement with regard to weapon sales to Jordan.
We think it would be better to give them as little as possible and control it. And all of our defense people think it would be. But I'm not prepared to take on the New York Times and Mike Feldman and everybody else. And I'm going to let them make the decision. Our people, the Jews in our country, say that we ought not to, under any circumstances, sell Jordan anything. Now that we've spent $600 million on this course of action under Kennedy and all through the years. Now, if you all feel that way about it, we're going to tell Jordan we cannot sell you. We can't get involved in sales to individual nations. Therefore, we will not be selling any arms. We just cut them off. My judgment is, and it's Rusk's judgment, and I don't believe it's an emotional judgment, but I believe it's a friendly judgment, that this little king has some value to us, and that we ought to keep him as far away from the Soviet and Nasser as we can. The Israelis, though, don't think so. Well, if they don't, we'll just pull out. We won't sell him a damn thing.
Basically,
but we want it to be.
there was a movement called Pan-Arab Nationalism that wanted to unite all these former French and English creations into one country called Arabia, a nation state for Arabs. And if that had happened, it would have been as one of the most powerful countries in the world, and it would have had a majority of the world's oil. So it would have been an incredibly powerful country, or a significant fraction. It would have been an incredibly dominant society instantly. So it was in the United States' interest to prevent that from happening by any means necessary. And what we did is divide and conquer. Just like we basically did what the British did in India, but we did it in the Middle East. divide these countries up into all these little fiefdoms, set up a crime family, call them king, and that's that.
Clear it's their decision. And we want to be clear that we're doing it so we can satisfy the Jews and not irritate them.
The Israelis didn't think giving Jordan weapons was a good thing, as Johnson described the situation, and Johnson did not want to deal with Mike Feldman or the New York Times protests about it. Why would Israel and its supporters want to undermine a sale of weapons that would enrich the shareholders of defense contractors? Because Israel and its supporters pursued Zionism even when it ran counter to the interests of American industry. This should raise questions about the nature of U.S. support for Israel. Following the Six-Day War, on June 29, 1967, CIA Director Richard Helms sought a briefing from former CIA Director John McCone on the importance of Middle East oil to the United States. No surprise, the U.S. possession of oil in the Middle East is of great importance to the U.S., McCone said. The subject is all too often dismissed as purely a commercial and vested interest of the oil companies, whereas, if looked at in the broadest sense, it is clearly an interest of the U.S. government as well.
You have to keep in context the context of the Cold War as well, which is these are incredibly important resources, and we want to make sure we deny these resources to the Soviet bloc. So there was a technological embargo. There was an attempt to keep resources out of the Soviet Union and the communist bloc. So this is all part of that international competition between the United States and the Soviet bloc. And the U.S., because of its alliance with the former imperial powers, had control over many of these puppet governments.
McCone was also...
Yeah, the Ba'athist and Nasser... Oh, that's so true. That's why they failed. Because they spent their time targeting communists, that's why they failed. That's such an important point.
Concerned with the fallout from the closure of the Suez Canal. Egypt closed it after Israel's attack, and it remained closed from June 1967 to June 1975. Interestingly enough, a lot of people don't know that the Suez Canal was closed for 8 years. This caused considerable distance increases. McCone recommended that the U.S. government emphasize a balanced position, lest the U.S. appear oriented toward Israel. As McCone put it, we must be sure that our official statements come out loud and clear and represent a very balanced position because there is a certain amount of brainwashing going on by the press. But the worst was yet to come. According to Richard Nixon, the Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir was opposed to giving up even an inch of the territory they had captured in 1967. Nixon's national security advisor Henry Kissinger sided with the Israelis. Secretary of State William Rogers unsuccessfully proposed that Israel withdraw from the territories. In 1975, Kissinger admitted that agreement would have prevented the 1973 war. On the 6th of October 1973, Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack to recapture their territories. It was one of Israel's worst intelligence failures. In the opening days, Israel lost dozens of tanks and planes and suffered thousands of casualties.
Yeah, when they actually fought Egypt.
Nixon and Kissinger...
And it wasn't a surprise attack.
...debated launching an airlift to resupply the Israelis, eventually approving one of the largest U.S. military resupply operations since World War II. Kissinger tells the story in his memoirs. On October 9th, already days into the war, Kissinger spoke with the Israeli ambassador and his defense attaché. They concluded, wrote Kissinger, an Israeli victory based on its existing inventory, supplemented by a limited amount of special high-tech equipment from the United States, was no longer possible. A major resupply effort of Israel would be necessary if the war were to be brought to a rapid conclusion. Kissinger relayed this message to members of the National Security Council, and according to him, my colleagues were skeptical. CIA Director William Colby reported that Israel was doing well on the Syrian front and holding its own in the Sinai. Israel was simply trying to obtain the maximum military aid from us before victory as a sign of unrestricted support, not so much for the war as for the period afterward. Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger saw no problem with sending...
Like, I found a video of Asmongold clearly slandering you and Hassan. Can I send it? I mean, yeah, you can send it to me. I mean, Asmongold is a coward. The problem with Asmongold is he literally doesn't believe in anything at all, except to use the algorithm to attack us for profit. Like, I mean, I'd love to debate him if he actually took a position on anything. The fucking cowardly bitch.
Auxiliary equipment not requiring American technicians.
We're not going to watch it, I don't think.
But his concern was that meeting Israel's requests and thus turning around a battle that the Arabs were winning might blight our relations with the Arabs for a long time. Schlesinger stressed the distinction between defending Israel.
I just noticed the crazy amount of Luigis in the background. What do you mean? I like Luigi. See, I'm the oldest brother, and I used to. I'm the oldest in my family, so I used to play Player 2 because it was a way of kind of like bonding with my younger siblings. I let them feel, good about themselves as Mario. It's called building them up. So I'm a big Luigi fan. Nostalgic for me. I like to think about Luigi. You like green more than red? I disagree with you. I like red more than green personally, but it's nostalgic for me. Luigi. I love Luigi. And if you think about it, Luigi really did nothing wrong in the stories. He's a great video game character.
Israel's survival within its pre-1967 borders and helping Israel maintain its
My brother was a selfish prick who always played Player 1. I was for a while, but as I got older, I realized, you like when you're really young, you want to be Player 1, but then you realize, oh shit, I like being Luigi. I like being Michelangelo, was my favorite turtle. I like playing Falco, in Star Fox. Also, why haven't we gotten a new Star Fox? Why the fuck is there no Star Fox? Am I crazy and there hasn't been a new Star Fox in forever? Why the fuck don't we have a Star Fox? Can I get a fucking Star Fox for the Switch too? It would be so fun. Like, what the fuck? I really love Star Fox 64 because they had the mothership. And they would have these battle arenas where you could like fly back in the mothership and get repairs and shit. It was fucking cool. That was like peak gaming for me. Yeah, where's F-Zero? Like, what the fuck? They have all this good IP that was like the shit back in the day. Nintendo is all like, they just keep making like, okay, we need 9 different fucking Mario Karts. Can we get another Star Fox? Like, what the fuck?
Quests from the 1967 war. Other participants concurred. Kissinger, however, overruled them. On October 14th, Nixon declared, "I am glad to hear that we are going all out on this. If we are going to do it, don't spare the horses. If we are going to take heat for this, well, let's go." Though this decision followed considerable pressure from members of Congress. On October 11th, a furious Nixon complained of news stories linked to the Israeli embassy, and he told the Secretary of State, "I want you to lean very hard on the Israeli ambassador and say that I am very distressed about these stories and I have information. I am talking to the press people. It is not coming from him but from lower-level people who are putting out the line that we are not supporting Israel. I will not tolerate this, and if I hear any more of this, I will hold him responsible. You and I know that Israel is not going to lose this war, but we cannot fight both sides. If we hear any more stuff like this, I will have no choice domestically except to turn on them. I can get the names of these people." Kissinger faced pressure as well. In a conversation with the Israeli ambassador the following day, Kissinger bemoaned, "I was very upset about the harassment from the
Vio bought a Switch 2. I haven't played it yet. Is it good or are people complaining? I don't know. Anyway, let me just say this. I was very upset about the harassment from pro-Jewish senators this afternoon, as if we had not done enough. Look at the way that Nixon and Kissinger would equate Jewishness with Israel. Even in the 70s. Fucking bullshit. And even more on top of all of this, the myth of the 48 war is that Israel fought all these Arab countries at once. That did not happen. It's bullshit. It's all this myth making of Israeli superiority. Israel has not fought any major power toe to toe, except when they did the sneak attack. They did what amounted to a sneak attack, a Pearl Harbor, an illegal undeclared attack in 1967. And then when they actually fought the Yom Kippur War, they got their shit pushed in. Let's be honest.
Jewish senators this afternoon, as if we had not done enough. Nixon, for his part, was initially concerned with too openly arming Israel, fearing blowback with the Arab states. In terms of massive open support for Israel, that will just bring massive open support by the Russians. Kissinger appeared to walk a tightrope, as revealed in a conversation with Senator Hubert Humphrey, who called with a stern request. "I feel very strongly that we should ensure prompt delivery of the necessary planes for Israel. I understand we are making deliveries right now, but that they are rather slow. I would like to see a number of planes made available promptly," said the senator from Minnesota. Kissinger. Hubert, let me say something as a friend. We have to navigate carefully. The same day, Secretary of Defense Schlesinger told the Secretary of State that the senator from Washington, Henry Jackson, wants 50 Phantoms within 24 hours. Kissinger, tell him to go screw himself. I still think we ought to get something moving, but not in quantities that would get this blown sky high. On October 12th, a memorandum by the chairman of Exxon, Mobil, Texaco, and Standard Oil, which was seen by the president, expressed their concerns. We are convinced of the seriousness of the intentions of the Saudis and Kuwaitis, and that any actions of the U.S. government at this time in terms of increased military aid to Israel will have a critical and adverse effect on our relations with the moderate Arab-producing countries. As told by Patrick Tyler, former chief correspondent for the New York Times, the U.S. airlift had been followed by a White House message to Congress on October.
Chat, look what I just got on my watch. Look what I just got on my watch. Do you see that? Hold on. Let me show you this. Oh no, it locked. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Hold on. This is what I got on my watch. Why did it? Why is it? This is so. It's gonna be worth it, chat. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. You're gonna be like, oh, Mike, that was worth it. Thank you for pausing. You see this? Did you guys see that? I couldn't read it. I'm old. You're not supposed to. What do you mean read? It's like this weird, quite frankly, kind of flirty picture from AOC where she's like, what the fuck? Bro. Oh man, you leaked some of the number. It's not AOC's number, guys. It's not AOC's number. It's just a fundraising text. But it was very, very funny how it came through on my watch.
October 19th, asking for a special $2.2 billion appropriation to pay for the arms being shipped to Israel. That incited an even more intense reaction. The next day, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia announced a total embargo of crude oil exports to the United States. Oil prices quadrupled, causing a global recession, spawning a new beast, stagflation.
See what I mean, chat? Like they got fucking this was the moment where America and its power was the most vulnerable during the 20th century. It was the Arab oil embargo, but the Soviet Union fucking failed to take advantage.
The consequences were so far-reaching and long-lasting, they're worth studying on their own, but just know this. It was a disaster that didn't end with Nixon's presidency. As with the Arab nationalist Nasser, the Americans at one point apparently felt that they could live with a nationalist PLO. Ariel Sharon's plan to expel the Palestinians in Lebanon to Jordan and creating a Palestinian state there ran counter to the U.S. alliance with the Hashemite Kingdom, a resolutely anti-communist pro-Western monarchy. Gerald Ford's CIA even formed a secret channel with Palestinian leaders, including Ali Hassan Salameh, as described by Ronan Bergman in Rise and Kill First. The link with Salameh was a high-priority project of the entire CIA. In late 1976, the agency's director, George A.
Ooh, this looks like a good video. The truth behind Hassan Piker's New York City trip. Might have to watch that. For the refugees, chat. Just to get the refugees in. We got to get the refugees in.
H.W. Bush sent an official invitation to Salameh to come to Langley. The visit, which took place in January 1977, combined business and pleasure. The CIA even organized a honeymoon for him and his wife in Hawaii and Disneyland. When the Israelis assassinated Salameh in 1979, the CIA station chief for Beirut, Frank Anderson, wrote his son a letter. At your age, I lost my father. Today, I lost a friend. As described by Avner Yaniv in Dilemmas of Security, the Reagan administration had come into power, committed not to deal with the PLO unless it accepted UN Resolution 242 and the existence of Israel and renounced terrorism. By April 1981, however, the question of terrorism had quietly been dropped and back-channel contacts between the United States and the PLO had been resumed. Indeed, the swiftness with which the United States under Reagan returned to the orientation of the Carter administration was alarming to Israel. Another further concern was that in 1981, Saudi King Fahd endorsed a plan for an Israeli withdrawal from and a mini-Palestinian state established in the West Bank. To Israel's dismay, the Reagan administration showed a guarded interest in the Saudi idea. The plan failed, yet from the Israeli point of view, the writing was on the wall. One or two more attempts like the Fahd plan could conceivably lead to an American conviction that the PLO had become an acceptable partner for negotiations. In response, the Israelis planned a surprise attack. Though some 6 months before the invasion, Sharon met with American officials to warn them of the danger of war and gave them a hypothetical plan. Present were the American ambassador Samuel Lewis and Reagan's Mideast envoy Philip Habib. According to Lewis, Habib was, as I was, dumbfounded by the audacity of the political concept that seemed to evolve, and Habib reacted at that point very vehemently. He made it extraordinarily clear to Sharon that this was an unthinkable proposition as far as the U.S. government was concerned. After the invasion, wrote Stephen L. Spiegel in The Other Arab-Israeli Conflict, the Reagan administration was furious both at the timing and substance of Israel's actions. For once, the entire Reagan team was unified in pressing for an immediate ceasefire.
See, if that had happened from Biden, then this genocide would be over.
Reagan was caught off guard by the invasion, read a June 12, 1982 news analysis for the New York Times. They were not expecting Israel to invade Lebanon last weekend, even though for months it had been worried about just that possibility. With Reagan and his Secretary of State in Europe, and the Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs in California, the Lebanese...
I am seeking refuge from Pikerstead. All borders have closed. The Qatar has dried up. I'm applying for political asylum. The gaping frogs have risen up, and I'm in danger as a member of the Reacts ethnic group. Thank you for generosity. Oh, no, 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 no. You're making the woke of the day right. You're making the woke of the day right. Oh, no. But welcome in. Welcome in.
This crisis broke out with the key policymakers not in Washington or preoccupied with other matters. Further, Habib was on his way to Lebanon to pursue a diplomatic settlement of the competing aims of the Lebanese government, the Syrians, and the PLO. As with the June 1967 war, the 1982 invasion of Lebanon was far from inevitable. U.S. presidents Ford, Carter, and Reagan had made overtures to the PLO.
I sent you the video. You should watch it because he has also said stuff that make him sued and potentially jailed. Where did you send it to me? You can just send it in the chat. I give you permission. You can send it in the chat.
And Reagan initially pursued a diplomatic resolution.
Substitute teacher. True. Actually, I am politics 201. I am for the people that are majoring in politics. You all, you've had the survey course. Now you're ready for the major. Now you're ready for your upper tier classes.
Solution.
Ban him? Oh, is it a troll? You've been trolled. Damn, that's it? That's it?
Not Ariel Sharon's sweeping plan to conquer all of Lebanon. Like previous Arab-Israeli conflicts, this was not a matter of simply defeating a rogue nationalist group. Syria's military presence in Lebanon, and let's not forget Israel's attack on Syria in the 1967 war, raised the risk of Soviet involvement, and Sharon's objectives were so extreme that he kept them secret from his own prime minister at times. His vision was to expel the Palestinians and reshape Lebanon into a Christian-dominated ally of Israel, a goal rooted in labor Zionist thinking dating back to the 1950s. Rather than avoiding direct entanglement, the U.S. found itself sending in Marines who soon became targets in a guerrilla war waged by a new adversary, Hezbollah, a movement born directly from the Israeli invasion and occupation. In the months leading up to the invasion, Ariel Sharon had been annoying U.S. State Department officials, reported the Christian Science Monitor. Israel has begun calling on the American Jewish community to take every possible step to oppose further U.S. arms sales to Arab nations.
I don't think people realize just how insane Israel is. They're not going to stop with genociding the Palestinians. Let's assume they get everything they want and they genocide the Palestinians out of Gaza. They ethically cleanse them out of the West Bank. They're not going to stop. They're going to continue. They're going to continue to push further and further. They're going to colonize more land in Syria. They're going to push into, before we know it, they're going to be attacking Jordan. Greater Israel, they have no end for their ambition. And they want to make criticizing Israel illegal everywhere They have diplomatic influence.
In a speech to Washington to the United Jewish Appeal, Sharon said, "You must take every possible step in order to stop as early as possible any further supply of sophisticated modern weapons to the Arab countries, including Iraq, Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia." Sharon complained in his speech that the Arab nations have received many billions of dollars more in weapons from the West and the Soviet bloc than Israel had. It's difficult to argue, at least persuasively, that the U.S.-Israel alliance and the pro-Israel lobby's opposition to arming Arab states necessarily align with the interests of the American defense industry. As Ariel Sharon himself acknowledged, far more profit is to be made by selling weapons to the much larger number of Arab countries. Blocking those deals not only reduces revenue for U.S. arms manufacturers, but also creates...
I believe we talked to my brother about this. Due to being radical, I feel the pressure to speak in extra detail, explain my positions, but as there becomes more detail, you begin to zone out from the information overload. GNF is kind of like that to me. There's so much detail, my brain smooths a bit. Yeah, I think I've reached the end of my GD. I have a kind of general feeling about videos that are longer than a half hour, where it's like, even if it's really, really, really good, it starts to get to the point where you're like, it's a stream. I can't sit here and watch a video that's this fucking long. You know what I mean? It's too fucking long. But it is really good. And we've already reacted to it for more than a fucking hour at this point. So now it's time for some fun reacts.
That's right. We're at Eastern and Mariana, one of the roadblocks here surrounding that training academy. Now, we can tell you that this area has been evacuated. We did see some people here driving out, and LA County Sheriff's deputies saying that they will not be allowed into the area, as we learn that 3 deaths here believed to be LA County Sheriff's deputy. The FBI Los Angeles office now responding to the scene, gathering more information. And there was some sort of explosion reported at 7:25 this morning.
Officer down. We've got 3 officers. I mean, there's a lot of officers down.
That facility just up the road about half a mile, the Biscaylis Center Academy Training, commonly known as the Biscaylis Academy. The Sheriff's Information Bureau confirming the explosion was reported here at the training center on the 10,000 block of Eastern Avenue. A sheriff's SUV was seen with blown out windows at one point. The facility serves as a full-scale training center for the LA County Sheriff's Department. It offers specialized courses, pre-academy preparation, and career development programs. Now, we still don't know exactly what was going on, what caused that explosion. We know one deputy was injured and taken to a hospital, and we are told that federal agents are working on learning more information now. Back out here on the scene, I did talk to a few residents nearby, actually somebody who was working in the parking lot near this road closure. They said they didn't hear any sort of explosions. They really didn't know what was happening. They just saw the emergency response. They saw some unmarked vehicles, as well as sheriff's deputies rushing into the scene up the road here behind me. So very tragic news that we're learning here just outside that training academy here in East Los Angeles. For now,
taking you back out live right there in Southern California. The residents that you were able to speak.
Oh, let's see if we can get a better view, chat. We want to see a better view. I don't know why this video was at 1,000 speed, but okay.
Has now been confirmed by Fox News. They are now reporting that at least 3 are dead in a possible explosion at a saying there that it happened at the
deputies. I'm uncertain of what was happening, what type of a training exercise was taking place, possibly the individuals who were killed.
Come on, can we get at least one burned vehicle? Why is the coverage suck of this? Where's the helicopters?
3 sheriff's deputies now dead and a sheriff's sergeant critically injured after an explosion at the LA County Sheriff's Training Academy this morning. The FBI is investigating there with emergency teams who are on the ground. The fire department, just 1 block away, felt that explosion and immediately ran over to help.
An explosive device is believed to have detonated in the parking lot after a bomb squad unit brought back 2 items suspected to be military ordinances. Sources familiar with the academy tell our NBC Los Angeles reporter that this is, quote, unbelievable because of the level of bomb expertise at this facility. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass writing on X, the city of LA is supporting the LA County sheriffs through this horrific incident in Monterey Monterey Park. LA Fire Department and ATF arson investigators and members of the LAPD bomb squad are assisting at the training facility. The thoughts of all Angelenos are with all of those impacted by this blast. NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now from Los Angeles, where he's been following this story. So, Aaron, this...
Chat, you know what I fucked up? I should have been doing more pirate software videos. I was one of the first people to speak out against pirate software. Can I just pause for a second? I was one of the first people to speak out on pirate software. Very, very early. It's because he took the side of Twitch when Twitch was like, oh, we don't make money. Oh, we lose so much money. Oh, gosh, it's so hard to make money. When Kick was first starting, and I was like, that's a lie. And then pirate software went super viral with a completely bullshit video where he was trying to explain how, man, Twitch just loses so much money. And I was like, this guy's completely full of shit. But that's when everybody loved him. So I was the first person to say, this guy's completely full of shit. And now everybody is all on pirate software's ass, and I didn't get to ride the wave at all. I didn't get to ride the wave at all because I didn't care about the stupid fucking hardcore mage, you know, roach or whatever the fuck he did. And then apparently now he's in trouble because he didn't support some sort of consumer movement called Stop Killing Games. I don't know enough about it to comment on it, but I just want to say I was fair first. I was right about that fucker. He is full of bullshit. He owns ferrets. Isn't that like illegal?
Broke at about 7:30 local time there. What is the latest? What are we learning about how this happened?
Well, Vicki, this is an all-hands-on-deck operation trying to figure out exactly what happened in this incident here. We know that there is supposed to be a news conference sometime in the very near future where we hope to get more details from the sheriff here. As you noted, this is an incident that happened just about 2 or so hours ago, about 7:30 local time, when there was this explosion at this training facility in East L.A. As we understand it from our affiliate here, our station here, KNBC, two sources have told them that the bomb squad had been called overnight and collected two things that were possibly some sort of military.
You would support Stop Killing Games? Here's my feeling. I want to tell you about video games. If a video game has been abandoned by the creators of it and it is no longer being supported, it should pass out of copyright. Like if I buy a video game and say it's a multiplayer game and the company who created it stop supporting it, you can't play it anymore, it should pass it into the general domain. That's what I support. We should change copyright law. The other thing I want to say about copyright law is, if you're really honest, 95% of the money you get from something comes very close to when it's released. The long tail of money is extremely rare. It's extremely fucking rare for there to be like a lot of money in some fresh art. The fact that it's 75 years after the death of the creator is fucking nonsense. That shit should be cut down to 20 years. And that should be renewable each time you create a sequel or something that builds on the IP. But it should not last 75 years after the death. That's fucking stupid. It's not about copyright. It's about ability to play the game. Yeah, I'm saying something that's even better than that. I'm saying that if a company is letting something die, they should lose the right to it, and it should transfer to the popular domain. So if you guys want to like take the game and you want to like start servers for it, you have the right to do that. If you want to, you know, modify the game, if you want to mod the game, if you want to build a sequel off that IP, if they're not supporting it, it should be fucking eminent domain. It should be go immediately eminent domain to public domain. We should not have this shit just die out because of some hypothetical long tail that mostly doesn't happen. If you don't maintain your IP, it should be free. Now, I'm not saying like the creative aspects, maybe there's some more gray area, and nothing is ever easy in life, right? At the very, very least, you should be able to keep playing the game.
Ordinance. Those things were brought back to the facility that you're seeing on your screen here, the Special Enforcement Bureau, a space that does training for bomb squads, SWAT teams, that sort of thing, as we understand it here. And some point after they got back to the facility.
Wait, what's this?
Oh, baby, a triple!
What the fuck are you talking about, Grim? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, never mind. I get it. I get it. You were looking for this. You were looking for this.
Triple kill!
That's what you were looking for.
those ordinances or whatever was brought back there seemed to have exploded in the parking lot. As you noted, our understanding at this point is that 3 deputies were killed as a result of that explosion, and the investigation is ongoing at this point. The Los Angeles Police Department and Fire Department, the city agencies, are helping out with the investigation. The ATF, the FBI, also on scene here as they try to figure out exactly what led to this explosion, ladies.
Very fluid situation there. Our thoughts certainly with those victims. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much.
Nothing felt better than hearing this.
Godlike.
It was so great.
Godlike.
The hype when you would get a godlike. Oh, I'm an extremist on this copyright stuff. 7 years of copyright for a singular creation. After 7 years, anyone could do anything with the shit. Want to make your own Star Wars sequel after 7 years after New Hope? Go for it. Creativity is throttled by copyright. I completely agree. Also, people don't even care that much about official shit. Like, you could say, I'm the original creator, and people will be more interested in your shit. Fan stuff is never, like, almost never supplants the real shit. Unless the fan stuff is really fucking good.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Okay. So a bunch of cops died. All right, so how do we get the chat? What do you think is the best way to get the refugees? The truth behind Hassan Piker's NYC trip? What's the best way we can bait Hassan viewers? The other one is this video called The Future of the Creator Discourse, Legal Threats and Narcissism. Which one? I've never watched this content creator before, so I don't know if this is good. Be more attractive? I am extremely hot for people who like large noses. What color are my eyes, chat? Hold on, there's not really good lighting. You have to get good lighting to see what color my eyes are. Sorry, I was looking at your cleavage. Thank you. I have nice titties. All cats are gray in the dark. That's right. Hassan versus Ethan Slop. They always join in. I have a better idea. How about both? This one's shorter, so we'll do this. The truth behind Hassan Piker's NYC trip. Now, this is actually about politics, which is why I would have watched this one first. Because he went there to meet, and he met Mehdi Hassan, and he...
Did you go to Koreatown?
And he got... Did you go to Koreatown? I fucking love Koreatown. Koreatown is my favorite spot in LA. There, I fucking said it. I love Koreatown. I love like Filipino town. I love Koreatown. I love Little Tokyo. And I'm not even a weeb. Hassan Minaj, hell yeah. Not Mehdi Hassan. When are they going to start the real H3 podcast? Think about it, chat. The real H3 podcast. Mehdi Hassan, Hassan Minaj, and Hassan Abi. The real H3 podcast. Come on. Come on. Why do I like Koreatown? Because it's just good vibes, man. And it feels like a city. It's the only part of LA that actually feels like a city. Other than that, it's like LA is like fucking strip malls and like suburban neighborhoods. Whereas like Koreatown, and it feels like a city. I like Long Beach too. Long Beach is cool. Come to Beverly Hills. The only thing that I could think of in Beverly Hills is this.
What's going on, guys? T-Mart here, and welcome back to another episode of...
This is, by the way, my favorite game, chat. Assassin's Creed Unity. We're just doing a spontaneous review of one of my favorite games.
Oh my gosh, dude, imagine that.
The planet church are ground to dust. You control the goal, will decide the future.
Oh!
It's just, you know, there is no political message here. This is just, I spontaneously decided to review one of my favorite games. It's great. It looks really good, too. DSA Unity in the chat, if you agree with me. DSA Unity. All right, let's keep going. All right. I stopped it at 0 seconds in. 0 second pause. Do you Hassan refugees not feel at home? A 0 second pause. And then an ADHD clip. I mean, come on.
Oh, no, he brought it from China.
Right, I'll help you guys feel at home.
Yeah, he literally brought it from China.
How is it?
You want to try it?
Does it have gelatin in it? That's one thing that must have been cool about being in Turkey.
Oh, no gelatin?
Yeah, no gelatin. Oh, I can't tell. Chat, anyone?
Yep, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got here, feeding Chinese snacks to Hassan Minaj and Hassan Piker. A couple weeks ago, I received a DM from this oversized Turkish man that I knew would change my life forever. Or at least the next couple weeks. We'll have to wait and see. I don't really know. I figured this week would be the perfect opportunity to get revenge for my Armenian ancestors and win a total cultural victory over Hassan's Ottoman Empire. The plan was simple. act like a goody two-shoes so Hassan's chat would love me, and as I earn their trust, inject anti-Ottoman propaganda. This week was filled with ups and downs and filled with like genuine A-listers like Hassan Minhaj, but what ended up happening on the last day could not have gone better for my game plan. Also, if you're new here, please consider liking and subscribing. I'm trying to hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year.
Well, we have the trifecta: Jew, Greek, Armenian.
Wow.
I brought all my ops here.
Time to fucking strangle. Nah, it's time for us. He let us in, guys. Time to fucking take him out.
Yeah.
Brought the UN to New York.
So on the left here, we have Stavros Halkias. You might know him from a podcast that I can't name on this channel or else I'll get demonetized, but he is Greek, so perfect. Anti-Ottoman right there. We love to see that. The guy in the middle over here is Noah Colwyn, host of the Blowback podcast. You should definitely check it out. We'll get to him in just a sec, but he's a fantastic dude.
So give us a little backstory, Noah, about why this hotel is relevant. What happened here that we're going to?
So the Hotel Teresa, in 1960, when Fidel Castro came to the UN and spoke, he was originally put up in a hotel near the UN, but it didn't work out him staying there, and his staff was looking for an alternative. And so they said, what if we instead decided to put everybody up in a hotel in Harlem, in the hotel that was like the symbol of like Harlem glitterati, and that was the Hotel Teresa. And so while the fat cats and the American capitalists and so on all dined in the Waldorf or stayed at the Waldorf Astoria or the Pierre, far closer to the UN, Fidel stayed at the Hotel Teresa.
Hotel Teresa.
So it's a special place. It's an important piece of history. It's like one of the few really nice moments we have to say about it. We cover it in the second season of Blowback, my podcast.
Okay, so thank God Noah's here, because at this point, we're starting to realize there's an issue. The first stop is just an office building now. It's not even a hotel. It's like the biggest fucking waste of time. It's
what the fuck is this?
Cool to see, but like for a live stream, not so much.
If this sucks, it's Eric's fault. Fuck. He's the one who fucking said, let's go to Hotel Teresa, not realizing it's still not, it's not a hotel anymore.
No.
And then was like, let's go. I'm kidding.
I could not have asked Hassan to deliver a better line than that, because no one hates Hassan Piker more than his own chat. Immediately, chat comes to my defense. Shout out, chat. I love you. You guys were very nice all throughout the week, even when Hassan was not.
And I had it just because, like, I think it was like the peak of the Akiway memes. So for that reason, I was like, oh, I'll just try it.
Where'd you get it?
It was like Chelsea.
I thought my audio was fucked. I see why Hassan was mad. Hassan was right. The audio is dog shit.
Bro, if you're getting a chopped cheese in Chelsea, what are we doing? Anyway, we got our chopped cheeses. We ate them on the stoop outside. It was a good time. It was hot. You can see we're drenched in sweat, but it was enjoyable, all things considered. We salvaged the day. But day 2 is where things started to really heat up. Although I did my best to inject my own bias and propaganda into Hassan's streams, knowing the biases behind the news we consume is genuinely super important to me. That's why I personally use Ground News to navigate.
This guy's got a fucking Ground News sponsorship. Where the fuck is my Ground News sponsorship? Although I don't really look at any of my emails / I don't advertise for sponsorships. But damn, they're desperate to give out money. This is the most oppy motherfucking. I don't trust it. I gotta be honest, I don't trust it. There must be some serious money behind it for this much ads. The ads are everywhere.
News / Eric H.
Charge us.
So day 2 kicks off immediately. Hassan is wearing the shirt I got him, which is a fantastic start. Shout out Hot Girls for Zoran. And 2, chat's excited to see me. The plan is off to a good start. And today's a big day.
All right, we got our...
Am I crazy or is the audio popping? Is it me? Is it me? Or is the audio fucking popping? It is you. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Did he say Zoran? I do it too. It's fine. Come on. Hold on. Let me like reconnect the Bluetooth.
We got our guests in here. I wanted to bring together...
This is one of the craziest combinations of guests you could possibly have. Because on one hand, you have Brace Belden, who's a crazy podcast host, one of the funniest dudes.
Crazy podcast host. It's probably the last thing I would say about Brace. I would say Kurdish militia volunteer from the front lines against ISIS, anchor brewing salt, successfully leading to a unionization drive, and the best poster on Twitter, our generation's best, Michael Jordan, as Hassan would say, the King James of posting. He manages to be sexually harassing like 4 prominent female conservatives a day, or propositioning instead of harassing. They don't seem to dislike it. They seem to be waving him in. Our generation's finest poster, Brace Belton. I guess he also has a podcast. Piss Pig Granddad.
Online too. And then you have Mero from Jesus Mero, from other TV shows. He's the king of the Bronx.
It was nasty because
Wiki Feet Men. You're on Wiki Feet Men.
Yeah, shut my feet. It was crazy because I did one thing where I was like, "This is what you don't want to do."
Oh my God!
You should never do this.
You gave this to them.
Yeah, I gave it to them. I didn't listen. I don't.
Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Fucked by Theo, pointing.
I didn't understand the fetish community like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that.
Oh my God. Gorgeous feet. Wiki Feet score 5 stars. Gorgeous feet. And they showed it on stream too? For free? Chat, we are dangerously close to falling below 10,000 subs. Oh wait, it just updated. 9,993. If you enjoy this content, if you want me to stay and keep doing overtime, please consider supporting the stream by subscribing. Don't make us fall off. Tom like a Tom. Oh my God, we've got a golden Kappa hype train. It's like Twitch said. Twitch heard my clarion call and said, we've got to keep Mike above 10K. We have a golden Kappa hype train. Chat, this is the most prestigious type of hype train. If you've ever considered subscribing to my channel, now is the time. Because if you do, if you subscribe during this hype train, that means sub, resub, prime sub, or at least 200 bits. If you participate during this golden Kappa hype train, you will get a golden Kappa emote that you can use for an unbelievably generous, hold on, you're not going to believe this, 24 hours. You'll be able to post Kappa, but have it be golden for an unbelievable 24 hours. Holy shit. How does Twitch come up with this stuff? That's so cool. Wow. I can't believe it. Like, how could someone not participate? And an incredibly cool golden Kappa hydrate. Like, oh my God, you need it. It's like a digital version of a 24 karat gold habubu, but on your Twitch chat. That's incredible. That's incredible. I mean, like, habubu, la bubu, habubu. Did I say habubu? La bubu. Oh God, chat. I dare you to fucking stream. I dare you to fucking stream. Habubu, it's la bubu. God damn it. Vio was saying habibi to me and I didn't know what it meant. Anyway, chat, if you're so generous, holy shit, look at these gifted subs. We've got Berkeley Power Swimmer, Blade the King, who else? We got Entropy Kid. We got a 12 months at tier 1. Arch Zeno, thank you, brother. Welcome back. ZPD, if you subscribe to tier 3, let me know as well if I miss you. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 10 tier 1. Socialism or Barbarism, Chirpum, thank you for the gifties. Ham and Fist with the 20. Can we get some bended knees for Ham and Fist dropping the 20 bomb? Chat, just remember that there's a lot of people here working paycheck to paycheck. Parents of young children, college students, people out of fixed income because of retirement or because of disability, or just regular people struggling to make ends meet. So right now, you could get yourself a golden Kappa for 24 hours and you'll be helping all those people. And most importantly, you'll be giving me money. And from my perspective, giving me money is the most valuable thing you could do with your money. It is the most moral thing you could do with your money. From Mike from PA's perspective, giving money to Mike is the top of the utility curve. And I am proud to say that. From my perspective, you are maximizing your utility whenever you give me money. And last but certainly not least, you're promoting the stream and the algorithm. Because you know who else likes when you give me money? Twitch. So Twitch says, hey, Mike from PA, he's making some money. I'm going to promote his stream more. And thus, you make every right-winger mauled. If you're a refugee, I want to show you one of my favorite clips. And after you see this, you'll absolutely love it. This is it.
Mike from PA, to me, is a full-on grifter. One day, I'm going to do a video on this guy. He is the most pathetic dipshit on all of Twitch. And just to show you how easy this grift is, this guy is like relatively successful. And he is like not talented. He is vile. And he is cringe as fuck. What's his average view count?
Probably like a couple K.
Couple K.
Does
Can
he
you look
really
it up?
get a couple K?
Nice. And somehow he still succeeded.
You know?
He has 7,000 members or something. Every time I see that number, I'm like, whoa. I'm happy to say that his sub count is getting lower.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's closer to 8,000 before. I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members, which is pretty disturbing, but it is what it is.
Like, I gotta be honest, I don't even notice when Ethan Klein talks about me. I legitimately don't notice. Somebody has to tell me.
Mike from PA. 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 Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
Mike from PA. Mike from PA.
It'll never stop being fucking funny. So thank you everybody for supporting the stream. We are at 97% through a level 15 golden Kappa hype train. Let's get back to the real content. Sorry for the shill. I just had to take advantage of the moment. You know, I had to take advantage of the moment, you know? Like, what do you want me to do? Not be greedy? Like, of course I have to be greedy. Mike from PA.
His feed.
That's what I said. I was like,
you
bro,
have 5 stars on WikiFeet Man.
I didn't know that.
Bro, you want to see something crazy?
I thought my feet were crusty, bro. I get like a petty like once every 6 months.
Yeah, it's. I will say maybe the standards are different.
I get a pedi once every 6 months. I have never had a pedicure. I am fucking. As an elder millennial man, I would just. I mean, he's got some grays in his beard, so maybe it's different in fucking New York City than it is in Pennsylvania. I don't know. But I've never gotten a fucking pedi. I don't need it. I don't need it. My feet are just gorgeous on their own.
For men, because I think it's the.
I think you gotta be crustier.
Oh my god, you're all over WikiFeet.
Yeah, bro.
And you have a 4.72.
Yeah, it's because they brigaded my WikiFeed. It used to be more than 5 stars. Look, I have 489 votes.
That's
all right, man. That's.
I don't know how this ended up happening, but they pulled up WikiFeet and started talking about how nice their feet looked. But then I feel like this is where it really kicked off, where we realized, like, okay, this stream was going to be crazy.
Michelle Obama. Oh, God, Malia and Sasha. That's
the whole family is nuts.
Oh,
the ball! No!
The ball, the heel!
The heel?
Oh, shit! Bro, look at the action, bro!
What? Why would
That's like Miss B Nasty levels.
Oh my god, it's a whole shoot!
Look at hold the fucking
what
phone,
the
dog.
Fuck?
What angle is that?
Who took this? A crab?
I was cracking up. You can't see me behind Hassan, but I'm over there on the cuck couch and I'm dying laughing.
Oh, where did they get this?
This looks AI, man.
Yeah, nah, it does.
Because there's no way.
Nah, WikiFeet would never do AI.
That's true, yeah.
Are you kidding me? If there's one...
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, this shows me that Brace is not familiar with WikiFeet. Like me, I'm unfamiliar with WikiFeet. But what I would say about WikiFeet is they have a reputation for honesty and forthrightness. I know they banned Ethan Klein because Ethan Klein was brigading WikiFeet to like raise his foot score or something, the fucking disgusting sex pervert. And WikiFeet caught on to his manipulation of their platform and they permabanned his ass. And nobody wants to see his fucking feet anyway. Nobody's sexually interested in fucking Ethan Klein, okay? He only reproduces through the petri dish. Okay, there is no sexual action going on with Ethan fucking Klein.
Fucking, if there's one remaining bastion of anti-AI is WikiFeed. These motherfuckers do not want to crank to AI shit. They want the real deal.
That's bro. How do you get that angle?
This man is international.
His friends are so polite.
Right?
Everyone's so polite.
Why? What did the fucking TrueNot fans do?
They're like, hey man, they like touch me and they like push me around.
And even me, bro. It's like, yo, Mero, what's up, yo? What up, yo? Yeah.
Okay.
The WikiFeet saga is why he calls his fans foot soldiers. There's no way that Ethan Klein came up with that on his own. There is a 0% chance that Ethan Klein came up with that on his own. Somebody else told him that. He's never said anything clever. He's never had a double entendre. He's never actually made a joke. 1000% stolen. Who actually came up with that?
This is foreshadowing. When Bray said that his fans come and they like to touch him,
right.
He wasn't kidding.
Last night we had like a...
What's the fuck's up? Race motherfucking building.
Finally!
I got
Also, The guy in the hockey jersey body checking Brace and his eyes bulging. Fuck, I love the East Coast, dude. This is such East Coast energy, man. We love to see it, dude.
What's up? We met at this Oron thing. I don't even remember me.
Of course I do.
I'm the guy with the little red book.
He's got some sort of communist hockey jersey on. I mean, based as fuck. He's carrying Mao. I mean, this is your average Brace Belden fan.
Skipped over a lot of people coming up to Hassan. They were all very sweet and pretty normal, all things considered. But this guy was, I think, the only one who came up to say what's up to Brace. Now, mind you, he's...
It's when your friends call you out. 239 subs at 3,380 bits. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support during the Golden Kappa hype train. If you got a Golden Kappa, flex on everybody who didn't. Go ahead and Kappa right now. Flex on everybody. Oh, did you not get a Kappa? Oh, you broke ass bitches didn't get a Kappa? Look at that.
Wearing a hockey jersey with a hammer and sickle on it, pulls out a little red book, and when he dapped up Brace and Hassan,
This motherfucking Belden.
Finally! I got.
he smacks the shit out of their backs.
Shout out to my college, Bronx Community College. Shout out to my barber.
BCC Broncos, you heard?
Yeah, let's go Broncos. Shout out to my barber, Pre, and Frank's Chop Shop. He does my hair. Go to him. Shout out to New Fear City, best pro wrestling in New York. Yeah.
All right, man.
That's all I gotta say.
You got 2 or 3 more shout outs.
Come on, man. That was some real New York
shout out to
shit.
the Communist
This
Party.
guy maximized. He maximized shamelessness, chat. And here's the thing you need to know. It doesn't matter at all and doesn't work. Can I just say this? It doesn't matter at all and it does not work. I mean, you could try it, but it doesn't fucking work.
We love you, Kenya.
Shout out to the Communist Party of Kenya. We love you, Kenya.
First and last name you hit me with.
Here is Brace in Kurdistan, fighting for the YPG with a stray puppy.
Bro, he slapped the fuck out of my bag.
I know.
You were not wrong when you said my guys are gonna be like that.
My guys are gonna slap you. That's right.
I don't got sharp. I fucked up.
So this guy pulls up with the communist jersey. He daps them up, slaps the shit out of them, shouts at the Communist Party of Kenya, says he's drunk, and he forgot his Sharpie to get a signature, to get the autograph on the jersey.
Wall Street Bass. Have you been to that one?
I've been to no bass.
Wall Street Bass? That one is sick. In the winter?
Is that also gay?
I mean, it's all a little gay.
Wait, really?
It's not, well, you know, have you been to Bass ever?
I'm Turkish. We invented it.
No, that's the wrestling you're talking about.
No. Turkish bath?
I guess they are Turkish baths. Yeah, Russian Turkish baths.
Yeah, all the bathhouses you go to are usually Turkish, yeah.
Well, the
Well, does Armenian stick a claim on this too?
I mean, those were hours you guys told them.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, bro.
That's why I'm like a slave.
This is so cool. I love this. I mean, it's not completely reversal of how it was, but it's nice to see you guys making up.
Oh no, it's not making up. I'm like an indentured servant.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like his family got your grandpa back then.
Yeah, he has my grandpa in a closet.
My people genocided his people.
Oh, that's fucking great.
This is going so well so far. It seems like
fucking great. Yo!
like this is the first time Mero's heard about this, which is a wonderful opportunity to bring this up.
And it's fucked up because they still don't admit it.
Dude, they did like 10 years ago, skywriting over Manhattan, denying the Armenian genocide.
Really? Yeah.
I
don't know about this. Oh yeah, bro. You know what's also? Yeah, I mean, I was flying the plane, so obviously I have like first. Never happened, bro. Yeah, not the first time I've flown a plane over New York, but. Oh my God! You're wearing a 9/11 shirt.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
It has a time on it?
Bro.
That's so crazy. We had gone the entire day without realizing Mero was wearing a 9/11 shirt.
That's a nice Cuban chain too. That is a nice Cuban chain.
Shout out to my guys in Silencio, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
They make conversation pieces.
So there's they wrote fact check Armenian genocide.
Bruh.
Oh my God! Can I show the camera?
Fact check Armenian. Bro, that's so funny because it's like they're.
Here it is. Fact check Armenian genocide.
This was the craziest part. They had a straight up street
yes.
team of people.
Wait, don't look too closely at the dancers. You might recognize a face in there. Okay.
But they had like a multiracial street team of people in Turkish flag t-shirts. And then on Google.
Bro, you know what that is? That, like, can I just say something? When Richie Torres does that for Israel, he gets to be a congressperson, but we can't have some dancers.
The rest of the night went off without a hitch, and we had a bunch of really wonderful stream snipers who came up to us and took photos, even gave us this Polaroid, which was super sweet. I think Hassan has it, or maybe he threw it out because it's, you know, it's anti-Armenian erasure, but it's fine. And then day 3 was not great. Day 3, I'd say, was a bit of a low point. No fault of Christian or Hassan. It was because I suggested that we go visit the Vogue office in the World Trade Center and potentially see the closet, maybe even get fitted for the Time 100 event that Hassan had to go to later that night. However, due to reasons outside of any of our control, which I can't really elaborate upon, we couldn't do it, which meant that the hotel, bit of a flop. Chopped cheese, pretty decent. That was pretty good, all things considered. My third suggestion, also a flop. So at this point, I'm batting 1 for 3, which if you're playing baseball isn't the worst, but if you're trying to do stuff on a live stream in front of a full stadium full of people, it's not a great record to have. So I knew I needed to earn back the trust of folks watching at home.
Bro, see, this is what I don't understand. That's a really cool spot. I was about to say, there's like places.
Wanna go in there?
But there's places that look like they would be. That place.
My friend works here. I think
it looks like it would be a restaurant, but it also sells clothes. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Here you go.
I should just say it was weird because I'm used to being in front of the camera and yapping. So when I'm behind the camera, it feels very strange, kind of reckoning with the idea that I'm off screen and I never know how much is appropriate to sort of talk back and forth with folks. But this is my first time ever doing like real camera work like this on a live stream in front of a full stadium of people. Generally speaking, I erred on the side of being quiet rather than yapping with the folks on camera.
Numerous brands. What the fuck? In color.
Wait, that's crazy.
Can this fit you?
Dude, this is your. We're gonna ask someone. Bro, this is so useful.
We weren't using like external or like attached microphones. We were just using like a shotgun mic. I don't know why I did this. We were using a shotgun mic on top of the camera, and whenever there was audio that was blasting in the background, the shotgun mic oftentimes would pick it up. I very intentionally tried to avoid pointing the microphone at the speaker, but even still, you know, the audio's not great, the lighting, the composition's not great. None of this like endeavor, none of this stream in general is all that great, all things considered. Thankfully, Christian was phenomenal. He carried the stream. There wasn't anything particularly interesting about the stream, aside from maybe some of the fan
I thought it was great. I thought that stream was great.
interactions that we had.
Make a tier list out of everyone that's ever interacted. But we won't say what the tier list is for. We're just going to start ranking them with no context.
I like that. So we're going to get banh mi sandwiches, and Christian says we're going to take screenshots of all the fans who have come up to interact with Hassan and put them on a tier list. But we won't say what it is. But then he says this.
Maybe a tier list on like which fan
just one.
Could you beat in a fight? You know, like S tier is like it's gonna be a struggle. Like you might lose. S tier is like you will lose. F tier is like I could do that with my eyes closed. That would be a funny idea.
Which face value, kind of funny, especially if it's, you know, like big dudes or something. You're like, oh, I could probably take that guy. And then this happens.
Also, how's the drink?
Oh, dude, I just realized I'm drinking.
Wow, the fucking balls on people. The fucking balls on people. I know Hassan personally, and I wouldn't do this shit. I would not just show up at the same place and just walk in going, hi. That's fucking wild. The balls on these people. Stream sniping is crazy, man.
See, F tier, you know?
So immediately this very sweet lady walks in, says hello. Christian turns and says F tier. And then she says this.
Like, that's an instant. That's a first round.
No, I already got it. Okay. I got it. Right?
That's a
Cool.
Christian's talking about how easy it would be to beat her up in a fight. Immediately, she walks in. The clip of that is so bad, especially if you don't have context. She walks in and he immediately says, F tier.
That's
insane.
You were here bringing cash? She was about to do an in-person dono.
I just got off work, you know.
She was about to do an in-person dono.
Problem that
Yeah, that's your water. You wanted it.
Yeah, we always carry cash. There's so many places down here that are cash only.
Okay, I feel so bad.
You're such a dickhead. Oh, that was $20.
I'll just take
I'm kidding.
No, 100,000%. I would do the same exact thing, and that's totally normal. And I would go to the fan. You're F tier. You're an F tier. Everybody thinks they could beat you up. That's a stream sniper. That's what when you fucking snipe a stream, that's what you sign up for. You sign up for that shit. If you're showing up uninvited, you're signing up for that. You're signing up to get roasted. You're signing up to be judged. That's the rules.
That's crazy.
You know, I got it. So, I'll just say hi to chat.
Oh, okay.
Hi, chat. Hi.
Yo, I just
it was so fun. Nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Yeah, make up for it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I also loved your ethno stream.
Oh, she's a fan of your racism.
Yeah.
Oh, my race
No.
Oh,
So not only was she a fan of Hassan's, offered to pay for the food with cash that she had brought for us, but she was also a fan of Christian's content.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're gonna see a clip later
Cool hat.
Oh no.
of what just happened in there. Pretend it never happened.
I'm not like a clip. I'm not like a.
Okay,
good.
Yeah, don't watch.
I don't really
That
chat.
never happened.
I don't even really chat. I just you get me through my work days, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Bye. Actually, what are you saying?
It's like the CEO guy. If you are cheating on someone, which by the way, I think it turns out that the CEO guy wasn't cheating. The CEO guy wasn't cheating. Apparently, like they had already gotten divorces. They were all single. I'm hearing about the CEO cheating thing where apparently they weren't even cheating. They all were divorced. They both were divorced. Probably the fact is that he's the CEO and he's dating an HR person and he didn't want anybody to know that. He was trying to keep his life personal and he freaked out because he didn't want people to know about his relationship. I don't know. Like my personal feeling about that is that, can I just say something about the cheating shit? People are fucking weird online. Like statistically, half the people that are yelling about cheating cheated or are cheaters. It's like fucking weird shit. My opinion is, in general, cheating is bad. Don't do that. However, I don't know what your relationship is. I don't know what the boundaries are. That's between you and the person you're dating. It's not my fucking business. And I'm not here to do like free detective work for somebody else's relationship. I don't know if they have an open relationship. It's not my business. I'm not here to fucking investigate everybody for being on a date. The fuck is this? It's really weird fucking behavior. It's like everybody takes out their anxiety on randoms. Like you feel anxious about being cheated on. You feel anxious about being embarrassed. So you look for people being embarrassed or you look for people being cheated on just so you could rile yourself up to kind of get some sort of catharsis from your feeling. It's like, dude, just let it go, man. Let it fucking go. It's not your business, man. He apologized to his wife in his statement though. Oh, maybe it was the woman who was already divorced. And cheating is bad. Lying is bad. Stealing is bad. But we don't need to act like it's fucking the death penalty offense on anytime someone, breaks some fucking rule. Like, Jesus Christ. Was the statement fake? See, there's so much misinformation around this fucking thing.
Christ.
No, she was.
No, it can't be worse. It can't be worse than Braze. Braze is like, yeah, give me the phone. I'd love to take a photo of you. It might have been worse.
Wait,
it was?
She was that was my favorite interaction we've had today.
Day 4 kicks off with Hassan Minaj eating my Chinese communist snacks, dapping me up, saying what's up, cool ass dude. And then the highlight of the trip happens.
Hi, big boy. My man. Right here.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Now, right off the bat, I gotta say, this interview was fantastic. It was a lot of fun to be there for it. It was a long interview, and I think it's worthwhile watching. He said a lot of really great, powerful things that I wholeheartedly agree with, and he was just a really nice guy. Of course, Hassan tried to ruin the interview.
Fry My Brain says, I think the biggest thing streamers and creators need to stop doing is act like the internet and people on it represent the real world. It's mostly the crazies. Yeah, all 2.9% of the people that don't use the internet, that's where all the normal people are. The 97.1% of the people that are using the internet, those are the weirdos. The internet is real life. The internet is real life now. People spend more of their time on screens than ever before. And it's increasing. Most people scroll and that's it. The only place where Zoran Mamdani was killing it was the internet. It doesn't mean that the internet is the only thing. It just means that the internet is, I mean, fuck, even that, what was her name? The one who lost at Arizona, I already forgot. Deja Fox. She still finished second. She still got like 20-some% of the vote. How the fuck is a completely unqualified 25-year-old with no political acumen whatsoever, with the worst campaign you've ever seen, still, she went viral. She had good social media posts. She did well. Way better than you would expect if the internet is not real life.
Right off the bat by doing this.
That basically, and this is where your question originally was, like, what happened to me, like, the student movement pushed. I mean, what are you doing?
It's too hot.
You can't do this. This is not the right way.
I have
You can wait 5 minutes.
I have to.
Bro, what are you doing? You can't dilute your many coffee.
I'm sorry for that.
They're having trouble hearing?
Do we have...
You wanna amplify the microphone a little bit? Yeah. Just press the, we can do that. There's probably a lot of background noise, that's why. No.
We have fucking one guy immediately saying, oh, I can't hear, which was a lie. It sounded totally fine.
We hear fine. No, it's fine. Oh, you got one guy. You got one guy. That's what happens.
There's always that.
That happens to me all the time, especially when it comes to audio. I call them audio perverts.
The interview's going pretty well. Mahmoud's a very sweet guy. However, at this point, I've realized I think I failed my mission. I don't know if I massaged in enough of the anti-Ottoman propaganda to radicalize the Hassanabi community. And it got even worse when Hassan started talking about the Ottoman Empire's relationship with Palestine.
There's a Jewish claim, there's a Muslim claim, there's a Christian claim in the land, there's like all sorts of claims in the land. It's just you, you have, you know, like now we live there, like we did not came parachuting from the sky, and we ended up in Palestine. And the fact that some people lived in the land 3,000 years ago for 200 years doesn't make them more worthy and more deserving of the land.
Okay, I'm denying all the claims. It's Ottoman land. Okay, let's get back to the root cause of the issue.
Then we are Islamophobe.
I mean, like, unironically, the Ottoman Empire is why the Middle East is fucked up, and it's not because the Turks failed and fell apart, and therefore it's the Turks' fault. It's because Europe was dominated by the Ottoman Empire for hundreds of years. Okay, and then they were still a major power all the way through World War I. So the reason why the Middle East is fucked up is because France and the UK wanted to prevent the rise of a non-Christian, non-white power. So they divided up Arabia and they divided up Africa in such a way as to prevent the modernization and development of these countries into a power that could challenge Europe and the imperial powers. Like, that is legitimately so the fall of the Ottoman Empire is why the Middle East is so fucked up, because they prevented the rise of an Arabian state.
Because Palestinians fought
the Ottoman Empire was already falling apart before World War I. Oh, of course. But they still fought the British to a standstill. They still fought the British, and the British had one of their most least successful military campaigns ever, called Gallipoli. In fact, it was such a disaster that it ruined Winston Churchill's reputation. So the idea that, you know, Europe, yeah, here, I'll show you. Trust me, oh, fuck. I know more than you do. There we go. You see the Gallipoli campaign? Look at the end. Ottoman victory. The British, French, and Russians tried to invade, and they got their shit pushed in. In February 1915, the Entente fleet failed to force passage through the Dardanelles, which is a strait. An amphibious landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula began in April 1915. In January 1916, after 8 months of fighting with approximately 250,000 casualties on each side, the land campaign was abandoned and the invasion force was withdrawn. Like, so that's why after World War I was defeated, after the Ottomans collapsed, the British and the French made sure the Arab world was divided because they got their shit pushed in. Fighting a unified Muslim power. They don't want that.
Yeah, the Ottomans were caring about, like, just give me my taxes. Yeah, do whatever you want.
So Hassan is saying that when Palestine was part of the Ottoman Empire, it was a peaceful entity. And then Mahmoud Khalil himself says, well, you know, the Ottomans didn't come with the intention of ethnic cleansing. And at this point, I thought it was game over. My mission to inject into the brains of all the Hasanabi heads the anti-Ottoman propaganda was done. It was game over. Like that was it. Wrap it up. If the face of the Free Palestine encampment movement himself says, yeah, the Ottomans were good, it's game over. Armenians are cooked. However, Hassan made a critical error.
I did not choose the religion of my occupier.
Yeah.
I would fight them no matter who they are. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if the Ottomans come back, we'll fight them. You know?
Oh, I thought we were making inroads right now.
No, I mean, it's just
He's
like...
Armenian, my cameraman.
I'm with you.
I love Armenians.
Yeah.
I really do.
I love Armenians. I really do. And then the craziest thing, there was no way in hell I thought this was gonna happen. And in the craziest possible turn of events, Barev! That means hello in Armenian. He is one of us. He is Armenian. Oh.
I mean, Turks are Armenian. Of course they are. They stole so much great shit from the Armenians. Duh. Every empire is like that. That's what makes the empire strong. Pluralism is what makes an empire an empire. That's what makes them strong. That's what makes them grow in power. Empires fail when they get in this spiral of nationalism, when they lose their pluralism, when they lose meritocracy. That's when a fucking empire falls.
That was cinema. I cannot tell you how excited I was when he said that, and I was so shocked it didn't even register in my brain.
But, yeah, no,
that was it. In the moment, I was stunned. That was a full cultural victory for Armenia. They're not speaking Turkish. He didn't say anything in the Ottoman tongue. He said Barev. Hello, Armenian. That was it. Wrap it up. Armenia, big W. And look at the chat. Look at the chat. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. W. Eric. We love Eric. W. Eric. Barev. Did someone say Ottoman? Armenian cameraman? I love Armenians. It's a victory. It is a total victory. Hasanabi heads are Armenian now. Oh. So then we went back to the hotel room. Hassan bought us some food, and that was a wrap on the week. Shout out to Noah Colwyn. Shout out Brendan James as well. I mean, both of them just like the nicest dudes off camera. And thank you to Noah for carrying my ass during the Hotel Teresa stream. That was huge. Of course, once the cameras were off, we all kissed, and then we went back to our respective homes, and that was it for the week. And given the amount of like last minute planning that went on, overall, I'd say it was a success. It wasn't a Kai Cenat stream. It wasn't an iShowSpeed stream. It was a Hassan Piker stream. And now it's an Armenian Hassan Piker stream. So thank you, chat.
Hassan is going to China, and oh my God, that is going to blow up the internet. When Hassan goes to China in September, the internet is going to explode. Like, oh man. Oh man.
I love you guys.
Absolutely gorgeous, man. Great job, Eric. We love you, Eric. That was cool. You did a hell of a job. The future of creator discourse, legal threats and narcissism. Can I just say this? I've been talking about narcissism, and I need to like make a post about it. I need to talk about it because Ethan Klein and Destiny's obsession with myself, and to a much greater extent, Hassan, is just a narcissistic crash out. It's called a narcissistic smear campaign. Like when you break up with a narcissist, when you say fuck you, when you're like, I don't want to deal with you anymore, they have a mental fucking breakdown. That's why dating a narcissist or having a relationship with narcissists is probably some of the most annoying shit that you can ever do. Everybody has narcissistic traits to a certain extent, but a full-blown NPD freak like Destiny and Ethan Klein, the thing is they have a very profound inferiority complex because they are inferior. They are actually inferior. Ethan Klein is not funny. Destiny is not smart. And should we F? I have 0 frames and I'm at 10,000 kilobits a second right now for some reason. Okay, anyway. By the way, chat, am I at 2K or no? Maybe I have to change a setting in my OBS. Am I in 1080p or am I at 1440p? Okay, I have 1080p. Okay, I need to fix my shit. I'm gonna try to fix my shit, chat, for tomorrow. I'll try to get you to 1440. It's probably just it's 1440p, aka 2K. I thought they didn't allow 1440. They do for me. Last week I was told that I am getting to 1440p stream quality, and a couple, I think there's like a few streams that are getting it. And because I am one of Twitch's, and a couple, I think there's like a few streams that are getting it. And because I am one of Twitch's favorite streamers, and I have an unfair advantage over all the rest of the Twitch community because they're trying to push communism, they have decided to select me for this upgrade. New here, are you a DSA member? Yes. Yes, of course. Anyway, narcissistic smear campaign. This is something that I've been talking about with Ethan Klein for a while, which is a narcissistic smear campaign is when a person with narcissistic traits or narcissistic personality disorder uses manipulative tactics to attack someone's character. They do this by spreading false or exaggerated information to mutual friends and acquaintances, family, colleagues, and online communities. The narcissist's goal is to undermine the survivor's credibility and damage their reputation and relationships. This typically serves to elevate the narcissist's own status or retaliate against perceived slights. A narcissist may attempt to ruin the credibility of an employee or employer in response to being fired, a bad review, or perceived insult. For example, they may spread rumors about a colleague's incompetence or dishonesty to discredit them and sabotage their career. The narcissist may share personal, often distorted information to mutual friends and family. They try to paint themselves as the victim while framing the other person as the antagonist. Is this not Ethan Klein 101? Is this not directly out of his playbook? Like, this is how Ethan Klein and Destiny and all these fucking loser communities act. They act aggressively, they attack, they spread misleading information, exaggerated information. What is it like? Hassan went to a brothel that had underage girls at it. Not true. It was, you know, Hassan supports terrorism. Not true. It's all the same shit. It's all these exaggerated lies in order to damage people's reputations. Because why? They can't actually debate on the fucking merits of whatever they disagree with you about because they're inferior. So their number one goal is to ruin your reputation. That's how it works. Why is Hutch's stream? You must have clicked this.
But the concept of a culture being inferior, are we really saying that concept is bad? Like, if there was an example of a nation with cultural standards where, you know, it was considered acceptable to, you know, like pedophilia was considered acceptable, would you say that's inferior culture? Probably, right?
What a fucking dope.
If you thought I was...
What a fucking dope. Average Destiny orbiter to talking about pedophilia speedrun. That's the one speedrun Hutch can actually win. The next analogy is going to be rape.
Joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that... If you thought I was joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that to rest. Because every one of you that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time.
Hi, Inner Circle. If you're a lot like me, then you enjoy watching social media content creators. I like a lot of them. I am one sometimes. I'm inspired a lot by what they do. Oh my god, if influencer isn't the most ironically perfect double-edged sword term for what it is that they do. A lot of these creators do this for money. That's not a surprise, and it's reasonable. I think the reason most of us do our jobs is for money. There is a difference between doing it for money and doing it for the money. And there are some times where that distinction is more important to make than others. Today, specifically, I want us to look at the content of public figures disagreeing.
It's like so interesting that Hutch has to invent a hypothetical pedophile culture instead of just reflecting on his culture doing a genocide among the many genocides it has done and has continued to do. And instead of going like, maybe the culture that's constantly doing genocides and invading others is the inferior culture, because that would mean that his culture needed to be criticized. If there's one thing about Hutch and centrist scum like him, it's assuming that the status quo is great and that we can do no wrong. And once you assume that at the start, you can forgive any crime, including murdering babies. Thank you, Bobby Mercer, for the tier 3.
A certain topical example right now has helped change it from what was once the disagreement of opinions and the exchange of ideas into a ego-driven smear campaign making immense profit that is threatening people's actual careers. And secondly, my personal goal for this video is to avoid saying anything that could be clipped out of context and used against me in court. And sadly, yes, the two topics are very related. But first, let's go over a rundown of the story so far and see why I would think it is a bad precedent to set. So the most prominent ongoing discourse to come from the creator space recently is between Hassan Piker, the political streamer and homeowner, and H3, the podcast host and former commentary channel. These two previously co-hosted a political podcast together called Leftovers that was abruptly discontinued when they disagreed on the topic of the Gaza genocide by Israel, with Hassan standing vehemently in favor of Gaza and H3 supporting the IDF. But them splitting is only where this starts, because since then, whenever Hassan spent time on his stream covering a topic from Gaza, H3 would dedicate his own content to aggressively reacting to whatever he'd say, claiming it doubled as a slight at himself. Other political content creators around Hassan's orbit would comment on this cycle, leading to H3 focusing in on them as well and labeling them as his opponents, dedicating his content to covering their movements as well. Every time an Israeli attack gave these political creators something
And by the
new
way,
to cover.
not everybody is in Hassan's orbit. Some of us are just like, I'm closer to Hassan because we've been on Twitch, right? But like, Matapanat is not in his orbit. Noah Samson isn't in his orbit. We just agree on things and we make political content, and we've occasionally like collaborated or talked to each other and recommended each other. It's not that complicated.
H3 would use those videos within
John's
his
right
own
here.
content by reinterpreting their commentary as direct attacks on his personal character towards his previous involvement. Meaning, to this day, Israel relentlessly bombs citizens in Palestine, Yemen, Syria, and everywhere else their Holocaust spreads, which means whenever these creators speak out on it, H3 spins it as a continuation of his discourse. What could have been an isolated incident of two large figures clashing in opinion has become a 2-year timeline of discourse between prominent creators that updates parallel to a modern-day Holocaust. Yes, that's a lot. Could be a topic worth analyzing on its own, and believe me, it has. And it's because of that I want to do something different. Even though the specifics of this discourse are very important, what I'm additionally worried about that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about is how this being the most prominent discourse right now could be inspiring a lot of the people who view discourse content as a profit margin. To be clear, my investment in this discussion has nothing to do with the actual arguments being made. In regards to the actual discourse of the situation itself, I'm not here to attempt to add any nuance or exploration on that because, in my opinion, Hassan is right and H3 is in the wrong. Because their disagreement is on Palestine, I'm not here to put any devil's advocate into understanding their approach because what's happening to Palestine and Gaza is a red line issue for me. I have no interest in attempting to push any sympathy onto anyone who's willing to defend Zionism. I'm not approaching this.
I mean, that's really but that's the vast majority position of anybody under the age of 45 in this country. It's not even, that is the mainstream position. If you're under the age of 45, you think what Israel is doing in Palestine is unequivocally wrong. Period. So who the fuck are they talking to exactly?
With a pro-Hassan stance. I couldn't if I wanted to. I don't know anything about him. And I'm not approaching this willing to defend H3 because, again, I don't know enough about him to do so. What I do know is their positions on this argument, and I know that Israel is the biggest modern threat to human rights in our generation, which tells me enough
And
about
international law and humanitarian organizations and just the concept of genocide being wrong and being a red line. People like Ethan Klein want to make that. They want to make genocides a historical consideration. They want to go back to the perception of genocides as a local concern. He wants to end the idea of international law.
Who's in the right here. I can't double down on this enough. There is no defense in Israel that is not rooted in bloodlust and cowardice. So I have no interest in playing both sides or trying to find a compromise here. To redefine what is happening as personal drama, I don't even want to come close to doing that here. And because that is what H3 is doing, I know who I'm against. So yes, when addressing the specific story, I am going to be biased because it only takes a shred of empathy to understand that H3 is just one of many apathetic colonists who refuse to think outside their own experiences for even a second, wasting our breathable air, living as human beings in favor of this generation's Holocaust.
God, what a disgusting.
I wanted to make sure that I said
he lives in a $9 million mansion in Bel Air, and this fucking scumbag is shitting on people who are starved to death in a fucking concentration camp and saying they deserve it because there are soldiers who are captured in combat by Hamas. I mean, it's just, well, no, Hamas uses human shields. Why does he say that? Why does he say Hamas uses hospitals as command centers? Because he's justifying the bombing of the hospitals. Unbelievable stuff.
And you know it before we continue. Let's take the specific details here and put them to the side just for a second, because if we're going to understand content around creators disagreeing, we have to understand why creators disagreeing can even be content. Content creators on YouTube have been disagreeing and arguing with each other since the very beginning. I know, arguments on the internet. Try not to be too surprised. It was pretty shocking for myself as well. Online platforms like YouTube and, the internet in general, are centered around expressing the user's opinions, even when they're not
I didn't see that. If you want to send it over to
Whether
me.
the genre of post is social commentary, comedy skits, how-to tutorials, gameplay, politics, music, movie reviews, literally anything, there's an opinion being expressed by the person uploading the work. And opinions, fundamentally, are going to differ from person to person. So disagreement is inevitable, but it is the degree to which, why am I explaining fighting online? We all know it, we see it every day. But what's important to contextualize is that time changes things. With every passing year, the internet becomes more ingrained with our society, and what is considered standard behavior online evolves alongside with it, for better or for worse.
I like this guy
Mostly
so
worse.
far.
Whenever anything drama-related tends to start between creators, people tune. Whenever anything even remotely drama-related happens between creators, people tend to stop and tune in. Even if they're not familiar with the creators involved, drama is inherently fun to watch. Meaning that because of the inherent entertainment of disagreeing, what might start as a simple argument between two creators might evolve into something drawing in astronomical attention and views, making the creators' fight all the more public. Previous examples of creators beefing used to be just back and forth uploads responding to each other's arguments. Like, I think this, well, I think this. I would say this to this, or I respond to that with this. Response videos. It was just turn-based uploads for the audience to follow along with, to see updates to the argument. And you know
that was good back in the day. That was actually preferable because people would be embarrassed to just attack somebody without also addressing their arguments. And I honestly think that Destiny was part of what changed this. To the debate bro sphere was ironically not about arguments. It was about looking good and making the other person mad. It became dumber.
Every video there was short and packed with ads because we're talking about influencers here. Even when they're fighting, there's going to be some element of deriving money from it. So the fighting isn't new. We get that any opinion you might have is going to be met with fighting, but the degree at which the arguing is happening, that has changed. The type of discourse we're seeing, especially here now with Hassan H3, has been influenced by our shifting culture, and there's still just too many large forces that have made our culture violently divisive, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Before we continue, there is an elephant in this room I'd like to address, which people familiar with this topic have picked up on already. H3 is not this creator's real name, and he doesn't really look like this. I've been blurring his face, and I plan on doing so for this entire video. The short story is that I don't want to say the creator who's involved, and I know I do that at the cost of a lot of you finding that annoying, but I'm hoping that as the video progresses, you'll start to see why I did this. For now, I'll state 2 reasons. The first is that I don't want his name to be used as a keyword in the search for this video and have this profit off of the popularity of the drama. I'm not here to give this person any content to react to, nor am I here to give anyone from his audience anything to bolster his arguments. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to contribute to their conversation. I'm here for us to analyze what's going on with a broader topic in mind, and I don't want to have my work devalued in that way. The second reason is that, as this video's title implies, there are legal elements going around, and a lot of videos talking about this have been included in threats of defamation lawsuits from channels that are a lot smaller than mine. So, at the risk of sounding
Ethan posted about him on his IG stories. Can you guys imagine Ethan Klein making videos that don't involve any of us? You think he can make a single stream without talking about us? What do you think?
I don't want my video to be included in any court arguments. I can't afford a lawyer right now. Are you kidding me? In this economy? This list of reasons could expand, believe me, but for now it's enough. So I will be referring to this person as H3 and blurring their face, just in the loose hope that it protects me somehow, legally. But on that note of legal action, let's talk about how H3 has been weaponizing these threats on multiple platforms in order to silence his critics, and how the justice system might be used by creators more often now. Heavy lifting on justice, by the way. The first step of the YouTube and legality world is copyright infringement and fair use. It's base level stuff and has been standard since
actually using like defamation lawsuits and things like that have always been a very important part of the fascist playbook. Actually, it was something that Hitler did. The reason why Hitler was able to become wealthy is literally defamation lawsuits that he was able to win. Even though the lawsuits, everything that was said about him was actually fundamentally true.
Basically day one, but that makes it ground zero for the nightmare it's becoming today. One of the tactics H3 has been using on YouTube creators who are reporting on this ongoing breakdown is to issue a copyright claim over any clips of his stream the channel might show, reporting it as re-uploaded content. This is partially grounded in a reasonable contention, because posting somebody else's video violates the official YouTube policy on copyright. If somebody makes a video that I like, I can't just download it and post it unedited on my own channel, because that is just stealing. And if my channel is monetized, I might be making money off of somebody else's work. Very understandable stuff. But where this gets dicey is determining just how much of another video you can utilize, which is what H3 is capitalizing on to justify his claim wave campaign. Reposting an unedited video is obviously a violation, but this has led to people disagreeing on how much of a video you can reference and still get away with. Especially with the commentary genre, like what I do here. I might have to show pieces of a video in order to give context or show you what I'm talking about, and technically that is reposting somebody else's work, if you wanted to get very pedantic and technical. YouTube addresses this with its rule on transformative content, meaning as long as a segment of a video is being used as an example within another creator's original work, it counts as being edited. So it's not theft, it's more technically sourcing. However, the public perception of this policy is muddled by the copyright enforcement of movie studios and music labels. Because
well, the reality is that there is no firm answer. Like if we're talking about law, and this is what's important, there is no answer to this question. This is the way that the world works. I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people who are uneducated in the law don't understand this. We exist in ambiguity. We do not exist in a firm legal framework. In fact, such a framework is impossible. And if you think it isn't, you don't know the law. Now, we have probabilistic ideas, and the more precedent in a certain direction and with the amount of cases and the higher the court that made the decision, the more probability we have when evaluating an instant case, which means a specific set of circumstances. But we don't actually know what the answer to this is. We don't. Now, the movie studios and the music labels have a lot of money, and they're willing to go to court to defend their copyright. And so unless you're willing to fight with them for a lot of money, you probably are just going to let their interpretation rule in most circumstances. And what Ethan Klein is trying to do is basically create a culture on the internet where wealthy creators dominate their own criticism by making it a legal risk to criticize them. He's trying to create a situation where the rich are even more powerful online. If you support that, even if you don't like me or you don't like Hassan, you are fucking stupid, and you're going to make the internet shittier.
If you show even a clip of a movie in your video or a tiny segment of a song, studio or corporation has the grounds to come at you. This miscommunication between what is and isn't claimable led to rumors about a passable amount of a song or a movie being allowed. People claimed you could use 15 seconds of a copyrighted song before the YouTube censors could detect it. Despite that claim catching on, there's no evidence to back up any amount of reuse being safe. But the human spirit is nothing if not stubborn. Most creators will work around this by reviewing movies using only clips from a trailer, or they'll adjust the on-screen visuals or add an audio effect to a song to try and outsmart the detection software. A recent example in the short-form content that you may have seen is the addition of a horizontal line or text-based captions in order to alter the video. It's cluttered, but I'll admit it's a little less invasive than what YouTube has to do. The point being, companies not allowing transformative content at all gave some creators the idea that any amount of their work being shown was available to be claimed. Even if they knew better, they have this option to claim first and feign deniability later. A big part of this is knowing how it really works, but doing it anyway in order to justify your actions to your audience. We can go ahead and add that to my list of reasons for being vague. It's also worth noting that when you are claiming a video as a creator or studio, you have the option to take the video off completely or to leave it up and simply redirect all of the money it generates to you. This adds another layer onto H3's mass claiming. He's not having the videos be taken down, as all of them are still up. You can go watch them right now. Instead, he's telling his audience it's copyright infringement and defamation, but off-screen is only trying to steal the money it's generating. You can, as a creator, claim a video, and YouTube will assume you're in the right, and it's not until they manually check it that they might reverse the decision, and by then, you might have already made a lot of money off of it. So on the technical side, these clips of H3's within commentary videos clearly fall under transformative content. But for the audiences unaware...
I think it plausibly could be considered transformative content, and I think it's the way the internet works, but there isn't a very firm Supreme Court decision that we can point to. I mean, Twitch exists in a gray area. Like, a lot of what we do probably could reasonably be interpreted as violated copyright. Playing a video game on stream is violating the copyright of that game. That is a plausible interpretation of copyright law. And yet, people are not sued for it.
Of this policy, what H3 is doing is a viable course of action to take and defend. And that isn't the primary problem here, right? I can't blame people for believing H3 if they don't know any better. The issue is that on the creator side of things, what he's doing looks very easy. And if a creator wanted to recreate this action and similarly gaslight their audience, this is telling them that it's still very easy to do. And that isn't even the only legal loophole at play here, because H3 has been relishing publicly the idea of actually officially going after these creators with lawsuits and defamation claims. And right now, it doesn't seem to be going unchecked. One of the elements that really led to this story being blasted into the public perception was the inclusion of defamation lawsuits. But the people already following this and familiar with the people involved understood that...
No, they're copyright lawsuits. I don't know if this guy understands this, but these are not defamation lawsuits. They're copyright lawsuits. He's not saying that anybody said it. As far as I know, there's no defamation element. It's just him saying, you stole my video by reacting to it. He's not saying they lied about him, as far as I know. These are not defamation lawsuits. These are just copyright lawsuits. He's just saying, you may have said nothing but true shit about me, but you stole my video. That's what he's trying to say.
This had the ulterior motive
He never sued Noah Samson.
Placing a hit. This being H3 threatening to sue and dox the mods of his Snark Reddit. And I'm aware that to the regulated people who are offline, that sentence has a lot of weird fantasy words. So don't worry, we'll define all of the stranger words here. Doxing. This is the act of spreading someone's personal address or information online against their wishes. It's really only ever used maliciously with the intention of inviting hurt or harassment onto someone from others. This behavior is a descendant of swatting, which often now includes stream swatting, where people playing video games on public matches would get frustrated and call the SWAT team on their opponents using their IP address. So real soldiers with real weapons treating it like a real threat. The implication of hurt there is very definitive, and doxing has the same implications of intended violence. In previous creator beefs on YouTube, doxing is something that didn't come up often, so when it did, it was considered an extreme violation. 4 years ago, the creator Frank Hassel was fighting with Boogie2988. He filmed himself showing up to his house, which Boogie countered by coming out with a gun and firing it in the air. This reaction split people, understandably, but they agreed the severity of visiting his home warranted some kind of severe reaction. Anonymous creators and VTubers are constantly dealing with doxing attempts from their fans, but even other creators in the same space have been caught with group chats dedicated to exposing the creators they don't like. And it's understood that, in exposing them, they are attempting to go after their careers. 2 years ago, the reaction creator Sniper Wolf doxed the creator Jax Films' home on her Instagram story because she was featured on his side project calling out lazy reactors. This blew up and drew in a lot of contention online, with most people agreeing that Sniper Wolf was way out of line in doing so.
I feel like the lazy reactor shit is really a strategy to kind of differentiate yourself from other reactors. And it's like, my personal opinion is that there is no red line that explains what it's lazy reacting is like pornography. You know it when you see it. XQC, lazy react. That motherfucker has nothing to say. Asmongold, lazy react. Based. That's based. You know, they don't offer any analysis. They don't offer any editing. They don't offer any commentary that is enhancing the video. They don't provide additional information. They are fucking worthless. But as far as like legally, it's very subjective and facts based is what I'm trying to say, is that I don't think there's a clear line between reacting that's good and reacting that's lazy. I think there's a massive, massive gray area. But there's also other value that is created in reacting, which is, I think if I have a video and I'm a very small creator and you tell me that I can get a bunch of very large creators to positively react to it, I would take that deal every time. Now that video might not get as, you know, that video, it's very unlikely that video is going to get less views because those people reacted to it. It's a very, you know, algorithms are difficult to explain to people, but basically what you want is you want creators that are in your niche and who have a successful followings to be watching your videos so that their viewers get connected to you in the algorithm and they start getting recommended your views or your videos. So like, for example, if Hassan was reacting to videos I was making and it connected his channel to my channel in the algorithm, I would start getting recommended to his millions of subscribers who like left-wing politics. So that's really good for me over the long run.
Even in these instances in the past, there seems to be this common understanding of this unwritten social rule that no matter what you're arguing about, doxing other creators was a sign that you lose the argument.
And that's changing because of Ethan and Destiny in particular. It really started with the Keffels shit because Destiny was supporting a infamous doxing website with money and support because he didn't like Keffels, who had like made fun of him or something. I don't remember. But the point is that like this is more of like a Destiny thing where since he has been sued for being a sex criminal, he's now lashing out and trying to make the internet worse. And Ethan Klein is feeding right into it.
Creators doxing each other was always seen as unacceptable. Audiences doxing creators has always been seen as them being manic and reprehensible. In all these cases and all others, unless direct harm is at risk, doxing is unacceptable. Mods, short for moderators, specifically on Reddit. These are the users, usually anonymous, who enforce the discussions by the individual subreddit rules. Subsequently, Snark page. On Reddit, where you can make community forums about anything, it's common to see larger public figures have a Snark subreddit page made about them, or to be brought up in Snark pages dedicated to non-specific figures in general. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's for being snarky. It's a page where people go to vent their frustrations on a creator, no matter how petty they are, without being worried about community reprimanding. So if a creator has a Snark page, they don't actually have it under their control. It's something assigned to them after reaching a certain level of fame. It's often moderated by fans, or ex-fans, who make sure the posts aren't violent or dangerous, just snark. It's a designated space to have personal, even petty, complaints. When I first heard about this, I just assumed it was another form of internet bullying, but now I would assign Snark subreddits under mean-spirited feedback more so than bullying. You don't go to an influencer's snark page to read think pieces and consider nuance. It's a designated forum for venting frustrations without it reading like a direct attack. While I'm not in love with the idea in general, and I would personally hate having a snark subreddit dedicated to myself, I do see the bright side in having one. At worst, it's a central, concentrated area for you to specifically avoid, instead of rolling the dice scrolling through your own YouTube comments. But even if it's mean, it can be a good place to see what your viewers are responding to. It's feedback, even if it's malicious. A chunk of people are going to hate whatever you make anyway. It's the contract all creators sign, so fighting against it is like swimming upstream. My point to this with the larger context is, if H3 is mad about him having a snark page, that's understandable.
No, it's not. It's narcissism, man. It's narcissism. Narcissists have a persona. And what makes a narcissist, their psychic energies are dedicated to preserving that persona. Okay? And that is the reality. So when you undermine their persona, which is the message and the projection they want to send into the world, they get homicidally angry. Regular people can deal with having haters and they can get over it. But to a narcissist, it's like you're trying to kill them.
That reaction is just a reaction, and it makes sense. But treating it like a severe threat that warrants you going after it with the legal process is an overreaction, and it is letting it get to you personally when, while letting go of it may be tough, the right thing to do is to ignore it and move on. In this instance, H3's snark page was rising in popularity following his year-long Hassan meltdown, and in response, he labeled it as a personal defamation and claimed he was preparing a lawsuit to sue the moderators specifically. The thing is, there's no legal grounds for that. Defamation is a little more complicated than community-led discussions on someone's behavior, especially if you want to assign the direct violation towards the people reading. And the moderators aren't posting the stuff themselves, they're usually just making sure. Despite the heat H3 is throwing at the moderators, I think that he knows this.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit. It's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, oh, 230, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, oh, 230, you can't fucking... That's
230.
Section 230, they can't be held responsible for what their users post.
But in following through with a lawsuit, these moderators of this snark page would have to appear in court, effectively revealing who they are for H3 to see. I think the play here is to dox the moderators with the intention of intimidating them to leave. This would either lead to the forum getting shut down, or it would intimidate the rest of the people participating to abstain from it, because H3...
I think Reddit's gonna probably fight him, right? Like Reddit's if it's pretty clear that Ethan is just like harassing mods, I feel like they're gonna fight this. 4 years, Order of Romeo, Mike, here I come. Don't forget the shill. I already did. We already shilled. But if you want to give me more money, I won't be against it.
Now has this precedent set that he'll come after you. And H3 has demonstrated that they have no issue with doing this to people. So I don't think it's crazy to imagine that if they were in court and they found out who these people were, they wouldn't keep that to themselves. You know what I mean? They'd probably share it. The snark page is bothering him, so he's going after the people in charge of it and intimidating the rest of the people to leave it alone. I can't prove that that's what he's doing here. I can't say that's definitely what's going on, but it's not unbelievable. We can go ahead and add doxing to my list of censorship reasoning, because I don't want to be doxed, and you don't want to dox me. I'm inside in my attic editing all day. I'm never out. You won't find me. And even if you found my apartment, I live in a busy street. It's like a crowded area. You'd have to park far away and walk to my place, probably uphill. It's a hassle, and nobody wants that. Besides, I might boogie you. So H3 has no problem going after the...
I would 100... There's no might about it. There's no might about it.
Individual viewers of people who disagree with him, even if they might be his former audience. He's not the one going after them, right? What he's doing is opening the floodgates for his audience to go after them.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, audience brigading is another bad precedent to set. I am sorry for butchering my lines. If there's anything H3 wants to take me to court on, the grounds of being a
open
bad
presence,
YouTuber,
100.
viable.
But I would correct you and say he tries to dominate people. But who has he dominated? Every single creator he's going after is still creating their content as they want and continuing on. Like, he didn't dominate shit.
H3 is using all of his social medias and upload content to cover this story is for the purpose of keeping his audience up to date and on his side. If nobody agreed with him, this amount of focus dedicated onto other people's opinions is sad and pathetic. And it still is, but his fans see it as warranted, as they believe his claims of him being under constant attack. Keeping this story—
I mean, I don't know that that's right? Like, oh, I'm sorry. Social Blade. Like, let's. I mean, I feel like he's just losing fans. Okay, hold on. H3 odd. There we go. I mean, 5.6 million views for the last 30 days. June was really bad. He took the last week off, 7 million views. I mean, even when he was at the peak of drama, he was only getting 14 million back in May. The absolute peak of, and that was, I mean, like, if you look at the history of his monthly views, that's not even good. He's falling off. He's in negative subscriber territory. I mean, this is an actively publishing podcast, and they're losing tens of thousands of subscribers every month. So the number of people that actually watch him is outright declining, period. Like, on net, he's going down. I mean, back when he had Hassan on the podcast, they were doing 30 million a month. Now they're down to what, 7.5? And if you look at the last 30 days, it's 5.6. That's not good. I mean, honestly, like, legitimately, if you look at his shit, it's fucking dying. I mean, he's at 24K views right now. That's bad for him. iDubbbz's divorce arc has begun. The Epstein cover-up is insane. 537,000. My haters are trembling because I'm back, baby. I mean, these are piss poor numbers for him. And every time he makes a video that isn't about drama, it doesn't have, like, look at every single one of this. Drama, like non-drama, low videos. Drama. Not drama? I don't know. Drama. James Charles, biggest controversy yet. Drama that he's not involved in. This is somebody else's drama. Sad, dude. Look at the average times per episode he mentions Hassan. Total minutes it takes to reach a mention of Hassan Piker's name during the H3 podcast. Minutes to Hassan. 1 minute. Oh, man. That's fucking crazy.
For this amount of time is reliant on his fans feeling like they've been drafted into this war for his credibility. But is this really about approval? His fans already like him. He's trashed the hope of the involved creators respecting him. Is that really what all of this has been for? I can at least attest that personally seeing H3 dedicate so much of his time towards extending the coverage of this story makes me question if this is really about preserving his dignity or boosting his arguments. I mean, if so, a lot of this time could be better spent, right? And to be honest, I don't think this should be our primary focus, as we want to know what damage this will do to the creator space, more so than why he's doing what he's doing. They could always have something to do with each other. So,
how long am I doing it? I mean, we'll see. I'm still watching this. Be right back.
Okay. This definitely is driven by the personal vendetta, and the end goal here seems to be dominating his opponents. Checks out. Sure looks that way. But if we're looking about this behavior and think about what might inspire other creators to repeat it, that isn't enough. Reputations are certainly prioritized online, but plenty of creators have no problem debasing themselves and their reputations for money. Oh, that's it. I got it. The lasting effect this will have on the creator space is going to have to do with money. It's not impressive, but where I'm landing is that if other creators are going to ever copy pages from the playbook of events we're seeing here, it's going to be done so in the hopes of recreating the profits being. Now, I don't believe H3 is pretending to care about this just to grift. With the size of his platform, he does not need money that badly. He is fighting to the death about his opinions, and all for his ego. He's a narcissist. It's petty and emotionally driven. The money aspect isn't small enough to overlook. For example, the lawsuits. H3 is definitely doing this for his ego, but he also seems determined to take money from these creators. One of these lawsuits that H3 seemed particularly focused on was accusing the streamer DEMS over an alleged anonymous CPS call on his family. And when he was playing over his footage on stream, he intentionally moves his own camera to cover up DEMS' chat while an edited version stayed uncovered.
I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were...
No, it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
Did you catch that last clip? Yep, his own employee just tried to show him that he's wrong, and he ignored it because he's lying. At this point, I don't know if he's watched a single real video of me.
Which is enough proof that he's lying to anyone reasonable, but the fact that he is still pressing on with these lawsuits, despite overwhelming evidence and him being extraordinarily shady. Additionally, Noah Samson, one of the YouTube commentary creators who H3 claims to be suing for defamations, recently hosted a week-long fundraising event stream to send aid to Gaza, raising nearly $550,000 from his community. Which, side note, this is an incredible accomplishment to achieve, and it makes me so happy to see the community pool what they can for what is painfully obvious to me as the right cause to support. I am especially proud of everyone who is able to send aid, and even though I might be biased, I believe Noah making this happen makes him one of the top commentary creators on the planet. H3 would disagree with that.
I don't know how many of you know who this guy Noah Samson is. He started his second video by saying, "Aliens threatened to sue me." It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh, wait.
I'm literally going to sue you for defamation.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, Noah raising money to help the victims of Gaza is secretly all about insulting him. So, it leads H3 to say this.
Noah just did this massive fundraiser. And let's say hypothetically I'm planning to sue a bunch of these people. They just keep raising money because Noah's like, let's prove to you that we can raise the money to fight this lawsuit, which is fine. Like I said, I prefer them raise the money so that I know that at least there's something left when I win, right? Man, that's just math. That's just logic. That money's coming to me, so it's good. If he was bankrupt, I wouldn't collect it all. So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding.
You can't see it because I've smudged out his face, but this man is salivating at the thought of taking all of the money Noah and his community raised for Gaza. He plays it off as a joke, but there's nothing suggesting that this isn't his actual plan. Even his little podcast minion over there points out how disturbingly greedy he sounds, to which H3 just sloppily course corrects and drops the topic.
So in a way, it's good for me that he's crowdfunding. But I do think it's funny.
He's not crowdfunding for his lawsuit.
No, well, he said, I'm going to crowdfund, but I'm doing it to prove that we can. I said, instead of crowdfunding for the lawsuit, I'm going to crowdfund for Gaza.
But that's like an actual good cause.
Yes, it is.
So what's
funny though is that he's asking his audience to chip in to prove, right, that he can crowdfund.
It doesn't prove anything. But the sort at all.
There's got to be a limit. Like he can't go. You think he's gonna go?
Well, also, more people are obviously more willing to give to a cause than going to a good cause versus some dude's lawsuit.
Yeah, totally. That too. But like at the end,
what is the? God, he's such a like. Who watches Ethan Klein? He offers nothing. He offers fucking nothing. What a completed total slob he is.
It's awesome. I think it's fucking great.
Again, there's no doubt I have that H3 is in this primarily for his own ego, but he keeps circling back on the financial aspects of it. Whether that's around his gain or their loss, I'm unsure. Remember back earlier in this video when I was talking about old creator conflicts doing back and forth reaction videos and I noted that they were all loaded with ads to mutually profit from the drama? Every podcast episode has ads turned on, and most have sponsors. The constant Instagram stories convince his audience to show him support by watching the streams, which increases the income per view. And for the drama creators watching and taking notes, they're not engaging with whether or not H3 ego survives. They want to know if he's making money. So whether or not this is his ulterior motive, H3 is making bank from all of this, and that makes the harassment and vitriol he's caused everyone else all the worse, because he's earning money off of their expense. And what he's doing to brew audience engagement and nursing their resentment towards these creators is vital to the process. And keeping them engaged with every minuscule update is what keeps the money printing machines charged. Posting over a year of constant uploads regarding this. Video after video.
I'm sorry, chat. It's just funny. I'm sorry, it's just fucking funny.
Instagram story after Instagram story. Day in and day out. Day in, day in. Oh, I must have fallen asleep while filming. That is embarrassing. No, it's been 2 weeks since I filmed. There's probably been some updates in the case since then. Yeah, he announced he's suing 3 creators who reacted to his 2-hour hate video on Hassan, got mad they were fundraising money for legal fees, admitted he only did it to harass them, threatened to add another lawsuit unless they apologized, which is illegal and extortion, and is planning on using his own money to wait out the case, slowly bankrupt them, essentially paying money to showcase them as targets for his audience to gleefully threaten them with torture. And it's Ethan Klein, the dude we've been talking about, the guy who runs the H3H3 channel, the H3 podcast. It's Ethan Klein. He's known for wearing a lot of beanies in 2016, having an N-word compilation dedicated to him, and Zionism. Within his career online, Ethan once was in a similar position where he was being sued for defamation by someone, and he seems to have taken all the wrong lessons from that and
Does he actually defame the guy, and he lost the case because he was defaming the guy?
To apply it here for his own benefit.
It's like those with money in the legal system
have the ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of I have more money, and you never would have a chance of defending yourself. It's obscene, guys.
Ethan, if you are somehow watching this, I humbly volunteer to be sued by you. It would be a privilege to be the first white man in your official list of lawyer go-get-ems. I may be irrelevant based on you and everyone else you're suing, but life is short. What do you have to lose? Add me to the list. I would love to go toe-to-toe with you. And honestly, if you want to skip the court thing, we could just fight if you wanted. The point this video was originally building towards is that creators nowadays are relying too much on harassing in order to solve their problems for them. That's what this was about. The doxing, the audience brigading, all of this was going to lead towards the larger picture of harassment and weaponizing an audience to torture your opponents into submission. And that's bad. I don't like it, and I wish
people use Ethan admitting that he's dragging the court case to the judge. Yes, and they will. And the judge is going to see this, and he's going to see the evidence, and he's going to rule against Ethan Klein and summary judgment, and Ethan is going to be on the hook for all their fucking legal bills because it was malicious. Like, he's gonna lose the case, and he's gonna lose it at summary judgment because there's no reasonable review of the facts that could have him win. Like, so when there is no question of fact, the judge can make the decision on summary judgment. So they never have to do a trial. They'll just go to summary judgment. The judge will look at all the facts and go, Ethan Klein loses. Pay their fucking legal fees. Like, he's fucked.
The point of the video was that. Quit it, everyone. But unfortunately, the discourse happening right now is about to set the stage on whether or not this harassment transcends audiences and starts becoming more infused in real-world consequences.
If you thought I was joking, I hope those 3 copyright lawsuits put that to rest, because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time.
If content creators, or really anybody who posts anything, gets the idea that they can have their opinion met with an opposing one, and they can fight it with lawsuits and lawyers and audience brigading, there is going to be no cap to where this can stretch. And larger point aside, that doesn't change the fact that Ethan is clearly running these lawsuits against the creators in order to just drain them of their money and slowly bankrupt them with law fees. And hopefully even his diehard supporters will see how petty and cruel this is. Of course they do. I hope this is fake, but it looks like some of them are being inspired by this to the point of wanting to do the same themselves. They feel attacked for supporting someone and being judged by others when that someone turns out to be a screwball.
I went from putting I watch H3 in dating apps in my dating app bios because the audience has so many women to removing it because I was worried women in my area, very liberal area, would be prone to falling for the snark smear campaign as the anti-Israel engine is currently very strong. No, keep it in your fucking bio. What are you doing? Keep it in your bio. Say you support Israel. Come on, keep it in your bio.
Screwball. These creators should not have to be bombarded by legal fees for having an opposing opinion to Ethan. That's why they reacted to his video, because in this economy of creators, everyone's reacting to video. His claim that they didn't react enough is insane, especially coming from him. For anything to change, we need platforms like YouTube and Twitch themselves to do or say something. And platform giants don't like getting involved. Their reputations could be, unless one of you has like a phone number for a higher up at either of these companies, they're probably going to stay silent. What we can do as individuals is make sure that the audience reaction to this is pretty universally heard. Support these creators and any future ones caught up in these lawsuits if you can. Call out the disingenuous behavior on display when it comes up, online or offline. If you are a creator yourself, please, respectfully, put some goddamn elbow grease into condemning Ethan's actions here, because we are all about to be affected by this if it continues this way. Free speech online, as we know it, is about to be rewritten in order to cater to people who want to run crying to their lawyers. But joking aside and beyond all else, what frustrates me to no end is the fact that this is all stemming from unimportant creator drama. It is an important result coming from an unimportant spat started in the first place because of a real-world genocide. The fact that we are all having to even spend our time thinking about Ethan Klein when Israel is bending history to its whim right now is completely unacceptable. It's unreal, and I cannot believe the creator space has become connected with this, of all things. The important part of this story is the potential risk of losing.
I think one of the things that people are underestimating is how much better the internet is going to be getting for us left-leaning people over the next 2 years. Because Donald Trump is not going to become popular. All right? Donald Trump is on the decline. This is the peak. The right is going to become more and more uncool, more and more unpopular. Donald Trump is getting older. He's, you know, mixed up with the Epstein shit. People are regretting it. They don't like the way they're treating immigrants. This shit is going to get worse for all these people. All the Zionist supporters, you think Israel's suddenly going to become popular? These motherfuckers are done. And every single one of us on this side of these issues is going to be getting more and more popular. That's just fucking reality. And then, holy shit, when it's the Democratic primary in 2028, oh, baby, this shit is going to be fire. We are going to be, we'll all be exploding in popularity. New YouGov polling shows 46% think the Wall Street Journal story is true versus only 10 think it's false. Yeah, no one agrees with Trump.
On free speech. The unimportant part is Ethan Klein. It doesn't matter what specific creator is doing. And even that pales in comparison to the loss of life. That is the most important thing. Please continue to support the creators and public figures who are vocal about this. Don't let intimidation tactics from media platforms, Zionist YouTubers, or even the US government stop you from advocating for what your core itself knows to be true. It's simply not worth.
Somehow you seem more optimistic that electoralism will continue than Hassan. Donald Trump is going to be more and more unpopular. You think they're going to get away with canceling elections? Every single fucking city would explode, including in red states. They're going to try to do everything they could do to cheat, that's for sure. My fear is that anti-Semitism will be used to derail socialist momentum. Anti-Semitism is not going to be popular, guys. This is America. It's America. It's not going to be popular to be a bigot after Donald Trump. People are going to be, they're not going to be like, oh, I want the people that were even bigger Donald Trump supporters. No, you guys, the only risk that we have is that dumb boomer liberals vote for Pete Buttigieg in the primary. That is our biggest risk. Is a bunch of boomer liberals and dumb Gen X libs and MSNBC libs vote for Pete Buttigieg. That's the only risk. There is no other challenger that's any good on the right. Andy Bashir and John Ossoff, have you watched them? Have you actually seen them? They're fruity. They're not going to win shit. Zionists are not winning this shit. Like, they're not. Like, I actually think Pete is more masculine than them. The fucking like, and they're straight men. Like Pete is more of a compelling case. It's not about being gay or straight. It's about the kind of prissy, germophobic, weak-willed men that they are. Like Beto, no. Ossoff, give me a fucking break. You want to say genteel, yeah. The southern, like white southern prissy aristocrat of Andy Bashir or John Ossoff is not gonna win.
Silence. Even if I am sued for every dollar, banned from every social media, or even detained by a flimsy acting government, I'm doing it having stood my ground for what I believe in. I'm hoping you'd all be willing to do that too. Free Palestine, protect free speech online. Fuck you, Ethan. See you in court, or not. Well, everyone, that's my time. Thank you for watching. Sorry this took so long to make.
Glenn Youngkin wins as moderate Republican because the media paints him as a return to reasonable Republicanism to kill Trumpism. Why do liberals think moderate Republicans are going to win anything ever? Why do liberals have an obsession with moderate Republicans? It's fucking insane. Have you seen Republicans?
Hurry up and immediately get started on the next one so it does not happen again. Please take care of yourselves and others, and I will see you soon, hopefully. All right. Love you lots.
Oh,
Bye.
wow. That was great. That was great. Everybody subscribe to Kuncan Dastner. Cool guy. Great video. And of course, fuck you, Ethan Klein. Of course. Any update on the criminal lawyer from Malaysia that Ethan is using? I mean, there's nothing more. Hey. Let's say Kamala won in 2024. What would be your prediction in 2028? I would say that there would have been a fascist march on the Capitol in 2026 and installed a military dictatorship because she would have been so unpopular and so unsuccessful that our democracy would have literally collapsed. Republicans would have 70 senators. Well, chat, that's 7 hours for me. Thank you so much for hanging out. Should I do more? Should I do more? If I should do more, how do you get someone to do something for you under capitalism? There's usually a way that you can make somebody do work they don't want to do. It's like you give them something called wages. Nice. Nice. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Money makes the world go around, the world go around.
Liza Minnelli. Wow, that's a deep fucking cut. Mike, this video? We already watched this. I heard there's a new red pen. Hold on. I heard there was a new red pen. Oh my God. It's on. Oh, fuck. It's Frederick Engels. Holy shit. Do you go? Oh, fuck. I have a better idea, chat. How about left-wing communism?
And eventually armed insurrection.
No, we can't. We can't. I don't want to make fun of the anarchists too much. All right. Let's see what we've got. What's going on new right now? If we hit level 10 on the hype train. Oh, we did. Fuck. God damn it. I was like, if we hit level 10 on the hype train, then I'll work longer. And then it was already level 11. If we hit level 20. Okay, let's talk about the pedo letter some more. Let's talk about the pedo letter that they made. It's so bad. He sent, I mean, it is fucking creepy. I can't wait till we see the animation because it's only been described so far, chat. And apparently, I said it in my TikTok. Hold on. I made a chat, I'm trying to blow up on TikTok. Can everybody follow me on TikTok? I need to get to 10,000 followers on TikTok. Don't say no. Don't say fucking no. There's a bunch of good TikToks. Like, here's where I predicted Zoran would win.
Zoran is going to win. And he's going...
Who else was ballsy enough to say that shit? I came on my tickety talk and I said, Zoran's gonna fucking win. Where's our wages? The wages is the content you get. That's the wages. It's you pay me wages, you get the content. Or not. What the fuck are you watching? God damn it. All right, let's keep going.
Hey guys, currently on the way to get my eyes operated on, get my vision corrected finally after all these years. So yeah, pretty excited. Pretty excited about that.
I don't want laser eye surgery, chat. They fuck it up too much.
I'm getting this thing called smile surgery, which is basically like laparoscopic LASIK surgery. So really excited for that. But did want to give you guys a little update. I'm sure you saw the news that broke yesterday that the Wall Street Journal came out with a really big report about...
Vio got that, chat. Vio got that smile laser eye surgery, but her eyes were like -6.5 or something. Her eyes were fucking terrible. She was like blind. But now she's 2020, and it worked out well.
A birthday letter that was sent from Trump to Jeffrey Epstein, and the contents of the letter are immensely disturbing. So, Crystal, I know you have that letter right there with you.
Yeah, so apparently it was like there was a sketch outline of a naked woman where Donald Trump's signature served as a stand-in for her pubic hair. And the fact of a sketch comes into play as well, because he denies he's ever drawn a picture.
Yeah. And then he's done it a million times.
Proven, but
He literally sent it into some woman in Iowa who did like celebrity sketch contests.
Yes.
So, I mean, he just, the way he lies is astonishing.
it's amazing, and that he thinks he isn't going to get immediately called on. Okay, but put that aside, here is what the letter said. Voiceover, and this is all direct quote, voiceover, there must be more to life than having everything, the note began. Donald, yes there is, but I won't tell you what it is.
All right, chat, we got 5 seconds left on the hype train. 5 seconds left in my stream, unless we hit level 20. No, I'm kidding.
Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you
On my TikTok that I made about this, I was better than this video. I was better on my TikTok. The TikTok I made on this topic actually has the letter, or at least a quote from the report. And it's like, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Dude, what else could that fucking mean? That's the most obvious pedo shit that's ever pedoed. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They said, a pal is a wonderful thing.
Naked woman was a typewritten note styled as Jeffrey, as a matter.
A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. The pedophile that molested 1,000 kids? What do you mean, may every day be another secret? Like, what the fuck? What else could that possibly mean? And Donald Trump is so stupid, he can't come up with any fucking, like, he cannot come up with any other possible definition than fucking kids. So he's just like, it's fake news. I never drew a picture.
You noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Just some very normal stuff that you send to your pedophile bestie.
Bro, that blows Pizzagate out of the water, dog. Like, Pizzagate, they had to read between the lines hard and really, like, infer a whole bunch of shit. You don't have to infer dick about that. They're just saying it, right? Like, hope every day's a wonderful secret?
Well,
why a secret? What are you secreting, bro?
And they are Trump is going super hard against this, claiming it's totally fabricated.
He says he's going to sue the Wall Street Journal.
Sue the Wall Street Journal. Said that that Mr. Murdoch had told him he would take care of it, but he, obviously didn't. And so he's suing Wall Street Journal, Rupert Murdoch, etc. All of his flunkies are, going to the mat over claiming that this is fake news. I mean, it's interesting too, because even people like Megyn Kelly, like people who have been concerned about the lack of Epstein release under Trump, they are buying his line that this is a fake letter, which is just so preposterous to me. Like, the Wall Street Journal knows how high stakes this is, and they would not have published something that they did not have complete and total confidence was real and legitimate. I have, here's one of the responses. He says, the Wall Street Journal printed a fake letter supposedly to Epstein. These are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, that he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did, and now I'm going to sue his ass off and that of his third-rate newspaper. Thank you for your attention to this matter, is one of the responses.
Why do you think Murdoch didn't stop the story? Because there would have been a fucking newsroom revolt, and it would have gotten leaked somewhere else, and it would have been published somewhere else. If the sources are strong enough and the evidence is strong enough, there's no way they could bury it. It would leak. It would fucking leak. Somebody else would pick it up and publish it. There's no way you could contain this shit.
He also said he never used the word enigma. Cut to somebody pulling up a campaign rally speech where he uses the word enigma.
Of course.
So he's just caught. Like, this is just caught red-handed, man. And tell everybody what you told me earlier about the anagram for enigma.
Yeah, so somebody pointed out,
you're clearly speaking in some pedo code speak. That's obvious.
Yeah, obviously they're alluding to some dark secret that they share in common. gee, I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, what could the dark secret be with the CEO of Elite Pedo Sex Crimes Incorporated?
Anybody's guess. Who could know, really? And then the word enigma, someone pointed out, is an anagram for gamine, which means young girls.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, so now people are speculating that Ghislaine Maxwell is the one who leaked this.
And I think that's very possible. So actually...
The Surfs TV. Oh, brothers and sisters. We are talking about the letter, the disgusting letter that was very clearly the product of, oh boy, the product of the long-standing relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is very clearly a pedophile. And my camera is now tracking my head. Come on, camera, keep turning. Come on, come on. Oh, they almost saw the Easter egg.
I was just messaging with the Breaking Points team, and Sagar points out that the reporter, at least one of the reporters whose byline is on the story, is like an enterprise reporter focused on Wall Street and finance, who's long had access to, like, you know, Epstein insiders. And so it would make sense that this is sort of like a warning shot from Ghislaine, who is making moves. I mean, she put out that she wants to testify. Her family put out a statement with regard to her appeal to the Supreme Court over her, over her sentence, saying basically like, I know Donald Trump will want to, as a deal maker, that he will want to honor the deal that the government made that said no Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirators could be charged, because that was the terms of that sweetheart deal that Alex Acosta cut down in Florida. I mean, that was one of the things that made it so outlandish, was it was not only do you basically get off scot-free with a little slap on the wrist, but anyone else, named and unnamed, who is a co-conspirator also gets off scot-free forever. And so she is claiming, and I mean, obviously I believe this woman needs to be locked in prison for the rest of her life, but she's claiming, hey, you made the deal, saying no co-conspirators could ever be charged, so what are you going to do? And we know also, reportedly, that Trump had previously considered pardoning her because out of concern for what she could potentially say. So it feels like she is making moves to basically say, like, look, we're starting here with this little letter, which maybe you have a little plausible deniability on, but
we got a lot more shit,
you know what,
bro.
I got in the vault.
We got a lot.
You know what else I could say about you?
A lot of ammo.
So
you know what to do with.
So I don't know if that is true, but to me it seems like a very plausible theory, and something, you know, that kind of jumped out at me too, in terms of who would have access to this and who would really have the motivation right now to put it out there.
Who would have knowledge that intimate? Yeah, it would probably only be Ghislaine, right? I'm trying to think who else would have it. It'd be Trump, Epstein, who's dead, and Ghislaine. You know?
Yeah, I mean, who else would have access to this letter?
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's like birthday letters from 1987 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, you would think it would be Ghislaine, people that, you know, Ghislaine's family members that she could direct to, like, oh, it's in this drawer in my house or whatever, you know.
Right.
So it does make sense. Whether that's, you know, for sure what's going on, I don't know, but it does have a logic to it, and it also would explain why Trump freaked the fuck out over this, because that's the other thing that we learned too, is it was after the Wall Street Journal.
Do we think there's a video of Donald Trump molesting little girls that has not been leaked? Like, it's like one of those things where it's, this letter is coming out. The grand jury testimony is not necessarily the actual files. It's just like, there's already so much evidence that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were close. We have videos of him ogling women together. Jeffrey Epstein's claims they were close friends for 10 years, and that the first time that Donald slept with his wife, it was on the fucking Lolita Express. Like, at what point do people just recognize that Donald Trump is a fucking pedophile rapist? Like, why is there even any doubt at all? It's crazy.
Came to Trump and asked for comment on this story. It's after that he went down the, this is a Dem hoax, this was written by Obama and Hillary Clinton and Comey and Brennan or whoever else he threw out there. That's when he started insisting that, oh, actually there are files, contrary to what Pam Bondi was saying. Actually there are files, but they were created by the Dems and it's all a hoax, blah, blah, blah. And what I said at the time, you probably said at the time too, is, oh, it seems like he's creating a pretext so that, and laying the groundwork so that when something does come out, he could say, oh, I told you this was all a hoax and this was a fake. And lo and behold, his dumb ass, stupid ass supporters, MAGA influencer supporters online, they're fucking buying it. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. There is nothing that they will not just, no theory too stupid or ridiculous or far-fetched that they will not just hoover up. Incredible.
It really is. It really is. They're all already turning, but as soon as you got some like hardcore allegations, even beyond what we already have, because we already have like 12 different allegations. It's so crazy to me that they just sort of sweep that all under the rug.
Yeah.
Alex Jones was like, in my deep research, I found Trump didn't do anything wrong. Your deep research? What'd you fucking research with your eyes closed? What are you talking about? But yeah, they're already turning, and they're gonna circle the wagons, because it's all gonna point directly to him, and so they're gonna go, oh, wait, no, we wanted stuff on like Bill Clinton. We wanted stuff on like Podesta or whatever his name is. Like that's what we wanted. We didn't want anything on Trump.
Yeah, I know. I saw people circulating. I think Jack Posobiec or whatever is circulating again. Those like that weird cooking.
Yeah,
what was it like that?
That's Pizzagate.
That's Pizzagate. What was it? The demon cook something. I don't even remember the details. But the irony is that because it is like a mainstream news outlet that's reporting this, and Trump has so radicalized his followers against any sort of like legitimate news outlet, that it actually helps him in terms of his like the MAGA influencer base, because they're so used to just anything that the news media puts out that's inconvenient to their guy, just calling it fake and buying that it's fake and whatever. So I mean, that's kind of the irony here, is that any normal person will look at that and go like, well, that looks really bad. But for them, they're like, oh, it's fake news. They're trying to go after Trump, blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
Trump knew it was brewing, so he tried to lay the groundwork to like flip on the Epstein files now. You know? And that's what he did.
Yeah, with his people, it's fucking working.
So there you have it, y'all. You got some, just imagine if it was like Obama writing a letter like that to Jeffrey Epstein.
God.
What the reaction would be on the right. Oh my
I mean, like, are we sure there's not a Bill Clinton letter? That's what I'm curious about.
God, they'd be calling for his head on a stake.
I mean, there was like a video of Joe Biden getting like close to a young girl that they turned into a whole like, I mean, you know, it's so obvious to say, but you know, if you had this extensive set of facts about anyone else, they would be able to call a spade. They would be able to see very clearly what was going on here. I mean, Trump's longtime associations. He got set up with a 20-year-old who was an Epstein traffic victim and like gave her an apartment at Trump Tower. He owned beauty pageants and bragged about seeing the like going in the dressing room with the young girls when no one else was there. He owned a modeling agency, which are known to be like a hotbed of exploitation and abuse of young underage girls. Makes this comment about, oh, Jeffrey likes him young. Like, he was the regular Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan parties. He was his freaking next door neighbor. Virginia Giuffre worked at Mar-a-Lago when she was 16 and was identified by Ghislaine Maxwell and then groomed and, you know, abused by, according to her.
I mean, when Donald Trump was asked, can we see the JFK files? He said yes. Can we see Area 51? Yes. Can we see the Epstein files? Well, there's a lot of good people. Those files are phony. We wouldn't want somebody innocent being all mixed up in it. Like, come on.
Powerful men passed around like a fruit platter, she said, by all these powerful men. Like, there are so many obvious linkages that tell a very clear tale, not to mention all of his behavior. Not just right now, but in, you know, over the course of, I mean, Epstein died in his first administration. So anyway.
Yeah, not to mention, you didn't even mention Katie Johnson, the allegations there. You didn't even mention that story we covered about 6 months ago of some woman who came forward and said Trump and Epstein played some sort of sick sexual harassment game with her.
Yeah.
There's so many things, like, it's just fucking endless.
It goes on and
anyway.
on. Yeah.
All right, there you have it, man. Caught red-handed yet again.
All right.
Release the Epstein file.
Liberal Eagle time.
No, wait, Epstein is actually a host. No, wait, since everyone is spending a ridiculous amount of time on this, I don't know why.
Hey, when is Legal Eagle gonna do a video reviewing the ICC on Gaza? When is Legal Eagle gonna do something on that? Hey, Legal Eagle, what do you think about the ICC indictment of Netanyahu, or perhaps the International Court of Justice? What do you think, man? When are we getting that, Legal Eagle?
Just release all the grand jury testimony, even though that's not what people are asking for, and you can't do it without court permission, and the court will probably block that. Trump's "I'm not involved with Jeffrey Epstein" t-shirt has a lot of people asking questions already answered by his t-shirt. And the funny thing about that meme is that it was originally literally about human trafficking. But the long and short of it is that the MAGA movement may have finally taken a stand against the Trump administration.
The current DOJ under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes.
But back in 2024, candidate Trump made some promises about releasing the so-called Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
During his most recent presidential campaign, Trump said that he would have, quote, no problem looking into the Epstein client list.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Then Attorney General Pam Bondi told everyone that Epstein's legendary client list was right there on her desk. Except it wasn't. Pam Bondi released a 2-page memo saying that actually Epstein did just kill himself, there's no secret client list, and there are no more documents that are going to be released. And everyone believed her, and that was the end of the story. No, I'm just kidding. Trump supporters weren't having it at all. Even Trump's reliable buddies over at Fox News aren't buying the narrative.
Why do you say he's become the deep state? What is more deep state than covering up for pedophiles?
And Trump took to Truth Social to post a long screed proclaiming how great Bondi is and telling everyone to, quote, not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Except that a whole bunch of people care a whole lot about Epstein.
Make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people.
And now we live in a world where Congress's resident Jewish space laser enthusiast Marjorie Taylor Greene and Silicon Valley progressive Ro Khanna might finally agree on something. And meanwhile, while all this was playing out in the media, the Trump Department of Justice finally acted on Ghislaine Maxwell's plea.
Say something about legal eagle, like liberal eagle. Like it's one thing to be like, oh my God, I can't believe Trump is violating the law and how lawless conservatives are, and then be a coward on what Israel is doing in Palestine. Right? Like, aren't you the exact same thing? Like, aren't you also just a cowardly, pathetic fucking rat who refuses to stand up for international law and American law because we are signatories to the Genocide Convention? We are signatories to the UN Charter. Like, aren't you kind of the same exact thing? Aren't you demonstrating the same cowardice by refusing to say anything about the law and the way international law is being fucking destroyed by Israel and the United States? And it's not just a matter of international law. It's also American law, because we are signatories to conventions, which make conventions and treaties are the law of the land. They hold a status equivalent to the Constitution in American law. So, you know, hey, you want to talk about all these cases, but you refuse to talk about the legal ramifications of America's genocidal war on Gaza? Pretty pathetic.
For the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction after months of delay. Oh, and now Donald Trump is threatening to sue, quote, the ass off of Rupert Murdoch. He's furious because the Wall Street Journal published a story last night about Trump sending Jeffrey Epstein a handwritten birthday card in 2003 where Trump hand drew sketches of a naked woman and then made his signature mimic pubic hair, and which Trump ends the letter with, quote, happy birthday and may every day be another wonderful secret. So suffice to say, there is a lot going on here, both in the media, in the government, and in the courts, and a lot of suspicious timing with how the Trump administration is playing this, and baffling statements from Trump himself. So as the MAGA world implodes, let's take a step back and talk about how we got here, what the Epstein files actually are, and what they are not. And make no mistake about it, apart from all of the fabricated conspiracy theories, the Epstein saga does point to an actual real-life conspiracy that spits in the face of anyone who cares about equal justice and the rule of law in this country. But from the very beginning, everything that touched Jeffrey Epstein reeked of corruption. In 1996, Maria Farmer, an artist in her mid-20s, reported to the NYPD and the FBI that Epstein and his associate, British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, had violently sexually assaulted her while she was visiting his property in upstate New York. Farmer claims that she also warned the FBI that Epstein and Maxwell had committed multiple serious sex crimes against girls, including her minor sister, that Epstein stole nude and partially nude photos of 2 of her minor sisters, and that he possessed child pornography. But neither law enforcement agency followed up on Farmer's complaint. And nearly a decade later, in March of 2005, a woman reported to the Palm Beach police that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been molested by a wealthy man. In subsequent police interviews, the girl confirmed that she had been recruited by a female classmate, also an undergrad, who had done sexual favors for Epstein in exchange for money. That classmate apparently took the 14-year-old complainant to Epstein's house, where his staff escorted her to his bedroom. Epstein appeared in nothing but a towel and told her to undress and then massage him, and during that massage, he sexually abused her. Now, the unnamed complainant came from a rough background. The underage classmate who recruited her had recently been sexually assaulted before she met Epstein, and this would become a pattern for Epstein. He preyed on girls from poor, violent, and troubled backgrounds, sexually abused them in exchange for money, and then paid them to recruit similarly troubled girls for him to abuse. Now, when Palm Beach detective Joe Ricari began conducting witness interviews, Epstein was quickly tipped off by one of the potential witnesses. Epstein then hired his own private investigators who sought out victims and witnesses often before they were even contacted by the police. Detective Ricari still managed to identify 17 victims, all in the 14 to 20 age range, all of which recounted a similar fact pattern of the original 14-year-old victim. Recruitment by another girl or woman, ostensibly to give Epstein massages in exchange for money, being told to undress, and then being sexually assaulted or groped, being paid for the massage and sexual interaction, and being offered compensation to find future victims. Now, based on the overwhelming testimony, Detective Ricari provided the state's attorney's office with probable cause affidavit drafts for felony sexual offenses for Epstein and 2 of his female recruiters. State's Attorney Barry Kreischer, though, declined to talk to any victims or parents and decided that 17 witnesses just wasn't enough to make a case. So Kreischer offered Epstein a sweet plea deal. When Epstein rejected that, Kreischer made the highly unusual choice to take the matter to a grand jury. Typically, a state's attorney would simply charge and arrest the accused. But during the grand jury proceedings, the prosecutor, Lana Belahovlik, invited only 2 victims to testify before the grand jury, and it appears that Belahovlik actively undermined her own witnesses by peppering the girls with questions about unsavory social media posts and even accusing a 15-year-old victim of being a prostitute. Now, the state's attorney's office was also in close communication with Epstein's defense attorneys. And in fact, it was Epstein's attorneys who provided the prosecutors with the underage girls' questionable social media posts, which the prosecutors then used to bully their own underage witnesses. And in the end, the grand jury returned only a single charge: felony solicitation of prostitution, which said nothing about the girls being underage. Now, if you're infuriated by this, you're not the only one. Detective Ricari's boss, Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Reiter, one of the few good guys in the sordid story, was also furious enough at the state's attorney's actions that he sent a scathing letter to Kreischer stating, quote, "After giving this much thought and consideration, I must urge you to examine the unusual course that your office's handling of this matter has taken and consider if good and sufficient reason exists to require your disqualification from the prosecution of these cases." Detective Ricari also took the extraordinary step of going to the FBI to ask them to prosecute the case, since the state's attorney had done such a poor job. But the feds agreed to launch their own investigation. One can only speculate that this was because they already had a file on the guy from 1996 and probably wanted to save face, but we'll never know. But the FBI's reinvestigation turned up evidence of additional victims, including 34 confirmed minors. And the victims reported the same fact pattern of massages and sexual abuse. The feds found pictures of many of Epstein's victims in his house, as well as plenty of other corroborating evidence tying him to numerous underage victims. And armed with this mountain of evidence, the feds sharpened their lawyers' war axes and offered Epstein a slap on the wrist plea deal that should have made national headlines as a travesty of justice, but it did not. Now, back in 2007, we didn't have the tools we have today to get a bird's eye view of how the Epstein slap on the wrist spread throughout the media and public sentiment. At best, a Google trend history reveals that the search term Jeffrey Epstein peaked at 100 searches and was mostly confined to users in New York. But when you use modern technology, you can see the massive political earthquake over Epstein in real time. We can see that there have been 372 stories about Epstein in the last 3 months, with 46% of the coverage coming from right-leaning sources, 24% coming from the center, and 30% coming from the left. And if you take a closer look at specific stories like the reporting from Wired that revealed editing in the security camera video of the night that Epstein died, you see a fascinating breakdown of how attitudes across political divides are rapidly changing. This story was only covered by about 50 sources, with 40% of the coverage coming from the right. On the left, sources mostly framed the missing footage as critical minutes that point to a larger cover-up and possible conspiracy. On the right, sources largely agreed with the left that the missing footage was critical and were even more likely to embrace the yet unverified as of this recording claims that there exists even more missing footage. And in the center, sources typically focused on the problematic nature of the missing footage, but were not as likely to point to a cover-up. Now, headlines and coverage vary greatly depending on the source, which is why I use today's sponsor, Ground News. The Nobel Peace Center called Ground News an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. They've been a longtime supporter of this channel and independent journalism at large. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. Now, one of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. And I also love their blind spot feed, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News van.
There's that Ground News sponsorship again.
issued a 53-page indictment against Epstein. Now, negotiations for a plea deal began with Epstein's all-star legal team.
Okay, my react on this one is pretty weak, chat. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm basically chair reacting. I feel the same way about Legal Eagle videos that I do about my law degree. It's like, do you actually think any of this shit matters? You think that the facts and the logic and your interpretation of the law matters for Donald Trump or for politics in America? This is a society that is full blown into a fascist death spiral where whatever the pragmatic desires of the dominant power is what the law becomes. And it's nothing more than a paper shield and just as protective.
Starr, famous for serving as independent counsel during the impeachment of Bill Clinton.
The bar 2
Alan
weeks.
Dershowitz,
Sorry, bro.
famous for lots of stuff. And Jay Lefkowitz, a partner at Kirkland & Ellis, the same law firm where Acosta was previously a partner. And after a lot of cozy meetings with defense attorneys at hotels over breakfast, Acosta offered Epstein a remarkable deal. Epstein could plead guilty to state charges, 1 count of solicitation of prostitution and 1 count of solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18. He would be sentenced to 8 months in jail following a year of house arrest and be adjudicated as a convicted sex offender who must register twice a year in Florida. And that was it. That was the penalty for sexually abusing at least 34 underage girls in a systematic, calculating way for years. And even then, Epstein only spent his evenings in Florida jail. During the day, he was permitted work release at his swanky office building. Now, Acosta's deal with Epstein included several other gifts fit for a king of Wall Street. An agreement that the victims would not be notified, a promise that the deal would be kept under seal, and an agreement to dismiss all grand jury subpoenas. And Epstein's all-star legal team also managed to secure one more extraordinary victory, a non-prosecution agreement which allowed Epstein and his co-conspirators to avoid federal sex trafficking charges. Now, we've covered this before, but this plea deal was extraordinary for several reasons. First, 18 U.S.C. 3771, the Crime Victims' Rights Act, gives victims the right to be apprised of the developments in criminal proceedings, the right to be present at public proceedings, and the right to be heard related to plea deals.
Guys, yeah, man, Donald Trump, he's really constrained by the law in privacy for the victims, guys.
Sentencing and other key developments. Now, the prosecutors not only bypassed any notification of the victims, but they actively lied to the victims, sending them a letter months after the plea deal had already been signed, urging patience while the prosecution, quote, conducts a thorough...
Oh, shit. You know what we didn't cover today, chat? Stephen Colbert is getting canceled. Stephen Colbert is getting fucking canceled.
Investigation. Now, bypassing this law at the request of a serial sex abuser's attorneys was an extraordinary move by Acosta's part. Now, second, Acosta's agreement with Epstein not only prevented future prosecutions of Epstein, but also future prosecutions of his 4 named co-conspirators and an open-ended category of, quote, any potential co-conspirators. Another extraordinary gift. Now, both of these aspects of the agreement are legally important, but we'll get to that in a second. Now, the Miami Herald really blew the lid off of this entire story and reported that the plea deal may have been affected by Epstein's role as a witness in the 2008 securities fraud case against Bear Stearns executives. Now, ironically, those executives were later acquitted, along with pretty much anyone else who played a direct role in blowing up our economy. Now, we don't know for sure, but it looks like prosecutors threw a couple dozen underage girls under the bus in order to get some ineffective testimony about the cheating finance execs who tanked the world economy. So Jeffrey Epstein served 13 months of nighttime imprisonment, spent his days at his swanky office, and apparently even continued to have women flown out to Palm Beach to have sex with him in exchange for money. And a few potential violations of the house arrest were documented in the state's attorney's files, but no one took action. And after his 13 months were up, Epstein seemed to return to his ordinary life of sexual predation. And faced with some additional law enforcement scrutiny, he purchased 2 private islands off the coast of the U.S. Virgin Islands in 2010 and 2016, respectively, where he then had even more leverage over his victims. In a later lawsuit, one of his victims revealed that in an act of desperation, she tried to swim off the island to escape him. But Epstein and his co-conspirators located her and then took her passport in an attempt to keep her captive. Another victim alleged that when she tried to escape the private island, Epstein and his co-conspirators returned her to his house and suggested physical...
I mean, that's just kidnapping. Why the fuck was he not charged with false imprisonment and kidnapping?
Restraint or harm if she failed to cooperate. And meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta went on to be appointed as Trump's Secretary of Labor.
On behalf of the President of the United States, it's my honor to welcome you all today to the office of the Vice President here at the White House complex. For a very...
Fuck. This guy is a major schizo. Holy shit. The most major schizo we've seen in a while.
Very important moment in the life of this administration and in our national life, as I administer the oath of office to the 27th Secretary of Labor for the United States of America, Alexander Acosta.
And all the bad guys lived happily ever after. Until two scrappy reporters, a few more heroes in the story, started looking into this. Julie K. Brown, an investigative reporter at the Miami Herald, and Miami Herald videographer Emily Michaud began investigating Epstein in early 2017, about the same time as Acosta was being nominated as Secretary of Labor by Donald Trump in his first term. And they uncovered 80 potential victims as young as 13 and 14 years old when the abuse occurred, and conducted video and written interviews with 8 survivors, the most important heroes in the story, who bravely agreed to tell their stories. And the Miami Herald's investigation ultimately led to Acosta's resignation from his Secretary of Labor role, and finally to a real criminal indictment against Jeffrey Epstein. So on July 6, 2019, federal prosecutors in New York got a second chance to prosecute Epstein. And unlike Bill O'Reilly, you're probably smart enough to figure out that since this is 2019, this is still the Trump administration. Epstein was arrested at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, reportedly a hub of his sex trafficking network, and under 18 U.S.C. 1591, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York charged him with sex trafficking and sex trafficking conspiracy related to the abuse of dozens of minor girls at his properties in Palm Beach and New York. Now, the Southern District of New York's charges weren't double jeopardy because in Acosta's original case, Epstein only pled to state-level charges, and the 2019 indictment included only federal charges. Acosta's plea agreement with Epstein, though, would have likely become a thornier issue. But the U.S. attorneys never had to address that because on August 10, 2019, Epstein was found dead in his cell. A medical examiner's report ruled it a suicide by hanging. So obviously that ended the criminal prosecution against him, but it did not stop the legal fallout. Now, Maria Farmer and several other Epstein victims alleged the involvement of Epstein's longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell. Victims accused Maxwell of recruiting them, manipulating and gaslighting them by normalizing Epstein's predatory behavior, and even of sexually abusing them herself. And the Department of Justice's investigation corroborated this, finding that Maxwell and Epstein identified vulnerable girls, typically from single-mother households and
It's crazy she only got 20 years.
Financial circumstances. Maxwell then helped Epstein entice and recruit the girls as young as 14 to visit Epstein's Palm Beach residence to be sexually abused by him. Maxwell also encouraged victims to travel to Epstein's other properties, knowing that they would be sexually abused there, and she helped pay victims for the sex acts and for recruiting other additional girls to be similarly abused by Epstein. And on December 29, 2021, Maxwell was found guilty of conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal sex acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal sex acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal sex acts, sex trafficking conspiracy, and sex trafficking of a minor. Now, numerous powerful men and female co-conspirators have been named in connection with Epstein's sex crimes, but Maxwell...
Why is Maxwell the only one charged? They gave everybody a fucking immunity, and that immunity should be investigated as corrupt.
Remains the only person in the United States who was ever actually convicted of sex crimes related to the Epstein abuses. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison. But Maxwell may still evade justice thanks to Acosta's plea agreement with Epstein. In a 2023 appeal to the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, Maxwell argued that because Acosta's immunity deal with Epstein included an unnamed list of co-conspirators, and because Acosta didn't expressly limit the agreement to the Southern District of Florida, she should be included and should be immune. The DOJ has counter-argued that, quote, the phrase United States in a plea agreement like this is just a generic reference to the U.S. Attorney's Office that enters into the agreement and is not on its own enough to establish an affirmative appearance. The DOJ also argued that Maxwell has no right to invoke the protections of the agreement because she wasn't a signatory to the agreement and hadn't sufficiently argued its protections were conferred onto her. Now, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed Maxwell's conviction, but in April 2025, Maxwell filed a petition for writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court, asking the court to...
It's like how, like, I mean, it feels like every single time a child is sex trafficked, every single adult around them should be investigated. All their guardians should be investigated. How did this child travel? Why were they released? What is the circumstances of it? Every parent, every guardian, every guardian ad litem, like every in loco parentis person, every single person should be investigated. Like, why are you getting one person? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Find that Acosta's sweetheart deal applied to her as well. Maxwell argued that there's a circuit split as to whether a promise on behalf of the United States or the government by a United States Attorney's Office in one district is binding upon offices in other districts. Now, confronted with this challenge, the Trump DOJ did nothing for 3 months, but mere days after Trump's meltdown on Truth Social, Trump's DOJ filed a conveniently timed response to Maxwell's petition for writ of certiorari, arguing that the plea deal did not apply to her. And the DOJ contended that, quote, at the time the NPA was negotiated, DOJ policy barred U.S. attorneys from entering into non-prosecution agreements that bound other districts unless they obtained the approval of those districts or the criminal division. And it would be strange if one rogue district attorney could bind the entire U.S. government from ever filing charges against Epstein or his co-conspirators without ever consulting headquarters. But as of the recording of this video, the court hasn't decided whether it will hear Maxwell's case or not. And meanwhile, the many civil actions against Epstein's estate and associates continue. And for everyone out there hungry for names to be named, well, we have some good news. Thanks to how our justice system works, lots of names have been named in the civil cases. These are the true Epstein files, and we've gone through them so you don't have to. One of the bravest and most vocal survivors was Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Giuffre was involved as a pseudonymous plaintiff in one of the first batch of civil lawsuits against Epstein in 2009. In 2011, she revealed her identity as a survivor of abuse by Epstein and Maxwell. And she went on to file several lawsuits, including one against England's Prince Andrew for sexual abuse when she was 16 and 17, which resulted in an undisclosed settlement. In depositions and public statements, Giuffre has claimed many times that Maxwell recruited and groomed her for sexual abuse. Maxwell vehemently denied this and publicly called Giuffre a liar, and in response, Giuffre filed a defamation lawsuit against Maxwell. The case settled in 2017, but the case generated reams of documents, including depositions, pictures, communications, and a vast trove of other evidence. These and other documentary evidence generated in other civil and criminal cases are the real Epstein files. And in early 2024, the court in Giuffre versus Maxwell ordered the unsealing of many of these documents. These documents had previously been sealed to protect the identities of many of Epstein's victims who still have not publicly identified themselves. Many of the documents contain not just names, but also identifying information about people's backgrounds, personal details that could have been.
Man, this is such a difficult philosophic question. So let me ask it to the chat. What's more important, protecting the identities of victims or uncovering a vast conspiracy of child pedophiles that are at the elite levels of our government that are currently being blackmailed by various foreign intelligence agencies so they can perpetuate a genocide? I mean, I want to protect the identity of the victims as much as possible, and I don't think any kind of child sex abuse material needs to be released into the public, but like obviously the victims' identities and you know, should be protected, especially if they were victimized as children or they remain children. I don't think that's I don't think that's true of anybody right now, but I feel like in this particular case there should be a little bit, it should be faster. I mean, to get this information released, you know, the fact that Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are both pedophiles and rapists, and, you know, they're absolutely in this 100,000%, and they should both be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Personally, I think that if you're a president or of the United States and you're a sex trafficking criminal, the death penalty is the appropriate punishment. Now, I don't think under American law, death penalty for these type of crimes is available, but certainly it should be exposed, and this motherfucker should be out of office immediately. What was the behind the scenes in the New York City trip? We watched a video a while ago.
Used to re-identify victims, and court documents are often sealed in cases involving sexual abuse, especially the sexual abuse of minors, because the documents can contain exceptionally private and troubling details, which, especially in a post-internet world, could affect the victim's safety. Indeed, in their depositions, several of Epstein's victims said that after their identities became public, they feared for their safety. But the documents in the Giuffre case were unsealed because there was an exceptionally strong public interest in the case and because Giuffre herself had argued that they should be unsealed. Maxwell's legal team argued vehemently against the unsealing of the documents, despite the fact that Maxwell had already been convicted years before. But this highlights a key tension in the case, the balance between the victim's need for privacy and the public's need to hold Epstein's co-conspirators accountable. And this tension is particularly strong in the Epstein case because many of the girls involved were not only victims themselves, but were also paid to recruit future victims. Even still, many redactions were applied to protect the identities of victims who have still never publicly identified themselves and feared for their safety if they were named. And many prominent people were also named in the unsealed documents, but they had all been previously identified as Epstein associates. Giuffre's unsealed deposition detailed several times that Epstein directed her as a minor to have sex with prominent men, including Epstein's attorney, Alan Dershowitz, former Governor Bill Richardson, former Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell, CEO Les Wexner, Prince Andrew, MIT scientist Marvin Minsky, hotel company heir Thomas Pritzker, and billionaire Glenn Dubin. And all these men, except Minsky, who died in 2016 before Giuffre's allegations against him were public, have denied these charges, and none have been criminally charged. And the accusation against Dershowitz was particularly contentious. He and Giuffre both sued each other for defamation, agreeing in 2022 to settle their lawsuits against each other. And immediately after the settlement, Giuffre released a public statement saying that she, quote, may have made a mistake in identifying Mr. Dershowitz, but she later clarified that she, quote, did not and would never exonerate Mr. Dershowitz. The Giuffre's case was one of the many against Epstein.
So in other words, he paid her a lot of money to say maybe.
associates. And companies tied to Epstein, including JP Morgan Chase, Deutsche Bank, and Barclays, have also been sued for turning a blind eye to obvious signs of
Why
human
is Jeb
trafficking.
Bush never mentioned he was governor of Florida during Epstein's sweetheart deal? Was it Bush president? Like, yes, the Republican Party establishment is just as mixed up in this as the Democratic Party establishment. Obama became president in January 20th, 2009, chat.
And Epstein's estate has also paid out several $100 million in settlements to various parties, including victims and the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands. A voluntary victims compensation fund set up by Epstein's estate has paid out more than $120 million to 136 survivors of Epstein's sex
I
trafficking
thought the
network.
original deal was in 2008. Yeah, it was 2008. So it was Bush. It was Bush. Labor Secretary Alex Acosta was U.S. Attorney in Miami, oversaw a 2008 plea deal with Jeffrey Epstein.
And another 52 women filed and privately settled claims outside of the compensation fund. The documents and statements associated with these lawsuits, though, have revealed a plethora of additional information about Epstein and his sex trafficking patterns. One important pattern is that Epstein also often dangled not only money, but his social connections in order to lure his victims into his orbit. And Epstein was quite wealthy and very well connected to CEOs like Les Wexler of Victoria's Secret parent company, L Brands, to politicians like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, to arts patrons like Eileen Guggenheim, to universities like Harvard and MIT, and even to scientists like Stephen Hawking. And to be clear, many, if not the vast majority of these people were never involved in Epstein's trafficking operation, but part of his ability to evade capture and his ability to manipulate his victims was based on his long list of powerful friends and acquaintances. To Maria Farmer, he offered an introduction into the art world. To other girls, he offered help with their modeling careers, and to some, he offered help to further their education. And it's reasonable to conclude that Epstein's ability to evade accountability in 2006 was probably due to his wealth and connections. He was able to leverage those resources to hire the best attorneys, who in turn had connections to the prosecutor's offices. But MAGA and QAnon conspiracy theorists took those actual facts and blew them into fantastical
Yeah, it was Christ, I think. Yeah.
conspiracy theories, which President Trump and
As
his
governor,
allies
but
often
Bush was
encouraged. And
president.
last week, that practice of fanning the flames of conspiracy theories and making fantastical promises came back and bit President Trump and his administration.
There's no
where-
conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy fact. Like, what do you mean theory?
counts the most. The rabid
And
credulity.
Bill Clinton was a close friend of Jeffrey Epstein as well. So there is no doubt that there was an incentive in both parties to cover it up.
Of the MAGA base. Now, since Epstein's death, all manner of wild conspiracy theories have bloomed under the MAGA and QAnon communities. The Epstein scandal actually fit quite well with QAnon's core belief that there's a cabal of satanic cannibalistic child molesters in league with the deep state, which is operating a global child sex trafficking ring. And to the extent that MAGA isn't synonymous with QAnon, conspiracy theories ran rampant in MAGA land as well, including the idea that the Clintons had murdered Epstein. Though QAnon curiously never saw the sex trafficking in their own house. Other MAGA figures like Tucker Carlson promoted the idea that Epstein was actually an intelligence asset, possibly of Israel's Mossad.
It's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty.
And that theory had some nice overlap with anti-Semitic conspiracies because Epstein and Maxwell were also ethnically Jewish. Dan
Why are you wait? Why are you linking being a link to Mossad, which her father was a famous Mossad agent, as connected to Jewish anti-Semitic conspiracy theories? Like, maybe there is, but her father was a famous Mossad spy who got, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Robert Maxwell, the British media proprietor and MP, member of parliament, was a fucking Israeli spy. And he was embezzling his company's pension funds, by the way. Maxwell missed the meeting, instead traveling on his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, to the Canary Islands, Spain. On 5 November, Maxwell was last in contact with the crew of the Lady Ghislaine at 4:25 a.m. local time. It's been speculated that he was urinating into the ocean nude at the time, as he often did. A ruling at the inquest held that he was killed by death by heart attack combined with accidental drowning. You mean they hit him with the heart attack gun and he fell overboard? He was afforded a lavish funeral in Israel. British Prime Minister John Major said Maxwell had given him valuable insights into the situation of the Soviet Union during the attempted coup of 1991. The Foreign Office suspected Maxwell of being a secret agent of a foreign government, possibly a double or triple agent, and a thoroughly bad character, and almost certainly financed by Russia. He had no links to the British Secret Intelligence Service MI6 and the Soviet KGB, and to the Israeli intelligence service Mossad. Shortly before Maxwell's death, Ari Ben Menashi, a former employee of the Israel's military intelligence directorate, approached a number of news organizations in Britain and the U.S. with the allegation that Maxwell and the Daily Mirror's foreign editor, Nicholas Davies, were both longtime agents for Mossad. I mean, like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Bongino, now deputy FBI director, has been promoting this conspiracy theory for years.
Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who's a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting,
ACES. What the fuck is this caption?
Or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff.
And Megyn Kelly just endorsed it again on June 16th.
Do you think there's any intel community involvement in this?
I wouldn't be surprised one bit. Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove, and it's getting buried because...
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing.
And MAGA figures frequently promoted the idea that Epstein had a list of...
Is this motherfucker saying Mossad linking to Epstein is a fucking anti-Semitic conspiracy theory? Is that what he's saying? Bro, Epstein got hired to be as a private school teacher. I mean, this is like fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? At age 21, Epstein started working in September 1979 as a physics and mathematics teacher for teens at the Dalton School on the Upper East Side in Manhattan. Donald Barr, who served as the headmaster until 1979, was known to have made several unconventional recruitments at the time, though it's unclear whether he had a direct role in hiring Epstein. He started to teach at the school despite his lack of credentials. He did not have a degree, and he was a teacher at a high-end school. Inappropriate behavior toward underage female students at the time, paying them constant attention and even showing up at a party where young people were drinking. He eventually became acquainted with Alan Greenberg, the chief executive officer of Bear Stearns. Wait, what? After Epstein was dismissed from Dalton for poor performance, Greenberg hired him at Bear Stearns. He swiftly moved up and became an options trader working at the special products division, and then advised the bank's wealthiest clients on tax mitigation strategies. And then he became a limited partner. Wow, that's what a rags to riches story. He got hired to be a teacher at a prestigious private school with no degree, and then he met the CEO of Bear Stearns as a 20-something, and then get hired. That before you know it, he's a fucking tax expert. This guy's a fucking genius. And then he was really good at figuring out embezzlement. This is the glowiest motherfucker who's ever glowed. Epstein stated to some people at the time he was an intelligence agent. I can't believe you're spreading the conspiracy theory that he's an... Oh, wow. He had an Austrian passport with a false name. Wow. Alexander Acosta handled Epstein's criminal case in 2008, had been stated to interviewers of President Donald Trump's first transition team, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, and that Epstein was above his pay grade. During this period, one of Epstein's clients was Saudi Arabian businessman Aiden Khashoggi, who was the middleman in transferring American weapons from Israel to Iran as part of the Iran-Contra affair. Oh, come the fuck on! Epstein met Stephen Hoffenberg. They had been introduced through Douglas Lease, the defense contractor, and John Mitchell, the former U.S. Attorney General. I can't believe you guys are I can't believe you're such conspiracy theories thinking that he's related to intelligence. He said he was, and fucking a U.S. attorney said he was told he was, and his girlfriend / molester procurer was the daughter of an Israeli spy. Why are the fuck... And I actually think thinking he's not an intelligence agent is fucking a conspiracy theory.
Powerful elite men, always liberals for some reason, that had been involved in the sex trafficking, possibly so that he could blackmail them. And the kernel of truth that likely inspired this conspiracy theory was that one of Epstein's employees, Alfredo Rodriguez, did once try to sell a notebook with a list of names in it, but that notebook contained the names and contact information about Epstein's victims, not his associates. Rodriguez was later convicted of obstruction of justice and sentenced to federal prison. The contents of the black book was evidence in several civil lawsuits. And Rodriguez, by the way,
they got the whistleblower into prison? Oh my God, what the fuck are you? Liberal Eagle, I wonder why he doesn't talk about Gaza.
Sentenced to the same amount of time that Epstein ended up serving as a result of Acosta's sweetheart deal. Now, President Trump has rarely encountered a conspiracy theory he didn't like. And in August of 2019, during Trump's first term, Just after Epstein's death, Trump reposted a tweet suggesting that Clinton or George Soros had murdered Epstein. So when AG Pam Bondi's DOJ came out with a 2-page memo declaring that there was nothing to see, that Epstein's death was a suicide, and there was no secret client list or cabal of liberal elite sex trafficking children, the MAGAverse lost its collective mind. Dan Bongino had a spirited disagreement with Pam Bondi and threatened to possibly quit his job. Apparently he was on the verge of making a stand. Laura Loomer warned Trump that this misstep could consume his presidency and called for a special counsel's investigation. Glenn Beck declared that he wanted Pam Bondi fired.
Okay, I want Pam Bondi fired. I want Pam Bondi fired.
Megyn Kelly called for Bondi to resign and declared that if she didn't, some MAGA bros would leave.
We're calling for Pam Bondi to resign or to go, but can you please tell people the breaking news? According to reports that you have verified, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will resign if what does not happen?
If she doesn't go.
And even House Speaker Mike Johnson said he supported the release of the Epstein files. And it seemed that the Democrats were finally happy to find something to do. Senator Ruben Gallego accused President Trump of, quote, hiding the Epstein list. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries proclaimed that Americans, quote, deserve to know the truth. And on Tuesday, Democrats attempted to cast a procedural vote as to a referendum to compel the release of more Epstein-related material. And none of that was helped by the real questions raised by the Epstein jail cell video that the Trump administration released. As Wired has reported, nearly 3 minutes were cut out of the released video. Bondi has claimed that this is because of the way that the videos turn over at the end of the day, but Wired's experts confirmed that the video was edited, and my video editors tell me that it was a rookie move to leave that in the metadata. And President Trump, faced with the ire of some of his supporters and insults from his enemies, went on the offensive, posting a long screed on Truth Social about how his Republican critics were just playing into the hands of the, quote, radical left Democrats, and he called his doubtful previous supporters weaklings and proclaimed that he didn't want their support anymore. And it appears that Trump and his inner circle engaged in their own real-life Epstein conspiracies. One was to stifle right-wing news from talking about the Epstein files. Reports are that Trump and his inner circle tried to strong-arm the press from talking about Epstein, which apparently largely worked. And another is that Trump fired Maureen Comey, daughter of James Comey, who had worked at the U.S. Attorney's Office for nearly a decade and helped prosecute both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, I don't think this really changes anything. We've got plenty of tapes where Trump talks about his friend Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein talks about his friend Donald Trump. But yeah, that looks pretty terrible. But then late last night, Trump posted, quote, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to the court approval. This scam perpetrated by the Democrats should end right now. But the thing is, as Congressman and former federal prosecutor Daniel Goldman points out, grand jury testimony is both very specific and isn't what people were asking for and wouldn't be the most relevant documents. And in fact, he tweeted, quote, nice try, AG Pam Bondi. What about videos, photographs, and other recordings? What about FBI 302's witness interviews? What about texts and emails? That's where the evidence about Trump and others will be. Grand jury testimony will only relate to Epstein and Maxwell. And in any event, as President Donald Trump cannot order the DOJ to unilaterally release sealed grand jury testimony. In fact, the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure Rule 6E3E states that, quote, the court may authorize disclosure at a time, in a manner, and subject to any other conditions that it directs of a grand jury matter when 1, preliminary to or in connection with a judicial proceeding, 2, at the request of a defendant who shows that a ground may exist to dismiss the indictment because of a matter that occurred before the grand jury, 3, at the request of the government when sought by a foreign court or prosecutor, 4, at the request of the government if it shows a matter may disclose a violation of state, Indian, tribal, or foreign criminal law, and 5, at the request of the government if it shows that the matter may disclose a violation of military criminal law. Now, President Trump wanting AG Pam Bondi to release sealed proceedings from a grand jury because of political pressure seems like it fails to meet any of those requirements.
Why the fuck would you want it to be sealed?
And even Trump's post recognizes that the release of these documents must be made with court approval. And I'm not going to engage in conspiracy theories, but who knows? Maybe Trump doesn't want the court to approve the disclosure. But in any event, hopefully by now you understand that the sealed grand jury proceedings are probably not the real Epstein files to the extent they exist. But the real Epstein files are now largely public and aren't what people think. The real Epstein files are the thousands of pages of documents that have been generated by the criminal investigations and by civil lawsuits against Epstein and Maxwell. And some of these were unsealed in the Drew Frey case, but many are still under seal. And it's likely that there are reams of witness interviews, financial statements, flight logs for Epstein's plane, records regarding his friends and acquaintances and co-conspirators, and photos and videos, including the child pornography that the Fed seized from his house. But while Megyn Kelly and Alan Dershowitz and others are calling for the unsealing of these documents, there are some very real reasons to keep many parts of those files secret. not to protect the potential perpetrators, but to protect Epstein's hundreds of underage victims. But even if President Trump wanted to unseal these civil court documents, he can't do that unilaterally. The Department of Justice could file a motion in the relevant cases, and the judges could consider them, but because of the privacy and safety concerns, a judge might not necessarily grant the request to unseal. And if Trump were to declassify the federal criminal case files, there would also be legal implications. When the Trump administration released the JFK files, they accidentally disclosed a bunch of social security numbers. Any Epstein files would threaten to disclose even more private details about underage girls, potentially exposing them to yet more traumatic experiences and putting them at risk of harassment or physical violence. And there are laws, including the Privacy Act, which prohibit the government from disclosing private information about individuals without their consent. One important aspect of the Giuffre case is that Giuffre argued in favor of unsealing. She consented to it. It was an empowered choice that she made, which, when you're considering the rights of survivors, is important. So if you're looking for a real scandal in all of this, it's right there in plain sight. The real scandal is the consistent miscarriage of justice that's played out over the past 30 years. And while hundreds of victims have been identified and numerous powerful men have been implicated, only one person, Ghislaine Maxwell, has ever been convicted of sex crimes related to Epstein's decades of sexual abuse. And the sweetheart deal from one of Trump's prior cabinet secretaries may end up resulting in her escaping justice too. But all this highlights the massive gap in the justice system, which is one of the reasons I started my law firm, the Eagle Team, and one of the reasons I'm proud to fight for the little guy. Because after I started...
Guys, he wants to fight for the little guy. He wants to keep it all secret for the little guy. You guys are confused. You think that releasing the Epstein files would hurt the big, powerful people that all abused the young children, but actually it would help the little guy.
This channel every week, I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. People would email and ask what to do to maximize your opportunity for justice.
Does this ad ever end? Did he transition from talking about child sex abuse victims into an ad for his fucking dumb... it's not his law firm, by the way. It's a referral service where he takes money from the lawyers that actually do the case. Okay, I gotta admit, not a fan of Liberal Eagle. Not a fan of Liberal Eagle. There, I said it. I know. Mike from PA, he's contentious. He fights with everyone. But Jesus fucking Christ, that was terrible. All right, chat. I just found out what Hassan was doing today, and it's so fucking cool. I'm jealous. He's doing simulated dogfights at skycombatace.com. He's doing acrobatic flying, which is why he has a parachute, because when you're doing acrobatics, according to the FAA, you have to have a parachute. God damn it, this is so fucking cool. This is the website. They're doing air-to-air dogfighting. Do they have a video? Show me a video.
Sky Combat. Our Sky Combat experience is the closest thing you can get to feeling what it's like to be a real fighter pilot. Take the controls of the most advanced aerobatic aircraft in the world, the Extra 330LC, and go head-to-head against friends or family and engage in mock aerial combat above the Mojave Desert. Flying solo? Not a problem. For an additional fee, you can test your skills against one of your own SCA fighter pilots. Our certified flight instructors will guide you through a detailed safety briefing to teach you the art of aerial dogfighting. After that, strap on your Extra 330LC and blast off for the ultimate competitive adventure. Your SCA fighter pilot will fly you to the merge, at which point you will take the controls to try and outmaneuver your opponent. Once you have them in your sights, squeeze the trigger and feel the satisfaction of achieving your first...
The thing is, though, chat, if I did this, I could do all sorts of shit that could get us killed. This is fun. This is awesome.
First kill as smoke pours out of your opponent's aircraft. Imagine laser tag in the sky, and you'll understand the essence of what the Sky Combat experience is all about. Do you have what it takes to be an SCA fighter pilot ace? There's only one way to find out. Fights on, fights on.
Wait, have you flown planes before? See? Stuff like this. Of course I have. Of course I have. So that is fucking cool. Austin and I need to do this. Austin and I need to do this. I didn't know it existed, but now I do. It's $999 per person. Honestly, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's surprisingly, I mean, it's expensive as fuck. I'm not saying it's not expensive, but I mean, planes usually cost a few $100s to operate per hour, period. So you're looking at a high performance acrobatic plane. I mean, they're not charging. I mean, if it's $999 an hour, I mean, that's a lot. There's no doubt about it. But you also have, you know, there's a lot of expenses to get to that. And then, you know, to do that, they have an instructor pilot. You have to have parachutes. They have a ground school. I mean, I don't know. It sounds pretty fucking base. Not gonna lie. They let you fly without a license. Yes, he's a certified instructor pilot. How do you think you get a license? You have to fly without a license with an instructor. $999 per hour would literally change my life. Yes, but you're also paying for avgas. And do you think planes are cheap? Takeoff and landing is 90% of knowing how to fly. Already in the air, is it too hard? No. Especially when you're doing acrobatics. Come on. Landing is the hard thing to learn when you're starting out. When is China going to develop a fully electric consumer plane? Even if they do, we'll not be allowed to buy it, man. Hassan is a trained pilot already.
I wonder what this does. Hassan! Oh! Jesus Christ! Oh, shit!
Okay. Lesson 1, chat. If something bad is happening, do not do what Austin did, which was he's accelerating down the runway and he just yanks the yoke to his chest and starts banking. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Oh! Jesus Christ! Oh, shit! Oh!
Are they in an Airbus simulator? Because I noticed they're banking right, and Austin has the yoke to the left. So in the Airbus, so in a Boeing plane, the yokes are linked, meaning that if one yoke is turned to the left, the other yoke will turn. And for pilots to disagree, they have to literally muscle each other, right? Whereas in the Airbus, they're completely fly-by-wire, so each joystick is separate. So that being said, he is in a simulator, so they have yoke. I can't really see what Hassan is doing.
Oh! What the?
Looks to me like it's a 737.
Fuck! Put it back up!
Bank angle.
Ah!
That's what we call bad. That's bad.
Ah! Ah! Hey, can you come to Sim? Come
Wind shear.
Ah!
Wind shear.
Ah! Oh, God! Oh! Hassan! Oh! Hassan!
I'm pretty sure it's these guys. No. Oh, is it this? 737? Ah, okay. How much? 4,000 for the simulator. You have to have a commercial pilot certificate with an instrument rating. Holds either a foreign ATP license with instrument or a foreign commercial pilot license. Okay, so this is for people who already have it. Okay, he's flying the simulator from outside the plane.
Yeah, it's all right, folks. Yeah. No, don't worry about it, folks. Don't worry about it, folks. We're gonna be good.
Captain, what is that noise?
No worry about it, folks.
Oh no, Sally's back. Captain, what's all that beeping coming from the cockpit?
I really need you to get everybody in their seats, okay?
Wait, is he
Are
still
you playing pinball? Sally, I'm gonna need you to sit down.
He's getting all the I was trying to see the warnings that were illuminated.
No, Sally's back.
He's definitely
Captain,
off whatever.
What's all that beeping coming from the cockpit?
I really need you to get everybody in their seats, okay?
Are you playing pinball?
Okay, yeah, so he turns off the autopilot. That's what's the warning.
Sally, I'm gonna need you to sit down.
Oh, fuck, that's awesome.
No, I just saw it.
Yo, hold up. We may be supposed to be descending here soon. Wait, where are we at? Oh, Jesus Christ. We're just like way off course. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, hold on. We got to descend. We're like way off course. Like we're not even like the airport is like over here and we're just like doing our own thing. Cuz I fucking for some reason the plane went, "Oh shit."
It's called wind, Austin. He's overspending. You mean overspeeding with flaps at full, landing at a famous airport in Sri Lanka. I have 2,000 hours in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, chat. 8 hours, 22 minutes. That's going to be it for me today. Thanks for hanging out. I'm sending y'all over to Vio. I have to finally see Superman at some point. Send it over to Vio. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I hope we served as a solid place for the refugees. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support. Really means a lot. We finished the stream with 10,346 subscribers. Thank you for all the support. Oh, yeah. Today on the Discord, we will be watching a movie. Movie night is at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We will be watching Furiosa. We are watching Furiosa. So 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We will be watching Furiosa. So in 2.5 hours, come hang out on the Discord. Link in the chat right now. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends.